Losing her mind when she see that motion. Yeah, straight to the bag, get racks in the morning. Star boy on the phone named Marin. Feels like Brazil, how the man them ballin'. Shoot my shot, then I'm scoring. No one does it better. Body curving, how she swerving like a trafficker. We can have a party in the favela. Body curving, how she swerving like a trafficker. We can have a party in the You never seen this before. Now I got 4 songs on a billboard. You don't even know about me, no. Used to listen to so much, you know. They said I would never, ever get better. They said I would never, ever get better. Party in there, party in there. Party in there, party in there. Losing her mind when she see that motion. Yeah, yeah. No one does it better. Body curving, how she swerving like a trafficker. We can have a party in there. Favela. Body curving, how she swerving like a trafficker. We can have a party in there.
When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame, a past we simply let fade. Oh, but I don't close the door, waiting a chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you. Can't help but know that I'm still in love with you. You make me feel so. When there's no hope loving for you who saw me before I knew who I'd be. What I have around me means nothing to me if I can't share it with you. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame, a past we simply let fade. But I don't close the door, waiting a chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you. Can't help but know that I'm still in love with you. You make me feel so.
हेलो हेलो हेलो, कैसे हो मेरे प्यारे प्यारे भाइयों और भाइयों के बहनों। हम वापस से आ चुके हैं अपना EWC वॉच पार्टीज के साथ, और आज हम अपने टीम इंडिया टीम RNTX को सपोर्ट करेंगे। LCQs हैं, मतलब यहाँ पे अगर हारे आज तो बाहर हो जाएंगे, बट मजा बहुत आएगा क्योंकि गेम्स बहुत ही तगड़े हैं। तो चलिए गेम की ओर चलते हैं, बट उससे पहले आप लोग बताओ कैसे हो आप सब, कैसा गया आप सभी का दिन। अगर अच्छा नहीं गया तो ये रंगीन रुक आ चुका है आप सभी का शाम और रात दोनों रंगीन बनाने। वेलकम ईच एंड एवरीवन टू अ ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है मेरे जान के डोडोस, कैसे हो आप सब, बताओ। बताओ हमें जरा, हमें भी बताओ क्या सीन है। ओए EWC पता है गाइस, EWC का पार्टनर किक बन गया है ऑफिशियली। नाउ EWC विल बी स्ट्रीम्ड ऑन किक एज वेल। अगर आपको पता नहीं, बता दिया मैं। लेट्स गो लेट्स गो। क्या हाल है हिमांशु भाई, कैसे हो? Come on, come on. Let's go, we'll win this, I know we'll win this. I have full support. रंगीला और वॉच, रंगीला मार जोलना जोलना। ये पता नहीं ये आजकल ये बैकग्राउंड में लाइट कहाँ से जल रही है। यहाँ पे पहले ये लाइट नहीं होती थी, ये एरिया में लाइट क्यों हो रही है पता नहीं। देखो
They are on their way. Take a look at this replay here. 1v1 isolating Candy. Candy is like, wait, where's my team? Why is no one here? And then he gets taken down, pays for his mistake, and pulls Senpai Crowley with him.
Come on भाई, आज जीत जाए भाई, आज बस जीत जाए भाई।
Exactly right. So for the side of program, if game 1 was about slow,
Second है Team Vitality versus MIBR.
we got him game 1. We are feeling confident. Let's go for more.
I feel like game 1 is kind of like a warm-up, and game 2 is the true BRU that we witnessed on their journey throughout the game.
Fully agree with you, Nora. And right now, at the 6-minute mark, with a 5,000 gold lead, India, your representative, your champion might be bowing out of this tournament in the next few minutes.
But I mean, like, just check the jungler's gold difference, right? It's kind of significant. When an Agudo got a 1.6 gold lead against this Luna, it's gonna be really painful.
Topside, little boys getting tagged on by the Raging Sea. Good engage coming in from the side of Buriram United.
भाई Rainbow Six Siege का भी मैच है by the way.
1v1. But where's the members coming in from Revenant X-Park? There's just no one coming in. Infinite advances towards the backline here. Jinkian gets taken down. Crowley, there's no way to go. Towards the backline, Candy also falls. Too little, too late, Deadshot, and you are in the grave dead.
Killing spree it is. Killing spree is.
ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है?
BRU is doing right now. And just check, little boy, this man holding till the end.
आज Rainbow Six के मैचेस हैं, कल की Tekken 8 के हैं।
And let his teammates to take control of the map.
और हिमांशु भाई कैसे हो?
Right now, Buriram United Esports with a 7,000 goal lead.
Just trying their best to get into the rhythm of it, but now BRU is at their best.
मेरा लिंक काम कर रहा है कि नहीं, एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ।
I mean, like, they really should let Candy to unleash his ulti upon some hero besides this virus, right?
Maybe the towels on that.
Yeah, maybe more
Right, just
flash
remove
in.
it from the game.
Yeah, but they need to do some like risky way, but like with a higher reward.
They need to do it right
Am
here,
I
right
live?
now. With the 8-minute bar coming on the line right now, for Buriram United Esports, if they want to take it risky, they can go for fights. If they want to play it safe, 100%
और
win rate,
क्या
go for objectives.
आजकल क्या चल रही है
I
लाइव?
mean, like,
कुछ
that's
गेम
gonna
में
be
खेल
a
रहे हो कि
double-edged
नहीं?
sword because this is the
मैं 2 दिन
lowest.
स्ट्रीम नहीं किया था,
And right
फिर
now, BRU with such a significant
2 दिन
goal,
स्पाइडरमैन
and
स्ट्रीम
7,000,
किया तो
how
खेल
they're
नहीं
gonna
पा रहा
hold
हूँ।
all those
बाकी
minion
आपका
wins.
क्या
I'm just
कैसा
scratching
चल
my
रहा है
head as well. I'm
जिंदगी?
finding a solution so that
मारो यार RNTX, मारो, come on, जी फाड़ दो।
Okay, maybe if Crowley finds a 5-man knockup, Candy finds a perfect target, and then Senpai gets a pentakill, then maybe RNTX is back in towards that game. But that will be maybe a 5 to 10% chance.
And that also means that RNTX need to be very, very committed into those team fights so far.
Jintian dancing along the players.
Come on bro। देखो यहाँ पे अगर हम लोग 2 बंदे भी उनके मारते हैं ना, तो विल हैव एन एडवांटेज, वी कैन डिस्ट्रॉय टावर्स। एक मार दिए, चलो 1 for 1 ट्रेड हुआ है, लेकिन 2 उधर मर गए हैं। थोड़ा सा सीन हो रहा है भाई। तीसरा भी जाएगा, चौथा भी, 5वां ट्वाइस 4K एज। Bro, no bro, hell nah bro. So it is done I guess. या RNTX का जर्नी यहाँ पे खत्म होता है। एक ही पॉइंट ले पाए, that's the सबसे बड़ा।
Crystal, they get it. That's a 2-0 going in for BRU.
I mean, clean, neat, but sophisticated.
Buriram United Esports.
0 goes over to BRU. Such a nice play that they did, and you can feel the rhythm that they play, right?
तो कई क्रश करेंगे ना?
But showing their understanding towards the patch, towards the game, and game 2, they just go all for it.
The absolute domination coming in from AOV RPL's Thailand representative. Very well played, and they advance.
कोई ना यार, नाइस ट्राई यार, कोई ना। एक दो टीम मिला है PUBG BC के लिए साथ में खेलने को, क्या बात है, क्या बात
to make
है।
it into KWC top 8.
So a lot of pressure.
RNTX सपोर्ट करने के लिए मैंने ब्लू जर्सी पहनी है, भले ये कुछ और का ब्लू है, बट ये ब्लू जर्सी है ब्रो। बट कोई बात नहीं यार, we'll still support our team.
Taos was just so clean
Nice
on
try.
that Ana. The way that he
Nice
found the
run.
initial pickup on towards Jinky.
पहला था बे, पहला रन था KWC में दोनों ही टीम्स का SAT और इनके। They will prepare more, grind more, come more tougher in the next EWC.
Because usually Luna is the counter-attack, counter-pick towards Agudo, but this time Varus just shine out with
भाई
a
लेकिन
quad
नुन्नू मारा है भाई।
If this fight Jingtian had gold,
नुन्नू एकदम धोती तोड़ मारा है।
so good for RNTX, but as of this point, 8,000 goal lead. It's
अजय
really
बुरीराम
close
वही
to
है, याद है
it.
जिन्होंने
This
ब्लंडर किया था
is over for the side of Revenant
इन्फिनिक्स
Xbox.
रेज के
With
साथ
the conclusion of
ब्लंडर
this
किया
game,
था
let's join
इन्फिनाइट
onto the
रेज
stage to check out the interview with the
हैं
Cage.
उधर वो जो मिनियन ने उनका वो तोड़ दिया, टावर तोड़ दिया। नुन्नू, अच्छा ये है क्या नुन्नू भाई? गाइस नुन्नू भाई से मिलो, मेरे ही दोस्त हैं।
ก็วันนี้นะฮะเราจบเกม
मैं गंदू हूँ गंदू और वो
ด้วยส
नुन्नू
กอร์ 2-0 ทีเดียวโดยที่ค่อนข้างดุเนียบมากๆเลยนะฮะอยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
मेरे ही भाई है भाई।
วอร์มครับ วอร์มก่อนเจอ BP
こんにちは。
Yeah I think this is just a warm up before we face VP
जित्रा भाई वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। हेलो, कॉलेज काउंसलिंग लेट हो गया है, टाइम मिल गया सीसी ट्राई करने के लिए, मतलब समझा नहीं।
เรามาคุย
कॉलेज काउंसलिंग लेट हो गया है, सीसी ट्राई करने से कंटेंट क्रिएशन को ट्राई करने, क्या बात
คนที่เคยเล่นไปถึง play off แล้วนะฮะเราได้เตรียมการยังไงกันบ้าง
बाय द वे हाउस
ก็เตรียม
द लाइफ विद अ न्यू
ให้
बाइक
เราเล่นแบบเนียบขึ้นครับ
Duke लिए ना
แล้วก็พยายามสู้เขา
हाउस द
โดยไม่
न्यू
ประมาท
लाइफ
Yeah,
द
we
न्यू
try
बाइक।
to make like play more
क्योंकि मेरे मानने में ऐसा है कि एक लड़के के जीवन में जब उसके लाइफ में पहली बार उसका पहला बाइक आता है, खुद का कुछ आता है, बाइक या स्कूटी या व्हाटएवर, उसका वहाँ पे एक नया लाइफ शुरू होता है। वो डिफरेंट होता है, लाइफ विद द बाइक विद हिज ओन बाइक एंड लाइफ विदाउट द बाइक
ตอน
आर
นี้นะฮะ
टोटली
เราอยู่ใน
डिफरेंट।
เวทีระดับโลกนะฮะอย่าง KWC นะฮะเรามีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆชาวไทย
भाई
ที่คอยเชียร์เรา
चलो मैं इस बात से खुश हूँ
นะครับก็จะ
कि
ทำให้
मेरे
เต็มที่
जो
แล้ว
मूछ है
ไป
इसी से तो बड़ा है, इसी से तो ज्यादा है।
Thank you so much for
लोग मेरे को
supporting us
बोलते हैं
and
कि भाई
please
मेरा
keep supporting us. We will try our
ज्यादा
best to
है
qualify
नहीं,
to the top
बट
8.
मेरे मैं बोलूंगा नुन्नू भाई से मेरे ज्यादा है, मेरे मूछ नुन्नू भाई से ज्यादा है।
This is one of my favorite parts of KWC and EWC because you guys are going to get to crush your opponent's key. Come on over with me to the back. That's, of course, Revenant X Sparks' key. That is going to get smushed to bits. I know you love this part just as much as I do.
नहीं यार, I don't love this part. It's our Indian team, bro.
The Keymaster is waiting for
No.
you all the way over there. Go on in. We'll invite you over. We have our handle to push this one through. You guys can all get close to one another and you can start whenever you'd like. Keep it going. There
No.
it is. We're going to say goodbye to them now. Thanks to Buriram United Esports. It's Revenant X Spark and they're going back home. Ah, it hurts to hear, but that's just part of the competition. Another victory, a 2-0 clean one for Buriram. Let's send it to our panel to discuss it all.
Well, I mean, she's making sure she gets that on camera. I mean, I know a couple of RNTX fans that would
दर्द तो होता
probably
है
have
bro,
looked away at that
दर्द
moment,
तो
and
होता है।
that's just the way it is. It's brutal. It's sad. It is the end of the road for the Kings Arise champions, but that does mean that it still continues to be an opportunity for BRU to move on to the knockout stage. They will face a rematch against Virtus Pro coming up later. That should be an exciting one. Virtus Pro also now know exactly who they're facing, and they know it more in name. So we'll figure out how that game goes. But we still have more elimination matches, guys. It's
Samir
always
bhai,
sad,
welcome to
however,
stream.
Isaac, see a team go home.
I'm
क्या
sorry,
रे
man. I just
तू
seen
गाफू है
RNTX coming in. They were so happy.
वेलकम वेलकम समीर भाई क्या हाल है वैसे आपकी बाइक देखी है मैंने बट नेम नहीं पता मेरी बाइक मेरी कौन सी बाइक
And that is powerful,
मेरी
man.
कौन सी बाइक भाई
Not only as a professional, but as a fan, you come into the biggest stage, and then you
मेरे
understand
से
that
तो
you
ज्यादा
need to
है
cherish
तेरा
these
लड़की
moments. And right now,
क्यूट
after
थी
2 games, just seeing them go, for me, I didn't have enough of them, man.
Yeah, we didn't get to see too much of them, and it was very sad.
कैसे
Especially when you're
कैसे
seeing
बात है
me
यहाँ
there
पे
being
गेम
crushed
देख
there.
रहे हो
Yeah,
यहाँ
the
पे
demo
इतना
load,
उदास
the sound
मोमेंट
effect
है
made it everything better for me.
I mean, I'm surprised. The players even like recoil a
मतलब
little bit. It's
चैट
harsh. Yeah, but it
क्या
signifies
बोलूं
the
मतलब
harsh
देखो भी
reality of a
यहाँ
tournament
पे
like this.
अपनी
I
टीम
think
RNTX अपनी
Crowley
टीम
put it
इंडिया
well in
यहाँ
his
पे
interview.
अच्छा मतलब
There are winners, there are
नहीं
losers.
खेल
When you
पाए
jump into
they are
a
out of the
game,
EWC
you accept the possibility that you're
ये
one
बात का
of
दुख
those. And of course, if you don't win, that
दुख
means, yeah,
ही हो रहा
you're
हूँ मैं
losing,
दुख
but that's
मतलब
kind of
दुख है
the
मुझे
honor, I think,
एंड मेरी चैट
no
देखो
pun intended, of
समीर
going
भाई
up in
लिखते हैं
these
लड़की
moments. You
क्यूट है
learn
मतलब
something, you
उनको
risk
परवाह ही नहीं
a
है
moment, but you know that there's more.
ऑडियंस में कोई
Hopefully,
लड़की
down the
हाई
line.
कर
This
दी
won't be the end of what we
लड़की
see for
क्यूट है
RNTX.
मतलब
So every
एकदम
game, you either win or you learn. And I think that in that one, they're going to go back to the replay and they're going to see what they could shore up in terms of those mistakes. Because it seemed like the team was really not
स्काउट
on
भाई
the same
मस्टैंग
page
से
at
उतर
times,
के
and they
मारेंगे
were,
तुम्हें
again,
समझ रहे हो
overextending quite a bit.
गरम करो
I
थोड़ा
do
सा
believe that from the
मस्टैंग
whole
से उतर के
beginning of the
मारेंगे
game, it just they looked at a little opening. It was for me concerning that Buram United Esports in their last pick, they picked the Aguto when they already know that in front RNTX they already have the Luna. Because in just that way, the Luna has multiple different targets
अब
just to
झूठ क्यों
refresh
बोलूं
and fly around. So I
तो
was a
सच
little
भी
bit
मत बोल
concerned about that. And I think that Jin Qian just
टकला
played a
साला
little bit too confident in the first 2 minutes. He goes
क्यूट
in,
थी तो
tries to
थी
gets to level
हाँ
4, tries to get more gold.
कोई
and
उसे
then
भी
he
ऐसे
dies.
क्यूट बोल रहा होगा
Dies,
भाई
lose the
क्यूट
Azure
थी तो
Golem,
थी
and then the game is gone.
Pretty much no chance at that point.
course.
I mean, you are a snowball hero. You need time,
Ben
space,
sword?
farm, all of the above. You're not able to get it if you're gun.
इस बात स्काउट भाई से मिलना हो जाएगा इसी बात
Like
अरे
you just start right over
भाई
here. For you to be able to snowball,
इतना
you need
बेशरम
a
है
little
भाई
ball.
बेशरम
You start just crawling down a little bit. If you don't have any snow, what are you trying to do?
Well, I mean, the ball was actually on the other side, right? With the Agudo, the Valdos, he was able to roll out, right? He was able to take advantage. He got the quadra
अरे
kill.
नन्नो
I mean,
भाई
this is a
मत
guy
करो
that was
मत
like,
तोड़ो
when you need him to
फिर भी क्या पर्सनल अरे पर्सनल आ गया भाई
Really
मैं
like
तो
to
भाई
go
बोल
for
रहा हूँ भाई
structural damage. They like to
अबे
push the
Rainbow
games
Six Siege भी
quickly.
है ना?
They like to go around, take the turrets. They do
रुको।
not like the fights a lot that much. But then not having the Luna just allowed Agudo over there for free eats in that last fight.
Yeah, they were not really able to fight. RNTX, again, without the Luna, you had really no place to kind of take any sort of fight. And you saw BRU just being like, okay, we know we have this advantage. Let's go in as aggressive as possible, take down as many as possible. And again, they were just able to clean house.
Well, it's a great thing to break down. I'm sure we'll have some more time to look at this game as we preview our next as well, see what our other panelists are going to say as they jump on in just a moment. But before we end this set and start transitioning, we have a chance to have what is obviously a difficult moment, but hopefully one that they've learned from. An exit interview.
क्या दिखता हूँ बे मैं
Hello guys, it's Sky. So welcome to the post-match interview, and I'm here with Candy. So please say hi and introduce yourself to the audiences.
Hi,
I'm Candy, and I play mid lane for RNTX.
Thank you so much. It was a very good play though. So how do you feel after everything?
कैंडी भाई
We feel satisfied with our performance.
एक पेरिस से मेरे लिए कैंडी लेके थे हमें आना प्लीज
Good experience regardless.
Yes, a good experience indeed. So looking back at the whole journey here in KWC 2026, what will be the biggest takeaway you think you learned throughout the entire journey?
I think we learned that, you know, it's such a, like, the level of competition is very high from, it's very different from our regional competition versus when it comes to the international teams. So, like, we just know we can do it, but at the same time, we need to work harder and, you know, come back stronger next time.
I hope this will be a very impressive, memorable moments for you guys, because I believe that you have plenty of memories here in Paris.
That
so what
they will come back stronger.
Biggest thing that you remember throughout the entire journey?
I think when it comes to EWC, the biggest thing I remember is just, you know, chilling with the players in the player lounge and having fun with them. playing some other games, and just talking and meeting new people. So yeah.
Yeah, so believe me, you have just started your journey as esports athletes here at EWC. I believe the future is just as bright ahead of you. So what will be the things you want to say to your teammates, though, after the whole competition together?
I would want them to not be disheartened, and it's just the beginning of our journey, like you said. So there's still a lot more to come, and we have a lot of time to improve. So we'll see the other teams in the next EWC.
Of course. And also see a lot of friends and your fans coming from different regions, right, to support you right here in Paris. So what would be the things you want to say to them?
I would say just keep supporting us, and give us your blessings, and we'll do better next time, and we'll come back stronger.
I strongly believe that we'll meet each other in the future.
Definitely, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your
Candy.
wonderful plays. And
Please मेरे लिए candy लेते हुए आना, Candy भाई.
And back to the decks. Bye bye.
Candy भाई, candy मत भूलना, please.
Thank you, Sky, for spending some time with Candy.
भाई पूरा सांस अंदर खींचा हुआ है.
सांस
अंदर नहीं खींचा हुआ, वैसे ही gravely बोलता होगा. गाफू है क्या रे थोड़ा? क्यों सांस अंदर खींचेगा? अपने से समझाया क्या?
Which means the road of 1,000 miles begins at the first step.
You're actually, this is
अबे मैं
crazy.
कुछ एक देख रहा था, मैं वो फिर
Not in Chinese. I don't know Chinese.
हाँ, chess
Which is so
का याद
funny
आया.
that you said that. I feel like that's such an appropriate way to describe this. It's the beginning, but in many ways, the beginning always starts with that beginning, and you have to accept it and own it as a part of your journey.
Of course, and it's never easy, right? You're gonna fall a couple times. It's
last channel LCQ है chess
again,
का.
getting a little bit of momentum. You're gonna get better. You just need to stick with it. And as Candy said, I mean, it was all very positive, and I love that. And they will come back much stronger.
किसके हैं
Let's take a look at the
matches?
schedule today, because coming back stronger, that's one narrative. The other is staying strong, which Brim Esports, United Esports, is going to need to do when they face off against Virtus Pro. That decider match has already been cleared out. So now we're going to see who goes up against Blacklist International, Team Vitality, MIBR.LOS. They are coming up. You've got teams representing these regions and ready to go after it. We're going to switch out some panels, switch out some casters, and in a moment, we will be right back with that. But before we come back, I want to make sure you check out the new Princess Frost EWC skin.
कोई बात नहीं. It happens for good. Whatever happens for good. ठीक है. अगली बार हम लोग आएंगे. देखो पिछली बार तक तो हम लोग KWC में पार्टिसिपेट ही नहीं कर पाए थे, बस अपने पास गेम ही नहीं था. इस बार एटलीस्ट वी वेंट देयर, प्लेड विद द टीम्स, एक इंटरनेशनल एक्सपोजर मिला. समझ रहे हो? अगले साल हम फिर से आएंगे. तब अगर इस बार 0 गेम जीते तब 1-2 गेम जीतेंगे. उसके अगले साल फुल प्लेऑफ्स कंफर्म, बता रहा हूँ. KWC at EWC किंग्स वर्ल्ड कप. तो बताओ और कैसा चल रहा है लाइफ वाइफ, सब कुछ बताओ. लाइफ वाइफ नहीं, सिर्फ लाइफ का बोलो.
Start strong, then even the underdogs can prevail over 7 rounds.
Yeah, that's the thing. That 7 rounds in chess is one of the shorter formats, as you said, and anything can happen with a good streak. You win 3, 4, 5 games in a row, and suddenly you are leading the tournament. Maybe you need to win like 4 or 5. What do you think would be the score after 7 rounds that you need?
Ooh, I think if you get 6, you're definitely... Ooh, it will come down to tie breaks. I think you're definitely in the top 4 because it is quite a small, I say small group. It's not the typical Swiss where we see hundreds and hundreds in each section and 32 in each group. And I'm going to say 6 is going to be the goal for most of the top players.
6
If they want to keep their fate in their own hands, it might even be more than that.
6 points out of 7 games. Like, that means you have to win almost every game. That is absolutely crazy. It's so crazy that it made David freeze for a moment. I think this is the shock on David's face. That if you need to score 6 points out of 7 games, that's literally just like having to win every single game, maybe making 2 draws or only allowed to lose 1. Yeah, my maths is not quite there. Still waking up my brain cells, I feel, but I think the players are
एक
ready.
सेकंड
Much
गाइस,
more
बाय द
ready
वे मैं
than
बहुत
my
जल्दी
brain
गिव अवे करने
for
वाला
what's
हूँ.
about to happen, the last chance qualifier in Paris, and we'll bring back David as soon as possible. He really wanted to play the tournament. See, like, he shows up as a caster, but in reality, he wants to be there in the ring. He's a very strong grandmaster, and he would definitely have a chance to qualify. So it's a pity that David decided to be a caster and not a competitor, but we have 128 players competing today in the last chance qualifier between today and tomorrow, the group stage with 7 rounds in each group, and on day 3
चलो मैंने एक पोल डाला है, पोल का वो करते रहना.
David, I was telling everyone that
अबे अपना कैम हटा,
so you
लड़की
wanted
को
to play
देखने
the
दे.
event, so you just decided to quit suddenly.
I just took a quick train over to Paris. You know, I'm there. I'm ready. Last minute entrant in the last chance qualifier. Let's go. I was too excited. Sorry about that, Anna.
It happens. I mean, it happens. And when you said it requires possibly 6 points out of 7 games, that's a lot of points to score. So we'll see who can get there. And it definitely takes a long winning streak to get there.
Exactly. You have maybe room for one accident, one bad round, but the rest of the time you simply have to perform. A couple of draws is okay as well. Maybe we'll see that 5.5 is enough, but there you're relying on tie breaks, you're relying on kind of other rivals to not do so well. And yeah, I think everyone's going to be taking big risks right from round 1 to try and make it to the top as quickly as possible.
That's going to be really interesting because big risk also means you are accepting.
प्रोटीन दे दे, प्रोटीन नहीं, गिव अवे कर रहे हैं हम, बहुत जल्दी पता चलेगा. इट्स फॉर गेमर्स समीर भाई, आप जैसे निठल्ले लोगों के लिए नहीं है.
How much risk is okay when it comes to
मतलब निठल्ले इन द सेंस, मतलब जो गेम्स खेलते हैं उनके लिए बहुत ही बेनिफिशियल है. जो बस नाटक के लिए जिम जाते हैं, बस लड़की ताड़ते हैं, जीवन में कोई मकसद नहीं है, तो उनके लिए है नहीं. ब्लेड गेमिंग भाई, आपका मेरे चैनल पे स्वागत है यार. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग मेरे भाई. भाई तुम बीजीएमआई नहीं खेलता है? भाई मैं बीजीएमआई खेलता, मतलब फिलहाल तो नहीं खेल रहा हूँ, बट विल डेफिनेटली प्ले अगेन. मतलब मैं बीजीएमआई पहले खेलता था, पहले मेरे प्राइमरी गेम्स में बीजीएमआई आता था कि मैं हर दिन बीजीएमआई स्ट्रीम्स ही कर रहा हूँ, बट अभी थोड़ा सा बंद है, बट विल श्योरली डू. बाय द वे हम EWC PMWC वाला वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं, EWC का PUBG मोबाइल. सो यस, डू जॉइन. 6 तारीख से है, परसों से है. हमारी टीम गॉड लाइक और टीम ओरेंगुटैन दोनों खेल रही है, तो मेक श्योर जॉइन इन. ना ठीक है, रहने दो, ठीक है, दिखा दिया. अरे समीर भाई मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ. गिव अवे में जो वही है वही बोला कि भाई जो गेम्स खेलते हैं सिर्फ उन्हीं को बेनिफिशियल है ये. तो अगर आप गेम खेलते हो, आपके पास मतलब फ्री गेम्स हैं, वो खेलना है, एंड फिर आपको एक्चुअल में गिवअवेज मिलेंगे. मजाक से हटके 30 लोगों को मिल सकते हैं, समझ रहे हो? सो यू कैन बी अ पार्ट ऑफ इट बिकॉज यू आर अ रेगुलर व्यूअर ऑफ आवर चैनल, तो यू कैन बी अ पार्ट ऑफ इट. अगर आप पे डजंट मैटर कोई डिवाइस, अच्छा डिवाइस है नहीं है, जस्ट नीड टू log in and play with me. I'll share you the link by the way. भाई I guess chess is the only game जहाँ पे लोग पूरा एकदम सूट वूट पहन के आके खेलने बैठते हैं, like खेल सकते हैं वैसा. Because I don't think there's any other game जहाँ पे आप ऐसे पूरा luxurious कपड़े पहन के खेल सकते हो. Because you need higher reflexes, mobility चाहिए होता है, जिससे ये से mobility होता नहीं है. ये लैमिन यामाल वर्सेस लियोनेल मेसी ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है? देखो पूरा यामाल जैसा लग रहा है, सामने वाला कोई एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर वैसा. तुम्हारा दोस्त था एक एनाइलेटर. यस यस था मेरे भाई. क्यों, क्या हुआ? आपको कैसे पता? आप जानते हो क्या उन्हें? रिचर इम्पॉसिबल विद लेनोवो लीजियन. भाई लेनोवो भाई अगर आप देख रहे हो तो थोड़ा सा स्पॉन्सर इधर भी हो जाता तो बाय द वे यस चैट, जो भी नए हो प्लीज मेक श्योर कि आप पोल पे एक बार एड्रेस कर दे रहे हो. अगर आप पोल पे एड्रेस कर रहे हो देन आई विल नो कि हाँ बहुत लोग इंटरेस्टेड हैं. सो फिर हम इसी स्ट्रीम पे डिटेल्स बता देंगे आप लोगों को, थोड़ा लीक्स दे देंगे, समझ रहे हो. अलाउड नहीं है बट आपके लिए मैं लीक्स दे दूंगा. बट अगर पोल में ज्यादा लोग इंटरेस्टेड नहीं रहेंगे तो आई कांट, समझ रहे हो. उसी इन गेम आईडी का क्या ब्लेड भाई मैं पढ़ नहीं पाया मेरे भाई. आपका चैट रिट्रैक्ट हो गया मेरे भाई, सो आई कुडंट रीड इट. 800 इलो है मेरा. किस चीज में, किस चीज में है ऐसा मेरे भाई 800 इलो आपका? साथ में ही खेलते थे? अच्छा हम लोग साथ में ही खेलते थे क्या? क्या बात है यार. यस यस आई रिमेम्बर. मतलब मे बी आपका नाम कुछ और होगा, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर, बट एनालिटर को तो जानता हूँ बिकॉज उसको मैं पर्सनली जानता हूँ, तो समझ रहे हो. एनालिटर वाज अ गुड फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन, वेरी गुड फ्रेंड, वेरी क्लोज टू माय हार्ट. समझ रहे हो. एक पॉइंट पे मेरे शहर में कोई दोस्त नहीं थे तब एनालिटर था मेरे लिए. तो he lives at a special place in my heart. अबे इलो चेस में ही होता है? अच्छा ऐसा है क्या? गांडो वैलो में भी होता है. चौंटिया CS में भी होता है. चौंटिया.
So he's here in Paris to try one last time. This is literally the final chance. And we are making sure that the players are fully ready. He's got his double headphone setup. I like that one too. Where you have your inner earbuds and also the headphones on top. You can listen to music of your choice, have the noise cancelling headphones on top of it. I feel like if I were a player and I
फोन रखा था पॉकेट में. लाला ऐसा ना करो लाला. एक बार ऐसा हुआ था, चेस को कंपटीशन से बाहर निकाल दिया. ऐसा ना करो लाला.
Said there about the courage, because it does take courage to go out there, play, risk it, to fund your own trip, to kind of gamble.
ब्लेड ओपी. अच्छा ब्लेड ओपी थोड़ा नाम याद सा आ रहा है लेकिन बहुत टाइम हो गया ना, तो माफ करना मेरी जान. तो ऐसा
players allowed to have their phones on them. For a second I thought someone was asking for a selfie with him. A bit of a chess.
तमिर भाई कोई बात नहीं यार, रॉन्ग प्रूव होने के बाद अक्सर लोग ऐसे हाँ 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 करते हैं. लड़कियां भी वही करती हैं, जब रॉन्ग प्रूव हो जाती हैं तो दे हैव नथिंग टू से, तो हाँ हाँ ऐसे ही टेक्स्ट करते रहती हैं. तो चिल करो समीर भाई, कोई बात नहीं यार. आओ एक हक दे देता हूँ आपको. गाइज 5 लोग देख रहे हैं. कैन वी हैव एटलीस्ट 5 लाइक्स मेरे भाई लोग? 5 लाइक्स और मे बी 5 वोट्स. चलो स्टार्ट हो रहा है चेस. तो वहाँ पे ऑनर ऑफ किंग स्टार्ट हुआ क्या? ना वो इंटरव्यू चल रहा है.
I don't think they can directly make eye contact, Anna. The screens are in the way, but you get a vibe, right? You sense how your opponent's feeling.
You sense it and you can feel the tension in the air even through our camera view. It is so much at stake. Again, $1.5 million at the chess event, the main event at the Esports World Cup. 5 players will qualify to have a chance to grab a portion of that large pie of $1.5 million. This could be the biggest payday of their entire career if they make it.
हक देना था, चुम्मी नहीं तो दे मुंह में. आओ हकता हूँ दो. I mean लो हक दिया लो.
It's going to be more than they earn probably for the rest of the year from the rest of their tournaments. So
कैसा लगा मेरा हगा?
This is huge. This is so important. And yeah, everyone wants it. We want the chess. We want to start. They want it too. Last few moments now.
Last few moments at the SDC Contenders. This is our stage for the last chance qualifiers, and we are about to get started here. Very high pressure and tension already. You can sense it in the atmosphere, and some of the other screens we see also from Bortnik's camera angle. Every group has 32 players and only 5 overall qualify. So 128 players in total are fighting in groups to try to get those qualification spots over the next 3 days. And Grandmaster Alexander Bortnik here from Ukraine. He is one of our favorites overall to qualify.
Yeah, and he's in Paris, Anna. I know you'll be traveling to Paris soon. How excited are you for the main EWC event to kick off?
I am so excited. I've been covering the Esports World Cup
Yes.
qualifiers this year, but I have not been yet to the Esports World Cup in person.
अभी तक स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है.
Experience the main event with such
प्ले HOK ना हो गाइस, तो यहाँ पे आप स्कैन करो और HOK भी खेल सकते हो. HOK is a very great game.
It's going to be huge, but we will have more chat about the overall event as soon as this game is covered, because we have liftoff, David. This is our first game of the last chance qualifier. Alexander Bortnik here as our favorite, but Robert Labruyere from Belgium could be one of our underdogs if he manages to perform well against such an experienced grandmaster as Bortnik.
Let's go, Anna. And Bortnik playing his speciality, the Alekhine defense. He's already got a big threat on the board. He wants to take this pawn in the center, and there are some nasty knight forks already. I think Robert might have gone a bit wrong. He's got to be very careful. Also, ideas of the bishop coming out. Same knight check, same knight fork. This is early danger for Robert. Bortnik clearly off to the faster start, and yeah, you can see on the clock already nearly a minute up after just 6 moves. Dream start for Bortnik.
Dream start indeed, and we see now a longer think by Robert here, trying to chase that knight away with the pawn push, but the queen sacrifice appears. Queen takes pawn. It looks like a free queen, and Bortnik is smiling to the cameras.
He knows we're watching. I'm going to add a brilliant symbol there. That is a queen sacrifice. Only a temporary one. The white knight is hit, so no time to take the black knight here. And after queen takes queen, as we mentioned, it's a family fork and a royal fork. The knight will come in with a check, hitting the white king, winning back the queen, also hitting the rook in the corner. Just everything collapsing for Robert. It's 7 moves, and it's already a disaster.
It is such an early collapse in the opening. The evaluation bar to the left of the board is still not even catching up. I feel like it's still asleep, needs a coffee, needs to wake up, because black is sacrificing a full queen. The queen is the most valuable piece in chess other than the king.
उसने थोड़ा ब्लंडर कर दिया है, तो उसका queen
it is only a temporary sacrifice because of that brilliant knight check.
थोड़ा ब्लंडर कर दिया हमारे भाई जी ने स्टार्टिंग में ही. अरे यार, एक तो ये बंद हो जाता है कि अरे भाई अभी तक शुरू नहीं हुआ है. KWC at EWC कहाँ है? ये चेस है KWC.
This is so important.
So it's gonna be a good point to my Delhi, and also like due to this draft, I'm really looking forward to seeing those unique heroes being picked out, because in my perspective, both team Delhi and also ML are really creative about those hero pickings.
Yeah,
Delhi, they actually played Charlotte before at the farm lane, and also ML played again and more.
Yes.
Yes, and now we're going to talk about.
अबे तुम कौन सा ग्रुप में ऐड करने वाला था? ऐड करो. अरे वो ग्रुप और एक्टिव नहीं है इतना. पहले होता था, so मैं उसमें ऐड करने वाला था. But you can join the broadcast, by the way. Broadcast पे बोला था इंस्टा में आने के बाद करेगा. अभी तुम कैम कोई और जगह लगाओ. प्लेयर का फेस हाइड हो रहा है.
It seems like they're already showing different features, different play styles that they want to do, right? And now they're trying to build up a really solid
Guys,
at the bottom with this
please like the stream
damage,
and
on the side of
poll
VIT,
पे
they
vote
just
भी
want
कर
to
देना.
play it in a more aggressive
समझ
way.
रहे हो chat?
Okay, and now if we're looking at the other end, Yukio
कौन
and
क्या एजेंट ले रहा है दिखते हो. MIBR versus Vitality. मैंने
in terms of the counter, they know
MIBR पे bet लगाया है. Bet मतलब
any sort of way that they're
I
able to
want
kind of
MIBR
burst
to
him
win.
down. This is the perfect pick to again counter at least the Lapu Lapu and Pay to start them off.
Broadcast join कर
And
लिए
after
हैं.
this
चलो
Charlotte pick,
बढ़िया
so
है.
the user will say like Charlotte, alright, it's gonna be ball
Broadcast
playing
को
this
फिर
hero
पता
as a
चलता
top
रहेगा
laner.
कि क्या सीन है
But
क्या
as we
नहीं.
mentioned, last
Broadcast
game
is
when
like
they
a group
play
only
against
with my close fellow members.
AGAL, they actually rotate the Charlotte as a farm lane, which was played by Lanfeng back then. So I'm still thinking whether it's going to be a flex pick or not in this game.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the Charlotte, I think that it's going to like lock down that top lane. I think that you will be able to carry. I think that this is more to kind of let Ball do Ball things. He tends to play like a very, very similar style to Chammy 1 in the sense that he can carry and he has that potential.
And also, they are actually protecting the winning lane at the top. They just ban away this Byron pick, and she is not usual to see.
और बताओ समीर भाई लंच वंच में क्या खाए?
So definitely ML, they relies a lot on one's initiation. In that case, maybe this time they are going for another Xiao Chao pick possible.
Actually, very interesting. The show has been largely
Charlotte लिए हैं.
picked too many times, I think.
Lapu
And
Lapu
to ban it out here, it looks like they had a little bit of intel in terms of what one likes to play. But again, on the other side, the Haya and the Xia Chao, both of those heroes taking it away from Jen Myth in that mid lane, who likes these heroes.
Kind of
I mean, like Angela.
हम आते हैं थोड़ी देर में कड़ी चावल है कड़ी चावल का क्या मार सच्ची में आज बूट कैंप पे भी कड़ी चावल बना है मैं भी कड़ी चावल लेके आने वाला हूँ क्या बात है चलो यार ये गेम स्टार्ट होने से पहले मैं फटाक से कड़ी चावल लेकर आ जाता हूँ ठीक है
Actually not a bad pick, yeah. But also you're taking away the Angela from the MIBR side, where they like the moats as well. That's a nice little 1-2 combination where they're able to stun lock. I do think that this is also something where, again, shore up the mid lane, right? Let Jen Myth do his damage.
I mean, Gem is definitely the damage is out there. Again, that is the hero we just mentioned, right? Put one on the spotlight, get him all again. Last time when they played against Blacklist, it isn't worked very well as a result, because actually that was a double warrior composition with Chicha and also Florentino on both side laners. But this time with this Aoi promising bottom winning lane. So is going to be any difference towards ML this time?
Yeah, it might be on this. If we're looking at ML from the perspective of their lineup, they're kind of on the squishier end. Yes, they have control, they have damage galore from the back, but if they ever get jumped on, they're kind of glass cannons. They will definitely struggle.
I feel like it's kind of risky, speak of ML's composition in game 1, because it just relies a lot on Guan's positioning and also about your poking damage, right? How accurate you can to shred down the HP bar on the side. And as for Team Vitality, they can just use this pay and also with Angela to play more aggressively in the early game.
Yes, and I think that will be all about aggression here. If Team Vitality are able to get the snowball going, especially when ZonQ, he's going to be so determined. I think that it's funny because when he got into the group draws, and he was going up against AGAL, he was just like, oh my gosh, again, right? And then now that he's only playing with one life, with everything on the line against MIBR LOS, you know that he's going to be super determined to win this one.
I mean, huge pressures on BenQ, but this time it's going to be his third time to doing so. And not even mentioned to actually, yesterday, the second place of IKL, which is Nemesis, already made it into the group stage. So as the champion back in IKL Spring this year, VIT, they weren't just gonna lose it.
Yes, definitely. A lot more pressure here. And plus, you know who's waiting in the wings. It's, of course, going to be the third place from PKL, the last team in from the PKL. And to take on the winner of that series, you know that those guys, as well as the fans, will be tuning into this one.
And I mean, speaking of the last one, ML is also gonna stand for Chalk BR, right? And as you can see, ABH is playing really aggressively. He just stole away the red buff away from VIT.
Yes, and I mean, all hopes are on Chalk BR, right? And then on the other side, the IKL. I mean, this is their top dog, the champion, if you will, to continue on to make themselves get a slot into that playoff. It will not be easy, but again, it's all about making it, surviving. This one team ahead of you is going to be key to set the tone again for the rest of the day or the rest of the season, if you will.
And I mean, I really want to share some background story with you guys, right, who's watching this game right now, because as we put our shoes into ML side, we would say last year, actually, there was known as loops, right? The rotation just stayed the same. And last time in KIC 2025, they just lost a game against DMT, which is also representing IKL region. So this time again, in the group stage, in the low bracket, they're playing another IKL team again. So will they make it or not? And as for VIT, you mentioned about their top 8 curse, well, they just broke it this time.
Yes, looking to break that curse, as well as hopefully just getting into the top 8, breaking many other curses. Although this team, at least pieces of it, had previously done so in the EWC in 2024 as they were top 8. Being able to do that again would be huge for this team as well as the region. But again, it's about the experience. Those players, are they able to make some sort of play? And look at how they're going to be a little bit aggressive and putting the pressure on here. They're not going to find too much as F1 is just like scurrying them away.
And I feel like when we're moving into group stage, especially lower bracket, as like both teams are actually slowing down their pace, right? They're trying to play in a more safely way.
Yeah, and I think that Team Vitality, we haven't seen too much, right? They've only been able to play that one series against AGAL. I think for them, it's about finding their groove, right? You don't have too many opportunities to warm up. This is pretty much it. So again, you want to hit the ground running, if you will.
And I mean, speaking of those farming pace, actually Pei is rotating down, trying to make something happen at the bottom.
Yeah, and Vento here, he's get jumped on. Mono Frizers are like, hey, get off my body, you here. And the rest of Team Vitality, these are things where you're always tracking ZonQ. Where is he across the map? He's in the bottom lane. Again, a lot of intel for the rest of the team to move around that.
He's definitely the leading character on the side of VIT. And also we said like the team is just rebuilt around BenQ, which also he showed with a great responsibility and also result because he grabbed that FMVP title twice in a row.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that because I always feel like ZonQ, he was the last man that survived and he was the only one. So he's kind of like Nick Fury, where he's just like, okay, I want this guy to be Avenger, I want this guy to be an Avenger, and he just like created this super team. And again, when you've got the first place in IKL, I think he chose correctly.
And also I do like the way how both junglers are playing right now because they're trying to accelerate their farming pace, and as ABH also rotating down, trying to make some potential play at the bottom.
Yeah, ML though, this is the way that they've been playing. They've been aggressive. They've been hiding into that brush, finding if somebody just happens to be walking on the wrong side of town. This Tyrant fight though, Vento probably doesn't want to give it up, but ZonQ already taking the Tyrant.
Oh, how speed he is, right? You can see like he's being so decisive to do what he's like just reading the composition.
Oh, but Ball, he has to actually flash away the power grenade. He gets under the tower. Freak's not able to find him, but the blades will slice him down, and one gets first blood.
The flying swords. That's a signature hero of 1, and he really did it in a nice job.
Yeah, really well played there. But I mean, it seemed like Freaks was able to try to find him, but the way that he's able to kind of move it around, but of course, Nora, please break it down.
I mean, like Charlotte, the position is not that nice to him because he was pushed back by this Guan Yu at the first time, and also the burst shot damage is definitely out there. It's sufficient for them to take Charlotte down either the game.
Yeah, and I love the fact that both of these two teams, very close, very competitive, and
very
you knew
even.
that they were going to bring it, right?
And now they're trying to pushing forward at bottom lane, but it's going to be a little difficult for VIT to do so since ML, they're poking out those damage. They definitely had a longer attacking range against VIT.
Sorry, माफ करो.
You can see some
Mute था, माफ करो, मैं mute होके बोल रहा था, माफ करो.
And then you see the Vitality responding in kind, not giving up anything.
हाँ, ज़मीर भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ. 50 भेज डाइट को का तो किस बात का 50?
You can see
कौन सा
like
डाइट को?
Aoi is trying to sneak into the blue side, and it seems like they're trying to make the team fight.
But the Razor Cavalry on the back.
मैं हाँ और एक चीज बोल रहा था, बहुत टक्कर का फाइट चल रहा है भाई, मतलब.
But he's not going anywhere as well. 2 members down, and now they're going to siege this mid T1.
अभी वो 2 मरे बोल के, there's a gold advantage also and position advantage.
Get the kills. It's going to be a 3-0 advantage of ML this time.
4-4.5 मिनट तक दोनों का पूरा बराबर चल रहा था भाई, बराबर. बहुत ही heavy टक्कर फाइट होने वाली, मैं फीलिंग आ रहा है.
They've dropped out. They have not done well internationally, but it looks like today they are ready. They have shown up. Mono Frizzer getting knocked around. He's going to be killed here by Ball.
They just sacrificed Mono Frizzer, but trade for that red buff, which is going to be really crucial to VIT. So I would say it's going to be a fair trade on the side of ML.
Yeah, they'll take whatever, right? And I think this is also a time where you're kind of looking at the status check, right? The 3-1 favor in front of ML, but now ZonQ, when does he come online? Because it looks like he's actually falling behind in terms of the net worth with ABA.
I mean, you know, the biggest shortage about this pay hero is that once you fall behind, it's really hard for you to be the initiator, right? You rely a lot on your Angela, on your Lapu Lapu. So I would say we should like focus more on
अबे अनन्या जी जो भेजी थी अनन्या जी कौन सी वाली अनन्या जी
But at the same time, you're looking at the other side from ML. If Freaks finds that perfect angle, he's gonna just like herd everyone into you. So they need to be very careful because Vitality, if you're looking at that lineup, aside from maybe F1, everyone's kind of on the squishier end.
Yeah, and I feel like each players are actually kind of afraid of this Freaks.
All the plays. Genmith, no chance. One has been an absolute sniper.
I mean, no need for Guan Yu anymore. The poke damage definitely
धीरे धीरे ना
out there.
MIBR is taking the game towards them. देखो अभी पहला टावर डिस्ट्रॉय हुआ एक्चुअली पहला नहीं मिडिल सेंटर का पहला टावर हो गया राइट साइड में ऑलरेडी देखो सेकंड टावर तक पहुंच गए
And it looks like, I mean, ML, the way that they've been able to kind of just weather that storm, taking the pickoffs and turning it into objectives. I mean, the mid T2 has already been taken down.
कितना कमीना है साला
different is now building up.
The Raging C, F1, charging away. Freaks looking for this play, but it looks like ML have grouped up. They don't want to continue on. They're going to turn their attention to the mid lane.
They're trying to secure their play in the mid game because already the GOAT lead has been built. The only problem is that how they're going to stop BenQ to do so as he can buy time for his
अनन्या जी 40 रुपए दिए थे एक डाइट कोक का बट अभी वो 50 हो गया तो कहीं ना कहीं करेंसी मिसमैच हो रहा है समझ रहे हो तो सीपीयू ना रजिस्टर नहीं कर पा रहा है क्योंकि देयर इज अ मिसमैच इन द प्राइसिंग एंड ऑल तो पहले वो रजिस्टर करेगा he'll take permission from the heart समझ रहे हो फिर उसके बाद प्रोसेस करेगा फिर वो हैंड को एक सिग्नल भेजेगा कि हाँ it has been approved by the heart you can now open your phone and send
understanding that he's been kind of scouted out. They've already
amount 50 rupees
let's go move elsewhere.
And also speak of
whatever UPI समझ रहे हो तो इस सब में प्रोसेस अभी टाइम लगता है मिल जाएंगे आपको आपने अभी आज क्लेम किया मिल जाएंगे Amazon से ऑर्डर करते हो तो क्या एक ही उसी दिन आ जाता है क्या आपके घर पे लगता है ना टाइम
Yeah, and I mean I totally understand what Ball is trying to do. He's trying to split push. This is a losing game. The way that you create space is by split pushing, but again he was spotted out, and the way ML, they're actually pretty fast in terms of these rotations. They were able to punish.
And I feel like maybe after this kind of trades happened, VIT is just gonna play around their high ground tower, just play more defensively, as long as Channel got enough item. But he's still got one more to go.
Yeah, he's got one more to go, but at the same time, I mean, when you're on that T3, that's a losing proposition. You need to again protect your buffs. You need to be able to.
तू दे दे 10 रुपया भाई नहीं है नहीं
But I mean with 4,000 gold deficit, especially
इस गरीब का दुआ लगेगा अबे माँ का किरकिरी शर्म कर रहे दल्ले शर्म कर अभी S25 लिया है ठीक है दल्ले हाँ उसका पार्टी भी नहीं मिला अभी तक मैं बोला था मेरे को वॉफल चाहिए अभी तक वो वॉफल आया नहीं दूंगा ना करके अभी हो गया 1 हफ्ता हो गया फोन आए हुए शर्म कर ले गरीब बोलता है अपने आप को एक तो कोहनी पे घुटना फ्री आएगा तुम्हारे मुंह में समझ रहा है
over the leg sort of catch.
I mean that is fantastic.
लग रहा पहला मैच तो MIBR ही ले रही है फिर.
And just check the layers. Everyone just play around Vento, protecting him away from BenQ's pay. Those kind of attacks and allowing them to push back.
Like I understand what BenQ was trying to do, but he's being over aggressive. There was no one there that could help him out because again he was pouncing beyond the layer, and again once your target priority, like he's a glass cannon, he will fall like you just saw.
But that was pretty much like VIT trying to vie for the tower because they know that, as you said, right, it's going to be really passive. It's just hiding behind their high ground tower. So they're just going to want to have a try. And Pei just did his best, but still, like, the burst out damage isn't out there.
All right, normally I don't knock people for trying hard and all that, but in a game like this, I think that you need to play within the risks that are available to you. You got to play a little bit safer. It's not about try harding. It's about making sure that everybody's on the same page together.
And if they want to do so, they really need to make sure that they keep eyes on Freaks. This Guan Yu is just being so scary all the time.
100% agree, right? I think that every single time he's there, Team Vitality are like, okay, we cannot hurt ourselves together.
अबे पैसा तो आने दे, खिला देंगे। तो बस सेम आंसर आपको, ये पैसा तो आने दे, दिला देंगे को।
I feel like ML, the most thing that they need to contest right now is about how they're gonna take those high ground towers down, because our is not these kind of farm lanes allowing them to push it fast.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of time. Now they've got actually backed up. The timing was perfect. The Primal Bond had just disappeared. They picked up the Overlord here. Again, more push. This game has been incredible by ML as they've controlled the pace of it.
And what's more incredible is that we know that ML is very good about playing those team fight, but they used to make some mistakes, you know. They used to be a little bit over committed, but this time, check game one. This is playing in such a smooth way.
Yeah, very smooth, right? And I think that
भाई domination है, ये तो अभी domination हो रहा है।
This is not a normal game. I would say
पहले VIT टक्कर दे रही थी, पता नहीं फिर क्या strategy changes कर रहे हैं। MIBR is totally on a upper hand, upper side.
It's gonna be another high ground tower taking down at the bottom, and still Vanguards are spawning on the top side of map. So ML is going to turn their head to the top.
अबे यार दे दे, क्या दे दूँ?
Yeah, can't even get close.
मेरे पास अभी नहीं है भाई।
Then you see Mono Fries are covering him.
जब होंगे तब दे दूँगा भाई। तब मैं बोल रहा था ले लिया नहीं तू तब।
Has just been way too much for vitality.
And also, like, this Guan is just waiting for his right moment to jump in, to dash in, and cause
the Raging Sea on the backside. It looks
like
Freaks tried to go in for this one, is not able to do it. The leader stance is going to be used, but they use the box and they push him back, and it looks like one will eventually fall. They found it, but they trade away for ball.
चलो ट्रेड तो हो गया, and ये वाला पुश अभी के लिए रोक दिया है।
I like the way how Bao is piloting this shuttle, right? He know that it's gonna be his last ditch effort, so just directly aiming at this one, and also even this more to just break his out, try to lock the shuttle down, but check shuttle's mechanics, right? It was almost like a 1 versus 5.
Yeah, 1 versus 5.
अब मांग रहे
that, hey, if I take down one, most of the siege will go
अब मांग रहे हैं ना, तो अभी मेरे पास कहाँ से आएगा पैसा?
समीर भाई trade one for ball. I mean, we took the top T3, which is really what we wanted.
I mean, like, because of the gap, because of the advantage that ML already got, so it's
सैलरी क्या 30 के 30 दिन मिलता है क्या मुझे?
Take that sacrifice. But the thing is that you can select vitality,
YouTube से
right? They're trying
पैसा तो आने दे।
forward, and as long as Charlotte with this Pure Sky and also Channel got enough item, there might be a slightly opportunity goes over to VIP.
ओए भाई।
At this point, they need any sort of opportunity.
एक मिनियन को 4 लोग मिलके मार रहे हैं।
Hoping that Ball or ZonQ, one of those guys, would be able to carry Lanfeng as well, but it seems right now like
बेचारा मिनियन।
we haven't found the
बोला मुझे
perfect
क्यों
to
तोड़ा?
really take the fight back, because again we don't have any towers.
But this time, actually, they just guard that Channel got his red buff, so that might be a potential play that we're looking for from Lanfeng.
Yeah, and we got to talk about baby steps, right? For vitality to come back in, find some sort of pickoff, maybe turn it into a mid-team, open this game up right now, because again, the lack of towers has really put them behind, as they're about 5k deep behind.
And as you can see, Freaks is playing the game in another way. All right, everyone is just being so into that team fight. I'm just gonna split a push, right? I'm a
इतना तो गरीब नहीं है, 50 रुपए नहीं है, नहीं भाई।
He's able to just ride away wherever he wants. I mean,
अभी मैं ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं कर सकता, मेरा बैंक में कुछ चल रहा है।
He's got his own wolf, if you will, with Lanfeng on that channel here. But look at ML, looking for the play. The Raging Sea, it's going to be onto two. The Infinite Vast is going to be used instantaneously. F1 will try to find at least Mono Frizer, who dashes away, but ZonQ's on the backside. He's going to be picked off just way too deep, but Freaks is going to be traded away. Ball doesn't want to give this up. He goes for the power gradation. ABH out healing this one. Ball is not letting Vento go. He knows
ये अचानक से VIT को क्या हो गया भाई? फाइट बैक कर रही है VIT को। भले 2 मर गए उनके, but they're fighting back, bro. Without any tower, fight कर रहे हैं।
But as we can see, like, VIT try their best to get one done. Check GenQ's pushing in, right? He's directly aiming at one, but one with the Splendor, and also all team members is protecting him, allowing ML to go in.
Yeah, but now it looks like F1, the Raging
F1
Sea, but he's
गया।
going to be picked off just a little too far up the blade, just slicing Lanfeng. They're going to all-out retreat now. ML on the chase.
they got numbers and advantage. It all depends on ML because the vanguards are still there, so they're trying to make a secure play.
Yeah, make a secure play. A little risky one when you don't have Ball and ZonQ. Those are the guys that, again, you want that are making that initiation, that jump in. But they were like, okay, we need to force something. And it looks like Team Vitality, when you're playing a losing game, you kind of risk it. You play a little bit out of character at moments.
And I mean, like, when we're jumping into the late game, still, Vitality, they're capable enough to make some team fight happens. But still, how they're gonna take one down? One with this 217 KDA allowing his passive to
बहाने थे कुछ बोलने का वाह बोलना भी बोलो पैसा भी मांगो
Like the one time he died was Ball had to go literally all in to just find him. So once positioning
थोड़ा भी दिक्कत होगा ये पुश रोकना पड़ेगा कम ऑन अगर यहाँ पे वाइटलिटी मार दी ना तो मान लो देयर इज अ टोटल चांस ऑफ कमबैक कम ऑन मारो ओए भाई क्या बचा है फ्रीक्स भाई फ्रीक्स तो लुंगी उठा के भागा है
dealing with the vanguards, and it looked like that was a Marvel fight. If I saw anyone, all of them fighting, nobody dying.
I mean, they're baiting, they're doing trades, but still no kills happening.
फ्रीक्स भाई ने जो लुंगी उठा के भागे फ्रीक्स भाई
vanguard spawning on the top side. So I would say VIT is actually holding it really well.
Yeah, holding it well. I mean, they have to, right? They don't hold, they lose. So I think that, you know, it was an all or nothing in terms of this base defense. But again, they haven't gotten too much. They haven't been able to chip their way back into this game.
And I would say, as for ML, then man will be brought back to the table, which will be Freak, right?
Yes.
Guan Yu is already being his positioning.
I mean, he finds that perfect angle. They will have a problem, right?
waffle खाने का मन कर रहा है waffle order कर लूँ क्या
So we will be scouted out there, but Team Vitality on the other side, it's just all hands on deck in terms of this defense.
The only threat that they might be afraid of is going to be Guan Yu in the late game because all three high ground tower has been taken down, which means that channel can be very vulnerable during the team fight.
Very vulnerable, right? So his positioning, he needs to be further back, maybe in the fountain for the team fight, so that it makes sure that he doesn't get pulled into the fight. So I think that the rest of Vitality, understanding that, hey, Ball's on cue, if they're able to find any sort of pick off early, that will really set them off for this team fight.
So that's the reason why you can see like Ball is always checking Guan's positioning.
अबे उनको वो लोग भाग जा रहे हैं मारो या पकड़ के धोती ऐसे पकड़ना दुब दाब बूम बाम मारो
On top of his dragon, the box is actually going to push Ball away. He's been the heroic strike is going to push him
मारो मारे नहीं भाई बाल बचा है ब्रो बाल बचा है ब्रो बाल भाई बाल बचे हैं
to see this kind of team fight, right? A lot of skirmishes happened, a lot of back and forth, but at least no one died.
Yeah, no one died, but still a chance. Team Vitality, this Tempest Dragon, game number 1. I mean, we knew it was going to be close, I didn't know it was going to be a Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, right? I feel like we didn't know it's going to be a Tempest Dragon fight at the last team fight.
Yeah, I only expected
किसी के पास पैसा नहीं है
किसी के पास पैसा नहीं है मतलब as Team Vitality again hanging on somehow without any sort of tower, they are still in this game.
They're still in this game, but the problem is that they got all three winning lanes in favor of ML. So how they're gonna deal with all those lanes on the side of VIT, right? Actually, ML, they are going to play it in a smart way, just trying to let those winning lanes to distract VIT's position.
That would be best case scenario if they're able to do it. At the same time, ML have to be worried. They were like, why is this team not giving up? Why are we not in game 2? Yeah, really, they're sticking around.
White
This is
chocolate
where it gets a little bit frustrating if you're an MIBR LOS fan.
And I think we should get our trust in Freaks, right? His squad is still riding on his way, and it seems like he's gonna bump into Channel.
Yeah, he's gonna bump into him, but F1 is the main target here. Look, Freaks getting a little bit low. That would have been a disaster, and Lanfei gets the snipe in, but they need to worry about the crystal. Ball is all the way in the back, but now with the Tempest Dragon, it's already so low. The Raging Sea, the Sage of Sanctuary's already been popped as well, and now ABH getting the Tempest Dragon, salvaging this. Vento is so low, he's in the world spot.
कौन लिया VIT का लिया क्या?
And how much more can he do as he too will fall? ZonQ is still alive as well. It looks like ABH is on the run, but that's only Sage of Sanctuary for him. And now Lanfei trying to go for ABH. He tries to dash away. He's gonna outheal.
भाई तुम्हारा ये तो क्या भाई क्या ये बोल मत कि ये लोग कमबैक कर रहे ब्रो what the hell
Imagine that could happen. Channel, Lanfei beautiful.
Bro,
He was the
भाई
first one bombing into that Guan Yu, and he
वॉफल खाना है पर मेरा
to
अच्छा
take
वॉफल
that
अच्छा
Guan Yu
नहीं
down.
वॉफल नहीं
It's
खा रहा
not a
वॉफल नहीं खा रहा हूँ मैं
team fight around this tyrant.
बहुत
And
कमी
as
ना
he
है अरे
gets
नहीं नहीं
away,
वॉफल
Benzo
नहीं
just
खा रहा हूँ
ulti
भाई
in.
वॉफल नहीं
It's
खा
gonna be a little
मैं तो
dangerous
ऐसे
for
ऐसे ही
him,
बोल
right?
रहा
A little bit overcommitted, but just check level.
भाई
Dash in and
मैच
chase
कितना
that
सीरियस
Benzo
हो रहा है तू
down.
देख रहा है
I think he
समीर
did attempt the dragon, but I'm gonna take
कमबैक
him
कहाँ से
down.
सोच भाई 11-2 से अभी तो कमबैक हो रहा है
Infinite
भाई नजर
fastest
ना
score
लगे
was
मेरी बहन
probably the nice, not the right target, and you just saw in the crowd right now, Danny and the team right now
संभल के खेल रहे तो
still
देख रहा कैसे
representing the
एकदम
Chuck PR
गाफी
team
मार
and
रहे
helping with that support, but the game has
टावर टूट
completely
रहा है टावर टूट
shifted
गया
to
ये
Vitality bottom T2.
I mean, the
ले
tension is
भाई
definitely out
नीचे का
there.
भी टावर तोड़ दिया
Yeah, definitely has that
बस
opportunity.
अभी यहाँ पे
Freaks, though,
कंपोजर नहीं खोना
cannot
है
be killed earlier. That
F1
was
भाई
a bit of a
आराम से F1
disaster
भाई
for them because you need his CC.
You need his CC indeed, so actually they really need to landing all those CC upon their opponents before the team fight happens.
Yeah, before they do, but again, look at how Team Vitality, net worth, this is a wash. We're in even territory. The only problem, of course, these Tempest Vanguard and the fact that Team Vitality have no towers.
Yeah, they're still using their resilience, how resilient they are, right? Guarding all those towers, but right now, still, they need to fight back.
भाई ये वाला
And
बस
for
करना है
NL, they need to calm
ये
down.
वाला बस
Play the game with composure.
ये push
because
रोकना है भाई,
still
ये
they
push
got
रोकना है।
towers advantage.
They definitely need to calm down. They need
Come
to
on,
be
come on.
patient. But this
Yes,
is a
yes.
golden
Patience के साथ
opportunity.
खेलना पड़ेगा।
Now the Tempest
बाल
Vanguard.
भाई आराम से बाल बचो आराम से।
Zaku somehow surviving. He's going to be back in the fountain. The Raging Sea on top of this.
Come on,
Ball is doing
come
his
on.
combination.
अरे वो टावर डैमेज कर रहे हैं। अरे टावर डैमेज कर रहे हैं। अरे बैगन के बाला। अरे ओपन स्टॉक्स ओ माय गॉड टावर एचपी देखो व्हाट द व्हाट द एक्चुअल फक
How were they not able to take the
ब्रो ये कैसे पॉसिबल है
It goes down. They were not able to fight it. The Vanguard all the way.
भाई तुम एचपी देखो एंड
I can knock it down. But
Is-
it's just a roam at the end of the day.
They are making the
Bro.
impossible to possible. But well, they grab the chance and turn the table around.
I mean, it's going in. This mid T3 being taken down. They're slowly
ये
responding. It looks like
सेंट्रल
Team
टावर तो
Vitality
गया
understanding that hey, we need to back
ओ
off. We need
भाई
And right now, both teams are actually on the edge. Not only for game one, but also for the whole matchup. They're in the lower
Bro,
bracket.
nah,
They are
bro.
waiting for the last ditch effort.
कुछ अलग ही खेल रहे भाई ये रेजिलियंस ब्रो विदाउट एनी टावर्स ये अगर पहले कर देते ना वन साइडेड जीतते थे क्या खेल रही है वीआईटी ब्रो भाई डोंट टेल मी फिर से कम ऑन एबीएच को मारो बे एबीएच को मारो फ्रिक्स को भी पकड़ो लूंगी पकड़ो नाइस लेट्स गो भाई एमआईबीआर क्या चलो जीत गए वाइटलिटी कमबैक का भी कमबैक है ब्रो कमबैक का भी कमबैक है ब्रो अगर यहाँ पे अगर टावर तोड़ देते ना ये लोग ब्रो नो ब्रो क्या विन था ये विटालिटी का व्हाट अ कमबैक
cheering up for VIT. Such an amazing performance in game one.
It took them a time to get a little bit of a warm up, right? And I think that they're going to be so happy with how they performed. But man, it took some mistakes and it took some resolve and resilience to somehow hold on and to survive game number one.
Wow, that's such a game. I mean, the tower has been taken down so close, but they're still holding it, right? And we can see throughout the game, actually ML went up against VIG for such a long time, for over 10 minutes.
Can I say this as the best game till date in EWC, best HOK game?
I mean,
can I claim
the way
this?
that they were able to come back, and if you're not a fan of Honor of King Esports,
What the fuck?
watch this game. This will turn your tide.
I mean, even you don't
क्या
really know
pro
about
की है
those
भाई
techniques
MIBR?
or whatever,
थ्रो नहीं एक्चुअली भाई वाइटैलिटी कुडोस टू देम क्या परफॉर्म किए भाई सारे टावर्स टूटने के बाद वाइटैलिटी ऐसे परफॉर्म करती है तो वाइटैलिटी बिना टावर्स का खेलो भाई
we're gonna take the victory.
Yeah, and he's gonna be a man of more words after that game one. I think that he's gonna be very happy with not only his performance as well as the team of just saying, "Hey, we're not out of this. Let's not give up. We will find ways." But if you're
देखो bitch, देखो bitch.
This is definitely a miracle, but it's holding by their coordination out there. Everyone just, we're just representing all the members that is watching the live show, actually.
All right, okay. I didn't know that camera was going to be running on that one, so a little embarrassed on that. But again, what an amazing game. And I mean, we can be nothing but happy and want to see more in this series here.
Oh, but well, what an amazing time. Holler, thank you so much. I'll pick it up. You need some rest after all that dancing during that set. I was dancing too. The crowd is dancing. You see the action. It was one of the best possible scenarios as a fan of HyperX Esports. If you're watching KWC, you want to see the elation and you want to see the other side. Look at this man right here.
Oh my gosh.
He can barely believe it.
I'm telling you, this is why people fly all the way here to Paris, France for this kind of entertainment. It was so good. It was filmed in IMAX, 8K. If there's 10K, 16K on that, it was just cinema. It was lovely. It was the best game that I have watched in this whole tournament. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because it's not
the best match in the EWC till date. Bro, crazy भाई मैं अगर आज Watchparty नहीं करता ना मैं regret करता भाई ये मैच नहीं देखने का क्या खेले है भाई 11 is all they get वाला सीन कर दिया भाई Vitality Romanian के साथ
enjoying different game styles clashing against each other.
I know you got some stuff to break down, Sagi, but before we get to that, general reactions. I mean, that was maybe the closest game it could be to not end when they first made that push on IMBR.los.
I think they had just a fantastic gold lead. The way that they structure around their team composition since the draft that we would talk on later on, they did it perfectly. And in the late game, Lamfeng was that guy to bring Vitality in towards the late game.
थोड़ा momentum में shift हुआ होगा बेबी मैं भी यार थोड़ा low feel कर रही होगी
I said I kept pointing that channel is a problem. That channel is a problem. That channel is a problem. And did you see he picked up in the last 5 minutes? Ended up with what? 8 kills in those last 3 minutes? Insane.
It was such a great lead, Isaac. It was almost worse to lose that way, right?
Yeah.
Because you get so close, but yet you're still so far.
And I'm telling you, man, that's going to be really difficult for them to calm down.
Yeah.
Because the roller coaster of no way!
The choice of the all-in, that was a choice. Obviously, patience, maybe not a part
Samir hai kya chat mein?
You said the identity, the flair. Maybe wanted to just finish that off. They saw the opportunity, they took it. If it goes well, great play. If it doesn't, well, now we're here. And Sagi, break down what you saw. I know you got a couple of segments, including the draft that you felt contributed to this game.
All right, let's hop in right towards this replay right now. I gotta tell you, this specific play coming in for this entire MIBR-LOS front victory is because of these two picks here. Take a look at this Guan Yu. Take a look at this Gan and Mo. Without these two picks, it wouldn't be so difficult for the side of Team Vitality because they just didn't have any sort of crowd control to start these two picks. And then this converts into the early game race. Take a look at this one. All right, let me whip that clip up real quick here. Remember this one. My, oh my. How did Freaks get into that backline? They immediately just whoop the entirety of them into the welcoming hands of MIBR-LOS. And ever since that, snowball after snowball, towers after towers there. And then you can start to see MIBR, they're feeling confident. They're playing with their composition here. Multi-stun into the freshly forward. Perfect. Now what happened? All 3 towers down for the side of Team Vitality. But the stronghold coming in is just too darn good. This is because take a look at Lamfeng's positioning here. He's always playing safe, always collecting all the damage here. And if he falls even one time, he's out of this game. Gone. And then you look at this. Look at this.
That's
this
what
was
she
a really,
said.
really crucial one.
But छोड़ के चली गई
This
ना.
right play here on towards Lanfeng, picking up freaks. He's like, yeah, I know you want to
तू
get
ही
me,
मेरा
but
प्यार है.
I have that mentality. I'm getting you first. Ever since this,
ये किसी और के मुंह से सुनना था,
you
but
get the
खैर कोई
Tempest
ना.
Dragon.
आप भी बोल
But
रहे हो तो
what's
अच्छा
next?
लग रहा
It's
है.
a 4v4 Lanfeng ultimate carry here. He's right here, right now. All the damage just doesn't land on towards him. Taking down Vento, taking down members of the side of Team Vitality. And then ZonQ with a very good defense over to this side so that the minions doesn't end the game. And the heartbreak that Isaac suffered in the stage comes to this final play.
I was jumping, man.
You were jumping. Take a look at this. This specific play from the side of ABH, she wants to go for the end, but that little health bar just couldn't make it. And with this final play coming in towards the screen, you can see items are starting to come in, waves are equal, 50-50, there's no more deficit coming in from the side of Team Vitality. They find the perfect fight. Yes, it's about Lanfeng, but Bao has been the one to drag the team in towards those crucial moments here. All the high ground defense is bow. Then Lanfeng comes in, finds the swooping point, and they clean house and they march for the victory.
Fully stacked channel right over there was just so much damage. At this moment in the game, 24 minutes, there is no hero
वो नहीं
in the
गई,
meta
तू
right
गया
now
था.
that can stand the channel damage.
I'm curious, Sagi, did they make, and this is someone who's
क्यों याद
new to
दिलाना?
HOK
क्यों
and
याद
wanting to
दिलाना
learn
आपको?
about this, backcapping is a
क्यों
thing
याद
that I'm
दिलाना है?
aware
मार
of.
खाऊं?
That looked like the perfect opportunity to potentially backcap. Is that available? Was that an option?
I think as of that point when they got that 3 high grounds, it was already looking like GG, MIBR lost, you're going for that game 1. But the crucial mistake that they did was like, guys, let's force the end. But every time they forced the end, it was just giving gold back to the side of Lanfeng's channel, giving gold back to the side of Bao. And when the game scaled into that level, you sort of have no more space on the side of Freaks go on you to find those flanks.
I'm gonna take it to the other side. I do believe that Team Vitality played amazing and just taught us exactly how to play the game when you're actually losing. When you're losing, it's not about just the rush, man. Because they're losing since the minute, what, 4 of the game? 4 or 5 minutes in the game, they're already behind. And they push it all the way to 24. 20 minutes just being at the back. Just being patient, being disciplined, being able just to understand that it comes to a moment where your power spike is gonna come, and then
नहीं ना लोग सोचेंगे कि कैसा लड़की है इसे छोड़ के
and you see
चलेगी.
what happened in the beginning of that game. Do you feel good, even though yes, you're calming down emotionally? Do you feel good about how you approached it? Because they were out to the lead. They looked the favors the entire time.
I think if you're on the coaching staff from the side of MIBR Lows, you have to tell that it was fantastic gameplay aura. Just a little mistake towards the end. Because if you carry that loss into the momentum of the
इसलिए बता रहे हैं लड़की अच्छी है या
you're gonna
लड़का
be
ही
feeling
चुन
really
लिया.
bad because you know you had it in your hand, but small mistake, let it loose and send it over to Vitality. So, coaching staff from MIBR
करो
Lows,
लाला.
crucial. You need to calm down the
मत
players because you need
करो.
to tell them you did well. Don't think about that last game.
Yeah. Sometimes that just happens. We know it in football. The way the ball bounces that day, right?
And I'm telling you, Rain, they just the moment when the coaches don't need to overcoach.
I think so.
Right now, this is the moment where you need to let the players play, man. Like you as a coach, what you need to do is to support them a little bit. Just tell them that it's gonna be fine, and let the players just take control.
It's one auto attack away, maybe one moment away, one different position, one creep that changes that game. And we might have been seeing South America taking the lead, having a chance to close it out. Can they tie it here, or will it be Vitality who sends it to a 2-0 and advances to play Blacklist International? It's going to be Holler and Nora on the cast for Game 2.
Hello.
I know you're ready to go.
Game 2 starts.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. As we go into Game 2's draft here, I think that, hey, after that break, after that epic Game 1, Nora, what is the thought process? How do you get yourself back into this?
Well, first thing first, that game should be put into the history
बहुत
of
दिन से
KWC.
कॉफी नहीं पिए हैं.
I would say, but
तो पी
stepping
लो.
to Game 1, I would say, after the loss that ML just suffered in
किसने
Game 1.
रोका है?
I always wanted to speak English like a pro, but I was so insecure.
Excuse me. Do you know?
Is trying to keep composed, right?
Yeah.
You need to get away, just throw it out, just whatever done is done. Just keep focusing on Game 2.
Yeah, and I think that that's the biggest thing, right? Where you're just about focused. MIBR Los Grandes right now looking, I mean, at least from my end, MIBR Los scared, right? I would definitely be worried going into this one. Are we able to bounce back after a game that we thought we had and we were able to control?
And if they're trying to do so, then I would say this time they would go for more well-rounded composition, right? No more pressure on attacking, because you can see like how restricted they were trying to protect one at the last team fight, right? Because like Ganamo is quite vulnerable. But this time on the other side, you can see like ML, they're picking out this Byron with the idea. Full sufficient HP recovery and also tankiness is what we can see so far in the draft.
रोका किसी ने नहीं है, कॉफी नहीं है घर में, लाने का मन नहीं कर रहा। हालत का चोदू है ना तुम, ब्लिंकिट कर लेते।
Right, I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna show you how this one is played.
And not even mentioned to like last game, the shell play was really decent.
Yes.
And also mention about the initiation that it got, right? This Haya with the Shanfei classic duel that we have.
Yeah, very scary, right? When they're able to abduct you, they're like, hey, I've got some candy, get in the white van. I mean, I think that we're talking about the mid lane to really set things up, but they have a lot of control, a lot of that stuns and that abduction, if you will, but they need the damage for the second phase of this draft.
And I mean, like, speak of the damage, Garuda, which is on the side of ML, is totally enough to do those poking damage, right? And also, it seems like ML tried to play those pushing strategy for game 2.
Yes, and going into it's funny that they're picking up the Garuda. This is the national hero of Indonesia, and to use it against them, I don't know if it's for evil here, but as we get it again into this second phase, the Flowball Marksman going to be banned out as well as the Loom.
Loon has been taken away, and so does Flowball Marksman. Also with this early, Vento actually did a really great job in the last game playing with this early.
10 रुपए के लिए 50 नहीं देना मेरे को, भाई पर फोन तो sexy है.
Like winningly at the bottom.
Yes, and I think that again,
मजा आ रहा है चलाने में.
This is smart. I do think that you want to limit Vento
संभाल के
as
रखियो
much
भाई.
as possible.
अगले
I
4
think
साल
that he's
तुम्हारा ये
more
फोन
than
ही
capable
तुम्हारा
to
साथी
carry.
बनेगा.
He's incredibly scary on this team. I mean,
मुट्ठी मारने का
right now, his
reason.
hero is still yet to be selected as well, but you're kind of
खुश होने
you
का
have the
reason.
second or the last two picks
दुख होने का
going into
reason.
this one,
सब
so you
कुछ
have
यही
a little bit
बनेगा.
of an edge to get that information first.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I mean, like the hero boys kinda shared. I
Take
mean,
care
like,
as
against between
it's
Lanfeng
your
and
own
also
brother
Vento,
or
because
sister.
Chicha is still an open choice for both front lanes.
जैसा इनके बाद
as we
डायरेक्ट
go into the
S25
last
क्या
two
बात.
picks, I mean, the Ying is going to be selected. This is an advantage.
मैं भी
Is
iPhone
that
13
you
के
can
बाद
play
डायरेक्ट
literally
iPhone
every
18
single
लेने
jungle
वाला
hero
हूँ
that's
तो.
available, and being able to counter it, because you've shown
5
this is
साल
a huge advantage for
नहीं
Vitality.
5 साल हम
This is
नहीं
definitely
किया
going to be a
चेंज.
huge advantage that they had.
देखते हैं अगर
And
पैसा
also,
हो जाता तो
like,
iPhone
for
18 Pro का
ML, they
सोचा
just
है.
take this
But
in very well rounded.
either
You know,
वो
a
नहीं तो
lot of
कैमरा, इन
tolerance
दोनों में से
that-
एक लूंगा.
That is what
Most
I can
probably
see
देखता हूँ
on the
कैमरा
side of
का
ML's composition. Poking damage out there, tankiness out there, and as we're speaking of that Chicha open choice, actually Lanfeng just secure it as his play. It's going to be very, very aggressive on the side of VIT in game 2.
Yeah, very aggressive, right? And I think that also it's maybe to the detriment. I mean, this Jing, assuming he's able to get going, you're going to
भाई
always
पहला
rely
अपना
on
फोन है,
Odyssey
obviously
to
अच्छे
get
से
his own
रखेंगे.
farm, but then you've got the Chicha to really accelerate
नहीं,
the snowball.
अबे ये खेल
But
रहा
come
है ये
late game,
गरुड़ा.
they might have some potential issues with this lineup.
Oh my
Yes,
god, ये
because
मैं
the
ये
shortage
एजेंट
in
खेलता
the
हूँ
late
बहुत.
game will
गरुड़ा.
be how they're gonna take down all those high ground tower, because we are selecting
Yeesh,
those
bro.
double warriors, which pushing Vitality to be more aggressive during
हाँ,
the mid game,
so
right?
कहते
You
हैं
need to
हम
initiate all
अच्छे से
the
नहीं,
time to
मतलब
make sure
बहुत
that
लोग
you
फिर
win the upper hand
ऐसा भी कर
during
लेते
the
हैं ना
team fight.
कि
And also speak up those
एक
pushing
साल हो गया
strategy,
तो फिर
I would
एकदम
say ML would be
देखो ये
really
करो वैसा ना
dominating in the
हो.
front. They can actually concentrate in pushing in the mid lane, play around with this Garuda, but on the side of VIT, they should highlight their side lanes.
Yeah, and it looks like they show you for the last pick for them. This is, again, about that late game. You're talking about, you know, having that range advantage. And this is something that they kind of struggled with in the last one, where they weren't able to close out that game. Maybe the show you is going to be just enough here.
So I feel like this is going to be the pivot for ML this time, right? First thing first, they actually did a totally opposite style draft in game 2, right? They tried to slow down with those double poking heroes, which would be Shoya and also Garuda at the same time. In one composition, they're trying to secure the late game. They don't want to rush into it. Not even mention to they're actually feeling like fall behind right now.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, also at the same time, MIBR LOS's lineup is more just survive early. Don't let them take over this game.
Yeah.
And we will just win in the late game if we're able to get there.
But we will just dive right into game 2, since VIT definitely on fire, making those bouncing back, and Bao already showing his aggression, gaining the vision control to the red side.
Yeah, we always love Ball's play. I think that even in game 1 with that Charlotte, the way that he's able to kind of
just have so much of an impact. It started when he found Vento that one time, or excuse me, that initial pickoff, and you're kind of thinking, was that a great trade? But in the end, he was just like, basically saying, hey, I'm not scared here.
क्या हालचाल लॉन्डो?
And on the side of ML, this time they're just trying to play defensively on both side lanes and wait for this Shoryuken to farm out a little bit more. They should just rotate with Garuda's efficiency by cleaning all those mid lanes.
Yeah, I think one will just be kind of moving from lane to lane. If anything, you want to get Vento going. He's a late game hero, the Shoryuken, and to have some sort of impact, he needs, again, that space and time.
Space and time is exactly what they need for game 2, and now they're trying to accelerate the farming pace for Ying, because Jing definitely going to gank on the side lane faster than Ying.
Okay, so let's isolate some of the lane matchups. Which is the most important in the early game?
Well, I would say the top lanes, right? Because top lane is going to be very competitive. And speak of those efficiency difference between both junglers, allowing BenQ to secure that teleportation and also the mini monster surrounding that.
Okay. I also think that Freaks, the Byron, has a little bit of a lane matchup edge. But with the numbers that are being shown in the top lane, it seems like, okay, we want to make sure that Freaks has a good game and he's not caught off guard by ball.
So true. Especially when Freak got enough item, at least he needs to go that pure sky, right? And with that is sustainability, allowing ML to hold enough time and just create the setting for Garuda and also Shoryuken to do the poking damage.
Yeah, and just like that, ball was kind of sticking around the mid lane for a potential jump in. He's just going to go back in the top because, again, the waves were there. But ML on the other side, they had a great early start. It looks like they got a little bit of an edge here. I mean, is this something that they were looking to do here?
I mean, like, that actually is very impressive for me to see ML play such good micro in the early game, because again, we know that this team is good at fighting, but they used to be a little bit reckless in the early game. But these two matchups, including the first one, they're actually microing really well in the early game.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of like a calculated approach, as they actually have a decent amount, the Umbrella Outburst, pushing them away as he goes Titan mode.
Nice HP trade in favor of ML because of the long taking reach that a Garuda has, just allowing them to force out F1's ulti, which is really crucial on the side of VIT.
Yeah, it's a big ult being used early. I mean, he's going to have it back when that 4-minute tyrant does spawn, so not the end of the world, assuming he's able to build up that madness. But if we're looking at the rest of Vitality here, I mean, BenQ, quiet, but happily farming. He's just kind of by himself, if you will. He's kind of being shepherded around by Genmyth for that gold sharing. But again, is BenQ, like, how do you stop this guy?
I mean, like, it's going to be a little difficult to stop Jing dashing into the backliner. So I think maybe this time one will go for a early Splendor in game 2.
Yeah, I think that will definitely help. And also, there's so many different targets from ML. Like, they're very squishy. ABH to a degree, one, Vento, Mono Frizer, definitely. So this BenQ, if he's able to get that farm, find the back line, MIBR LOS might have a tough time.
So that's the thing that they need to deal with, right? They need to make sure that Byron is actually in front of all those backliners. They're trying to create a more secured place for Garuda and also Shoryuken.
Yeah, and I think that Freaks, yeah, a lot of pressure on him to be the security guy, the bodyguard, if you will, making sure that nobody gets touched, because again, everybody else is like, you look at them and you might just take them down just by looking at them.
Yeah, and also, as we are looking at BenQ's farming pace, he already got almost like one level ahead of ABH, right? Because he got like more experience and also go lead.
Yeah, actually, that could have been scary here. Genmyth, level 6, might have gone for the abduction, but it was under the tower, a little too risky. But the rest of ML are like, actually, we're happy with this because we only had 2 members.
And as we are double-checking the Go Different, actually, ABH is doing good. It's quite equalized, quite even. But BenQ, with this kind of invasion, just being so daft.
Oh, BenQ, right under your nose is taking the smite, taking that one away. Yeah, I mean, anytime it's up, it's a 50-50 going up against ABH like that, and I think, you know, BenQ is like, swipe.
I mean, that's the mobility that Jing has, and also that's going to be the mechanics BenQ is going to showcase of.
Yeah, and Genmyth making the rotation, pushing him back. Nobody wants any of this action. Wildwind is not going to connect onto anybody, but this Spike Tail, it looks like it's going to be taken away by ML.
Just some slight vying for those neutral objectives, but the point that it hasn't been any kill happen yet, but we are reaching to 6 minutes. You can see like both teams are actually slowing down compared to like game 1's pace.
Yeah, because nobody wants to make that first mistake. You know what I mean? It's like, you're gonna blink first. No, you're gonna blink first. And they're kind of a bit of a staring contest, if you will. But ML right now, it's about protecting your own jungle.
I mean, like they are trying to make this still happen.
Tries to go in with that mirror domain. The Umbrella Outburst on the pushback. They're going to have the Moonscape Mirage locking him down, but it's under the tower. Freaks is off to the side. He wants to go for Lanfang. He knows that that's the right target, but one is going to be giving up first blood. They find Freaks as well. Lanfang looking to dive the tower. They are not playing scared as they go very aggressive early.
It's going to be a 0-2 trade. Start with VIT in favor of VIT. You can see like they are just being so proactive and so accurate to landing all those skills on those targets that which they want.
Yeah, and this goes back to game 1. Because it's so frustrating and it's so demoralizing to be winning and to lose in that fashion. It was such a long game. It really hits the confidence, and you're kind of seeing it right now. Team Vitality have built up that confidence, and they have a massive lead early.
I feel like Vitality is just keeping their momentum, right? Which they gained from that huge bouncing back in game 1. And right now,
yes,
like,
chat.
is definitely his signature hero,
Sorry,
right?
he
played around this hero several times and just gained a lot
important
of
messages
to
जिसको reply
Vitality in
करना
the previous
जरूरी था
tournament.
Yeah, it's actually pretty scary. If you're any other team playing Team Vitality, when ZonQ gets his heroes like the Jing, as you rightly mentioned, he's incredibly strong and very scary on this hero.
And you can see how proactive he is, right? Just hiding his vision. He knows that Identity is definitely enough. He's dashing in.
On the back, finding 3. Vento, he's going to get sliced and diced, and with balls damage, they have just enough. They're going to dive the tower because they know they have a massive lead. The Umbrella Outburst, he's going to try to stand away. F1 gets a little low himself, but Jet with that Moonscape Mirage, the mid T1 being taken down, and they're going to cover the retreat on this one as Lanfang is off to the side, finding Freaks. He's going to be controlled, but Ball is doing some serious work, and it looks like Monofrizer, APH, all down at this point.
0-3 trade it is, and gaining them a 4,000 goal lead advantage. It's going to be BenQ dashing in again, almost make it as a solo kill. Everyone just put BenQ under the spotlight, please.
Vitality one-sided मार दे रही है फिर से MIBR ऐसे comeback कर ली सोचो
all of these things, and at this point I think he's going to get
लेकिन Vitality जैसे comeback की वैसा comeback होना मुश्किल है
You know, game 1 just kind of give
बहुत
BenQ
मुश्किल
that
है
feeling
तुम
like,
समझ रहे हो
alright,
how much resilience you need
and it's going to be his time
to
to
have
shine out. Such a neat kill that he did, right? Upon Vento, upon this show, yeah.
to
Just
perform
instantly
such
made
kind of
VIT got numbers advantage, and after tier 1 tower in the mid lane had been taken down, they're just guarding around this highest ulti and waiting for the right person. Dashing out is going to be E, and just wait this group hound, gaining them the advantage in the mid game.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage already, right? This is one where, again, if you're looking at ML side, they need to just calm down, get to the late game. They are so far behind, but by about 6K, they need to, again, just play within their means, take whatever sort of farm they can find. Maybe you get some sort of pickup to get yourself back in.
I mean, with this kind of gold lead, it's kind of like too much for ML to choose so far in mid game. Because we mentioned like how late game they are, right? They definitely need to wait for Shoyu's items to build up. But you can see like how squishy they are. Like with double backliners, it's gonna be a pure target on the side of VIT, especially for BenQ.
Yeah, and also at the same time, Vento is your win condition. He's actually 2 levels behind Lanfang. Is now ZonQ doing some serious work, always with a push. The Razor Cavalry not gonna really do too much on this one, but they take the bottom T2 again with all the space. It's so much aggression from Team Vitality here.
I mean, like the map control is definitely out there, and as for VIT, they are totally dominating the pace.
Totally dominating, totally in control, putting the full core press on. ML right now on the defensive, have still yet to find a kill, and we're entering the 10-minute mark.
10-minute mark, it's going to be quite optimistic. Goes over to VIT because it is going to be a little bit hard for you to contest such a like mid-game power pike composition, especially with a almost 1,000 gold deficit on the side of ML.
It's so much, right? It might be too much, right? MIBR, LOS, they need to kind of channel the Team Vitality resilience of game 1 to get themselves back in this game, but the Overlord even going to be taken away by ZonQ.
It's hard for them to gain the vision, you know. Actually, on the side of ML, if we just put into a their perspective, I would say the vision is totally in dark. You don't even know where Guan Yu is hiding, right? Actually, Ball is waiting for the top laner, but they don't know it, right? And you don't know where the Chicha is. You don't know where the Haya is. The only man that you can spot is this Zhang Fei.
Yeah. And actually, if ML are hopefully not like me, I'm afraid of the dark. So for them to just have that darkness, it's going to be incredibly scary. They need to, again, figure out a way to kind of break out, get some of that vision across the map so that they can potentially find a pickoff.
But I mean, the only way that they can extend their vision is to rely on Shoryu's first ability, right?
True.
Those eyes that you can put on the ground, but you can just easily spec on it, just exactly what F1 this Zhang Fei is doing right now. Try to gain more vision control, gain the map control, and just manipulating, waiting for those minions coming in.
Yeah, Freaks and Vento, both of them taking some shots here. But Vento, it's one thing to put those tranquil eyes around, but you just like, it's a defensive position where you have to run off. With this map control, it's very hard to find perfect placements for, again, those CCTVs.
So I feel like it's going to be very hard for ML so far, but still, it's going to remind them if Vitality on the upside can hold that long in game 1, why does ML can't?
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing, right? It's still nobody's game. Obviously, it helps when you have a bit of a lead here as the bottom T3 is going to be under siege. But ML can find ways. If they're able to find a nice little team fight, they're going to go in for this one. Ball with the Soaring Green Dragon, but he's going to be Moonscape Mirage. That might have been a little bit of a miscommunication in terms of the timing, but now Ball is going to have to be backing off. They've already found Mono. Fries are off to the side. ABH is going to do a little bit of work as he too will fall. And now back to the fountain. One goes. The Crystal's already at half. They find Vento as well. And Team Vitality, just like that, take game 2 in the series.
Easy game in game 2 to Vitality.
मैं बोला ना मोमेंटम पूरा डाउन होगा एंड MIBR का और वो खुद डाउन फील कर रहे होंगे एंड मतलब वाइटैलिटी को जब बूस्ट मिला होगा उससे they'll just कहाँ से भाई गॉडली कमबैक था भाई आज वन ऑफ द मतलब HOK की हिस्ट्री में ऐसा कमबैक नहीं किया वाइटैलिटी वैसा कमबैक किया
but check their performance, they're ready for revenge.
Definitely ready for revenge, but I think at the same time, it's all about momentum. They're going to be incredibly happy with this victory. That's a great win for them.
Crazy performance
off of that as they go on. Of course, as you rightly mentioned, Blacklist International waiting for them.
Yeah, are they ready to take this Vitality? I feel like everything just went so optimistic on the side of VIG, right? They're just manipulating the whole game as they does back in IKL. So everything just put all the effort into it because they realize how important it is to get that ticket into the group stage.
Yeah, a huge win for them, and you saw some of the IKL fans in there. We saw Momo-chan and Rookie as well. Both of them cheering on their countrymen, and they were able to pull off the victory, and they did it in a dominant style. It didn't seem like MIBR LOS were able to get themselves back into game 2.
I mean, I do like the improvement that ML did, and as we can see in the against Micro, but it seems like they're kind of influenced by the game 1.
All right, but let's find out exactly what Team Vitality thought as they go into the winner's interview now.
Here we are with BenQ from Team Vitality. Congratulations! You know, the talk of the town right now is what happened in game 1. Game 2, it was obvious that you guys were composed, but game 1, we thought you were gonna lose that one in the end, but you remained patient, you remained composed. Let us know what was happening in the communication with your team, and how were you able to stay so calm, or were you calm during those moments?
No. We 5 people are so nervous, you know. Yeah, the base will just little bit, right? Yeah, we all our heart was bang 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 bang.
Your heart was basically making that sound, and you could feel it.
Bro, my heart went bang 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 bang.
One more, and you get to go to top 8 just like last year. But there's one team standing in your way, and that is Blacklist International. I know you know Josh G. You've talked to him before. What do you want to say to him now?
Fighting.
I want you to challenge Josh G.
Huh?
Challenge him. Say a message to him. Look at the camera and challenge Josh G.
Fighting.
And that's it. That's what he's gonna hear from you. How about you give a message to the IKL fans and the fans of Team Vitality.
भाई क्या मतलब
And thank you for giving us
11-1 इनके सारे टावर टूट गए हैं भाई। उनका जो मेन टावर जिससे टूर्नामेंट जीत जाते हैं वो उसके हाँ क्रिस्टल इतना एचपी वहाँ से इतना एचपी वहाँ से माधुर कम बैक किए कौन था सामने MIBR भाई सब लोग सोचे कि वो जीतेंगे MIBR का कौन सा रीजन की टीम उठाई उन्होंने ये MIBR का इनका तो बिगेट्रॉन वाला है बिगेट्रॉन के साथ कोलैब है इसलिए भाई माँ कसम कास्टर्स तक भी पागल हो गए बोले बेस्ट मैच इन HOK हिस्ट्री इतना सा पता है वहाँ से गाँव पड़ गई भाई मेरी मैं बोला क्या बात है उनका उन लोग टावर आके तोड़े उन लोग का पांचों खत्म सामने वाले भाई यार डेड उनको मार के ऐसा नहीं कि वो भाग गए मारे उनको और इतना टावर
And now we will head over to the desk. Lead the gorge.
Thank you so much, Mara. Great interview up there. SONQ still a man of few words, but doesn't need to say much when you get the win. If you keep winning, you still don't have to say much. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Randy. I'm joined by Isaac and Sagi again to break down that action. Vitality move on. Isaac, I think we've all emotionally recovered from that first game, and now it's clear that Vitality had been awoken. It was like Los Grandes awoke a sleeping giant, and now there was no way to turn around.
It is just really difficult just to be able to turn things around in a moment where you were so excited about just a probable win, the possibility of a 1-0 lead, and just coming back immediately. It's not every single team the one that they can actually do that. And Team Vitality showed us how to defend and showed us how to attack and how to finish games early.
Sagi, what was your takeaway from this matchup?
I mean, the game number one was just a heartbreaking moment.
Yeah.
Not only for lost MIBR lost fans.
Yeah.
But CHOP fans at home. If they won that game one, the entire storyline could be so different. You could see after game one, like what you guys mentioned, they awoken the giant, which is Vitality. And in game two, SONQ was just owning everyone.
And not only that, right? Like, I think that it just comes down to not only MIBR loss, but it comes down to the INF fans and the players over there on the stage. They were just supporting for the whole CHOP BR just to move forward, right? Like, you can see everyone just biting their nails, trying their very best to support them. But the fight just was not there. The composition didn't work out. Team Vitality was just too much.
And you can actually relate that to a lot of, whether it's football and you look at South America, passion, emotion.
Important.
When things are going well, they're going very well. Unstoppable. When things aren't going well, it can feel just as strong the other way.
For us, it's all about momentum.
That's right.
We need to build that momentum and then just to ride that wave, and it's gonna be all good. It's gonna be fine. MIBR lost. They needed to turn things around, and Vitality didn't let them. They did have a strat, man. They wanted to play the poke. They wanted to come in with the Garuda. They wanted to come with the Shoyue. They wanted to play the poke. Not allow Team Vitality to jump in. But BenQ was on point with that Jing.
Yeah, the Jing just sliding in towards that backline here. Yeah, you want to play on the tower, but the Guan Yu, Shoyue, the Zhang Fei, all these providing the engage opportunities. Yeah, you got to stand so far when you're standing so far away. Your turret gets exposed. So for MIBR lows, they were in such a pinch of a situation. You gotta pick one, and both of the choices, bad.
It could have worked out because the beginning of the game works really well for MIBR loss. Shoyue just being able just to stay over there in the farming on his own without having to think about, okay, I need people to come in.
अभी H25 लिया है
Everything's going well, but it's just such a late
आज ही शादी किया है कल ही बोल रहे अरे पड़ोस में क्या मस्त है
लड़की आई है यार. And Team Vitality had a better composition, I believe.
Well, as we get to transition to these upper brackets now, we've done the eliminations. We've sent 2 teams home. Saki, I'll start with you. Maybe Isaac, I'll close with you as well. What have we learned from these 2 matchups here heading into now their upper bracket decider matches?
Momentum from the players and the energy from the fans. I'm telling you, if you're on the side of Team Vitality as a fan or the player, you went through that game number 1. You gotta be feeling good when you're going into the matchup with Blackest International later.
go with the early game. That is exactly what I need to tell everyone. Go with the early game, go with the aggression. It worked really well today. And I do believe that if it is do or die and it's only a best of 3, toss everything that you have right over there. Don't play the late game, just play for the beginning. Try to put everything in the first 10 minutes.
Coming into this, it was clear that it was Los Grandes, MIBR, Los, who were really kind of the passionate but also potential underdogs in this matchup against Vitality. What we would find, however, was that they would turn around and get the lead almost in this game, and that gut punch of being able to say, hey, we almost had it, really was something they didn't have enough time to turn around. In a best of 3, little mistakes like that could mean the world of difference. Hopefully they've taken a lot from their loss, and I know Sky has the opportunity. Oh, actually, I'm hearing she does not. So we're going to find out if that comes up in a way. I think we're going to figure out where we're going for a moment. And
that's, you know what? That's totally fine because we get to talk to you a little bit more about KWC 2026, man.
That's right.
We're super happy to have you right over here, man. I know that today, since we're moving to a new stage, a lot of new fans are coming in, just getting online. We have already 6 teams over there in the playoffs, and we're going to be fighting for 2 more tickets, and we're going to have that. There's going to come down to between Virtus Pro against BRU, and it's going to come down to Vitality against Blacklist International.
Now, that's a rematch. Both of those are rematches, right, Sagi? So what does it mean now coming into that upper bracket again, knowing you've faced those teams? Is it more of an advantage having faced this team, but now waiting on the side watching? Or as a team who's got to make it through the elimination bracket, do you have a little bit more momentum, but also a little bit more learning that you've been able to put into practice to face the problems that you suffered when you first had that matchup?
That's a actually very good question here. Now, if we take the example
पैसा वसूल मैच था भाई जो भी बोलो पैसा वसूल पैसा मिले नहीं लेकिन फिर भी वसूल हो गए भाई जब भी मिलेंगे
your hands are hot right now. It's like a hot potato that you will feel good
अभी बुरीराम
going into
versus
the
Virtus
series
Pro है
against Blacklist International. And for Blacklist, they're like, okay, these
मैं
are really good
Virtus Pro
strats
पे
that I
bet लगा
found
रहा हूँ
out.
I mean
Yeah, it's just strats. But when it comes down to cold hands, good momentum, Vitality has it all.
Yeah. And ZonQ, how much of an impact is he going to have to be? Did you feel game 1, game 2 different, ZonQ?
Completely. Completely. Because the game 1, he played the pay, right?
Exactly, yes. The pay.
So game 1, he plays the pay that is supposed to be one of his main heroes, and it does not work out. It was supposed to have momentum at the beginning of the first 4 minutes, and it was just stopped on its brakes by the Yukio. All right, so KWC did not play really well. Bounces back in the second game right over there with his Jing pick, which is actually really good for them. Now we can see the team Vitality depends on KWC being able to really do his job. If he's in a good momentum, game 9 minutes, 10 minutes, clean up, let's go home. If he's not well, most likely they won't be able to beat their opponents today.
So with the global ban and pick, which I love, I think is so innovative, so exciting to see in an esport. I'm getting my first look at it here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Guan Yu seemed to be an important pick. Now, mentioning the impact it had even in game 1, it's tough not to take advantage of that when he's playing so well. But how important is that hero, do you think, going to be playing in the meta? How important has Guan Yu been in kind of those clash laners? Which he is, right? He's a clash laner?
He's a clash laner, that's right. One of those insane set of clash laners here. You can come from the back, come from the side, find those important targets here. And if you do not have crowd control in game 1, like what we've seen so far from the side of Vitality, you're going to get punished in these teamfights because there's no one stopping this horse. And this pick, like you mentioned, in the global ban pick, 99% we'll see it in every single game going into that BO7 lineup.
Now that does mean though the team that picks it once isn't going to be able to pick it again.
Correct.
But the other team who had to face it now has their opportunity to use it. So Isaac, how much does this, as someone who's coming into this and saying, "Wow, that's interesting," you know, how do you prioritize the timing of bringing out these picks on your side, of course, as these sets extend? Best of 3s now, but I mean best of 7s. I assume we start to see that strategy
completely
win.
Different games, man. Completely different ball games. I'm gonna tell you. So best of 3s. Global ban pick, if I used it, I cannot use it again. So it means that I'm gonna have to ban it so I do not allow my opponents to have it. So we become into what I can say is gonna be a chess match. This is just gonna be a chess game, and that is super lovely just to be able to make that connection. It's about strategy, it's about thinking.
17 Pro
It's
Max,
about just trying
26
to
Ultra
predict 3
and
steps ahead
OLED तीनों
what
एक
your
साथ
opponent
यूज
is going
करते
to do.
हैं.
In best of threes, it's
अच्छा,
not that
जिम
hard.
में एक
But
अंकल
as
आते
we
हैं
move into
वो लिए
best of
हैं.
7,
अच्छा,
Sagi,
बहुत
it's
जो
just
तुम्हें वो गिफ्ट
insane
किए
the
थे
level of
क्रिएटिन
depth
या
that you need to have to be able to stay
प्रोटीन
online.
वो गिफ्ट
And
किए
let
थे
me
वो
geek
उसकी
out a
बात
bit
कर
on
रहे हो
this
क्या?
Oh, let's go.
specific
Let me take
advance
some
and
notes.
also the global ban fake. When it comes down to best of sevens, it's more about strategy. When we talk about BO3, it's more about how you pick up the strong drafts and
वीडियो
end it
भेजिए
in a
क्या
2-1
भेजूं?
or 2-0 score. Now, facing the BO7s,
Discord
there are
पे भेजो.
specific strategies. Different styles from different coaches. Do I want to win you in a 4-0-4-1 fashion? Then I'll just pick strong picks all the way, which puts pressure on my players if we don't close it out fast. But if I want to plan for the long run into game 5, game 6, game 1, usually some coaches, they will open out a lot of picks, bait out the enemy to pick it, so it disrupts your pattern going into the final few games.
That's a really interesting aspect. I love the idea of chess coming into play here in honor of Kings and at KWC, where the board is always moving and the pieces are always shifting. Sometimes pieces fall, and that, of course, is what happened to MIBR Los. This time, we do have Sky standing by with an exit interview with one.
Hello guys, I'm Sky ISO. I have these two gentlemen joining by my side to attend the post-match interviews. So one, I'm so sorry to say this, but it's so heartbreaking to see the games going like this. I believe it's a very tough moment for you to solve at that right second. What do you feel after the
pre-workout,
whole
yes,
games?
yes,
So what will
yes.
be
याद
the
है.
improvements?
देखा,
What
मैं
will be
कुछ
the things
भूलता
they
नहीं,
wanted to
देखा.
do better next time?
देखा रे लंच.
Então foi um momento bem difícil, né, esse jogo e tudo que aconteceu ao decorrer da série. E depois dessa série, dessas
भाई
partidas,
सुनना
o que
समीर,
vocês tiram como
अपने
aprendizado
दोस्तों
e o
को
que
थोड़ा
vocês
वो रील
podem
विल
melhorar
शेयर
para as
करना
próximas vezes?
जो अभी मैं ब्रॉडकास्ट पे
Acho
बोला.
que a calma, né? Confiança
थोड़ा
também
अपने
é
को
bastante importante para
चाहिए
qualquer
कमेंट
jogo que você for
समझ
jogar.
रहा है.
Qualquer série, de qualquer outro estilo de
करना.
jogo, esporte. Então,
अपने दोस्तों को
confiança
थोड़ा
e
शेयर
calma
कर.
é o principal.
उन्हें
E acho que a
यदि
gente
पांचू
poderia ter
को
jogado
भी
melhor
शेयर
sim em
करके
alguns
बोल रहा
jogos
हूँ मैं
ali.
कि
Demonstrar mais do que a
अगर
gente
थोड़ा सा पूरा वीडियो
tem
देखना है वो
treinado
लोग तो
no
कमेंट
bootcamp que
किए ही हैं.
aconteceu antes do campeonato. Mas não conseguimos
Forward
transferir o nosso
करने.
desempenho, que realmente foi bom. Mas no campeonato não deu muito certo. A primeira partida a gente conseguiu encaixar um jogo muito bom, um early game bem agressivo. Os caras tentaram jogar um invade ali que não era para ter feito, acontecido. A gente aproveitou, punimos a jungle deles. Não conseguimos fechar o jogo e o segundo, acho que a gente não construiu muito bem a linha de pensamento, então eles estavam melhor, um draft um pouco que facilitava as plays deles também. E foi basicamente isso.
So, in my opinion, I think for all the series, doesn't matter the game. You have to be confident. You need to be calm, and you need to be confident about your gameplay. We had a boot camp, and we were performing really well. So, like in my opinion, like the first match, we managed to do pretty well. They messed up a little bit in the invade, so we kind of capitalized on their jungle. So it was really important for us. And during the second game, it was a little bit rough, but I only take we need to get a little bit more confident and always maintain the calm.
Yes, I think everything happened is a lesson learned. They will improve better in the future. So I was very curious about what happened after game 1, especially they have that break time. What are their discussions? Are they talking about what they feel or are they talking about the future plays?
Depois do primeiro mapa, no break vocês conversaram muito, o que vocês falaram mais? Estavam bem confiantes pro segundo mapa?
Basicamente, depois qualquer time assim perdeu um primeiro mapa que é ganho e tá ganho para ele acaba tomando uma virada, é sentar, olhar um pro outro, pedir calma. Foi um jogo atípico ali, não conseguimos fechar, então mantenha calma, vamos voltar confiante. Foi só um jogo, próximo.
So during the break, we just talked about the match. It was a pretty tough match for us because we were very far ahead. So we just maintained our calm and our confidence for the next match, so we could win.
Yeah, so among all the memories, all the things happened in Paris here in 2026 KWC, what will be the things they remember the most after the whole journey?
Depois de toda a jornada de vocês no campeonato aqui em Paris, qual momento para você mais importante? O que você vai levar para o resto da sua vida aqui, sua carreira?
Cara, foi uma experiência incrível, né? Jogar contra os melhores do mundo, assim.
Querendo ou não, a Vitality
Sahí
é
hai, sahi hai,
seed 1, né,
nice.
da região
Good
deles,
one, good
então
one.
máximo respeito por eles, jogar contra eles é sempre muito bom. Queria enfrentar também a EG, mas felizmente isso não vai acontecer. Então,
अबे मैं
cabeça
बोला वो वाला
erguida,
सुना ना,
vamos
वो
tentar
वीडियो वाला सीन.
jogar melhor da próxima vez, voltar pro Brasil, tentar vencer de novo o Choque BR e voltar e performar melhor no próximo campeonato.
So it was really like an amazing experience for us to play against like all the very good teams, the best teams in the world right now. So Vitality, they're seed 1 in their region, so pretty tough match for us. We wanted to play against AG, but it's not happened this time. But we're gonna go back to Brazil, we're gonna improve, and we're gonna win our championships there.
That match with AG will happen in the future. I strongly believe that. Thank you so much for your sincere and honest answers, and I enjoyed our time together. Thank you so much, and we will leave the time to the panel.
Los Grandes, very successful regionally, weren't able to get it done here
Virtus
on the
Pro
international
versus
stage. It will be the
BU.
IKL team, Team Vitality, who will be moving on. They will
Important
face
है
off
भाई
against
ये वाला.
Blacklist International coming up in our final decider match of the day. Coming up next, though, Virtus Pro and Buram United Esports. We saw BRU Isaac start the day. They'll get a
Virtus Pro
chance
जाएगा
now
वहाँ
to
से
prove
और
if that was just
Vitality
a
जाएगी
quick
यहाँ से.
start, or if they actually have what it takes to last it out and find their way into the knockout stages.
They do.
का बाल
I
क्या
have-
मस्त था.
You believe?
I believe.
मैं तो
I'm
देखा
gonna
ही
ride
नहीं
the
भाई.
Buram United wave, man.
पहले बोला
I'm
चाहिए था
telling
ना.
you, I like Buram United. They played really well. I love the way that Nunu is taking his peers just around, doing everything. But they need to be careful not to let Virtus Pro ride the same strategies as they did before. If you can understand what they did different in the previous game and fix it, then I believe that Buram United does have an opportunity.
I mean, first things first, right? They gotta get Jabba out of the way. Jabba got a
There you go.
pentakill in the game too against them. Was on a Jing, got that Kings moment in, so that's that.
Chess
coming
में
in
किसका
from
किसका चल
Buram,
रहा है?
one of
Let's
the
see.
last few AOV teams that we have in the KWC 2026, surviving for a shot to make history, top 8 in the
Chess में
world
break
in
है,
honor of Kings World Cup. This is
इसमें
that first
break
shot going in.
Little thought about Blacklist International now and this new matchup with Vitality. What do you think, it's
Oh, you know it. Rainy, you're new to the broadcast, so let's
You
put
shouldn't have
in.
poked that one.
Let me introduce you to the PKL-IKL rivalry. Yeah, we talk about the Philippines and Indonesia being brothers, but when it comes down to competitive esports, last few days, we've seen Boom Esports getting eliminated by Nemesis Indonesia that just sent them home. And now in another elimination match for the decider into the final slot for that playoffs, it's another PKL and IKL team.
Man, so the drama continues.
Exactly. We love
brothers, man. Brothers just always fighting just to see who's the better one.
Well, you
That's
know,
simple.
you got to do that, especially as brothers. You got to figure out who is the best. And as an older brother, I am. Of course, that's how it goes. Okay, guys, welcome to the show. If you're just joining us, we're going to go to a quick content break. But when we come back, we're going to see these upper decider bracket matches. And in the meantime, we want to let you know that there is a brand new skin for Momo from the show Dan to Dan, which I love.
Dan to Dan?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered.
You're finally locked in on an edit. Then you realize you don't even
भाई
have the footage, you're out of credits.
कितना टाइम लेते हैं वे ये लोग ब्रेक के बीच में?
Download it. Envato fixed all that for me. The latest AI tools, unlimited assets like music and 4K footage.
अच्छा Dan to Dan, ओके ये वाला है. Chills ओके दाजी मोमो. नया आया है बे ये तो. अरे
lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
He thinks he can come in here and play my game! He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
अरे ये इनका क्या चल रहा है? इनका क्या?
Basamil Zain representing France and
Six
had
seconds,
an
Mata Diga
incredible game against Alexander Bortnik in round 2. Maybe he will still have chances for the qualification spot, but the two players who definitely are looking great for a possible qualification are here Aryan Tari on the left side of our camera from Norway and Chinese Grandmaster Wei Yi representing Team Nemesis. I love the jersey, I love the colors, and I'm hoping that Aryan, if he qualifies, he will also sign with a team.
Yeah, it's Norway against China, it's RNTX against Wei Yi, it's the Sicilian defense, and we see the bishop b5 check variation. White has parted with the light squared bishop early. White's bishop came out and traded off for a knight, but despite the fact he's given up a bishop, he does get the pawn center. So Ariane here, very well prepared, as we mentioned in the opening. Anna, we both know him very well. I think he'll be trying to use these early stages to put Wei Yi under some pressure.
He's using those early chances indeed, and I'm kind of glad I mixed up the colors because I thought that Wei Yi had the white pieces, but though that was the previous game. Of course, it is Aryan with the white pieces, and that's a bit of an advantage supposedly in chess. You get to start the game and get to choose the direction and the style of the opening and the dynamics of the middle game. So what we see from Aryan here is not the main approach, but he's playing it very confidently. I feel like he might have expected Wei Yi to play this way, and this was his plan all along. Do you think it's still his preparation?
Yeah, quite possibly. He did pause slightly, Ariantari, before trading off the pawn there. Normally, you don't want to lose your big pawn center, take away from the middle of the board here, but he does have concrete ideas in mind. He's now attacking a backward pawn, a bit of a weakness. Wei Yi now forced to block things up. And Arian's going to retreat his bishop most likely to hit the black rook. I'm a bit biased, and I prefer bishops in general over knights. And I think that the white knight, the fact that this piece still asleep at home can't get to the beautiful outpost in the center that it normally wants to get to, that means that black should be relatively comfortable. I don't think black's better, but I think a decent start, solid start for Wei Yi.
Very solid start, and one fact about chess that we often wish wasn't the case is that pawns don't go backwards. That pawn on c3 wishes it could go back to the original square, so then the square would be able for the knight to jump toward the center, but that is absolutely not possible, and that's why Aryan cannot take advantage of that weak central square in the middle of the board.
Yeah, and he needs to find another path for his knight, therefore. Okay, first he pushes the pawn forward, makes sense, gaining some space. Maybe he'll try and push that pawn even further with threats to trap the black queen. The black queen doesn't have so many escape squares if the bishop can hit it. Yeah, Ariane, yeah, nice move from him there. I'm expecting Wei Yi, though, to bring the knight out and attack a pawn in the center. And yeah, maybe the black bishop will step out of the way to give the black queen some breathing space.
Both the black knight and black bishop will likely target the central pawn of white, and in that case Aryan will have to figure out how to hold on to that pawn. That's a very important pawn in white's position. You cannot give it up, but it's gonna start looking a bit harder to hold on to it. The knight jump out for white to defend is logical and natural, but the follow-up could have been more difficult. We do see a pawn push by Wei Yi on the edge of the board.
Yeah, very slow. He didn't want to bring his knight out for fear that it could get captured, that the white bishop might come and take that knight, and he's arguing that he actually prefers knights over bishops in these positions, or he wants to keep the black knight alive at least. But yeah, there was a threat against the black queen, so he gives the queen some breathing space. Very slow play from Wei Yi, but maybe he can get away with it. There's a blockage in the center, no open lines against the black king. So he has time, Anna. Who would you pick here? Who would you prefer?
I feel like
इंडियन ओरिजिन है क्या इसका? आर्यन ताई नाम
but
है.
I'm also struggling to find the
आर्यन नाम है
best
तो
way of moving my knight. The one that's still stuck on the back rank, I would love to develop it, I would love to activate it, but I don't see a clear path for that knight. This move though, this suggests that Aryan wants to push the c-pawn to free that c3 square for the white knight and then head toward the center. This could be it. This could be the recipe toward white having at least a slightly better position. I like this for white.
Yeah, I think it's definitely got better for Ariane in the last couple of moves. Wei Yi, I just think he was a bit too slow by pushing his pawn here. A bit of a luxury. Maybe it's a luxury he could afford, but in hindsight, maybe that move was better spent elsewhere. Don't take the pawn in the center. There's a trap now on the board. The Norwegian Grandmaster's set. If Wei Yi captures the white bishop, I'm just going to put this on the board. We'll ignore the evaluation bar. The white bishop would jump out the way. Whoops, double attack, hitting the queen, hitting the knight. Wei Yi is not going to fall for this. And there we see, he ignored that, the temptation. He castled. The white knight, though, has got out. And Anna, suddenly, Ariane solved the big problem of his undeveloped piece, and he's got a grip on the central squares.
That's a grip that will be a very long-term advantage for white. It's not that big of an advantage, but it's a very long-lasting factor that is exploiting the fact that Black's D pawn is a backward pawn. It's a weak pawn, and in front of it is a weak square because no black pawn can chase you away from that. Oh, amazing. Oh, goodness me. David, I forgot that your emoji game is just as strong as your chess moves.
Oh, at this point, my emoji game's better than my play. But yeah, this is a backward pawn. Just backing up your thought process there, Anna, and the square in front of it, the white knight can jump into at any time later.
Anytime, and that's the problem for black, that it's anytime. You need to be ready for that move every single turn. And often
क्या हो गया? मेरा नेट तो ठीक है भाई.
times we see in chess that the threat is bigger than actually executing the threat. So the fact that it's hanging in the air, that I can forever prepare to play that move but yet not play it, that is the problem for Wei Yi.
Exactly. He's going to work out, calculate what happens after that knight jump on every single move. Probably Ariane doesn't want to play it yet because after a capture, he'll be forced to replace that knight with the pawn. He ideally wants to keep that square free for a piece later, especially the line up against the black backward pawn here. He wants to keep that open. So maybe not yet, maybe soon. But in the meantime, Wei Yi is preparing to hop his knight around to hit the white queen, attack that piece. He's also cleared the path, and maybe for his f pawn.
एक बंदा chat में लिखता है, is this MLBB?
To the white center.
क्या बोले
yes, and
भाई?
that would be a way for Wei Yi to try to do something about this hold.
10 सेकंड में start होगा. चलो इसको देखते start इसका थोड़ा सा.
Awesome. Thank you so much, boys. Thank you. Best of luck here at the Esports World Cup. Thank you very much. Awesome. Thank you.
R6 Siege.
Welcome to the battlefield.
Remember, we are the hunters, they are the prey.
A real hunter always watches where he steps.
Come closer, I dare you.
They said it could not be done. They were wrong.
I trust my teammates, and they trust me too.
Let's get to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Paris. Welcome to EWC. Welcome to the biggest esport tournament in the world. We're here for nothing other than Rainbow Six Siege, the greatest game alive. And I've actually got two of the greatest gentlemen I've ever met alive. BenQ, Dev Mata, how are we feeling in Paris? It's like we were here only 6 months ago.
It was pretty good. I'm feeling so good about EWC this year. A lot has changed since the Esports World Cup 12 months ago, in Rainbow Six especially. So yeah, it's going to get hot here in the summer in Paris.
It is pretty hot right now, I'm not going to lie. For those of you that know me very well, well. You know I don't do too well in the heat. Moving in and out of the venue, not so great in the venue. It's fantastic as we start to heat things up though, Nick.
Yeah.
22 teams at this event. It now goes for 2 weeks. It's so much longer than it was last year.
It is, and it's a good experience, right? There's some teams that have a ton of experience going to grand finals, winning some trophies, and also teams that we haven't seen much of internationally in recent competitions.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen when you get like the rookies versus the real pros?
Yeah, I feel like the scene has changed a lot. And as you said, we've got a lot of new teams, a lot of new players making their debut. It's only been 3 months to 6 months since we had a new region as well added to the Rainbow Six ecosystem. A lot of players making their debut onto the international stage. So yeah, who's going to take it this year? I feel like we are a lot more tightly contested than perhaps previous years. We have far fewer favorites than we might have had in the past.
I agree with that, and I think that may be a question I leave with you, Nick.
Okay.
Is it that where the ceiling, or not the ceiling, but the floor is raising to the ceiling? So is the competition getting better, or at the moment, do we just have a lot of underdogs that beat teams that should have made it, i.e., maybe a former team you played for?
Oh, okay, listen, okay. So first question, okay? I think the floor is being raised right now, right? We've been working in APL, and in APL we see more teams than ever competing for the top 1 or top 2 spots to qualify for the EWC, for example, right? For majors, etc. So I think the ceiling is staying here, but the floor is raising.
Oh, it's so nice. I like it when the floor raises. It kind of brings it closer together. Speaking of bringing things closer together, we said that this is the biggest esport tournament in the world. Let's find out why.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Truly unique.
As Kai said, and also they really dictates the tempo in the early game with Nuno rotating most of the time into the clash lane. And again, with that said, coming in for the first pick, the Lorian.
I mean, it had to be, right? I mean, you saw the respect band for Jai Bao there on the Jing, the pick of Valorian here. Burium United once again. Obviously, like we said the last time they met up in the upper bracket, right? Virtus Pro was like, okay, we'll allow you to have that Lorian. Obviously, we blocked out the Florentino here, which was obviously in game 1 the last time these two teams played, and obviously the Diadira here as well. But red side for Virtus Pro means that automatically Clue is going to get that Zhongfei.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting coming in without the combo for the Lorian, because we've seen a lot of teams playing Lorian with the Zhongfei pick, or there's still another combo coming in with the Lapu or the Lianpo. So basically just saying that Lorian needs another CC dealer to hit that combo with his ult. So it's going to be very interesting looking at the CC combo coming in from VP. The Mai Shirnuin Zhongfei pick, they're going to get the control in the mid game. On the 4th minute, they're going to be dangerous in the river.
Yes, absolutely dangerous in the river here. We are seeing a little bit of a return back to the former style we've seen already. Kind of like a blend between the two games we've seen with the draft here. Obviously, Ying was from game 2 last time they played, and then Chano from game 1. Chano's been one of like the highly kind of like participated heroes so far within the KWC, right? We've seen at least about a 50% win rate on this hero. Chicha here going to be locked in for the 3rd pick for the side of Virtus Pro. A little bit of a flex here. Could go Clash, could go into the farm lane. I feel like this is a good way to round out that first part of the picking phase.
Yeah, I think like if we're looking at the draft of Virtus Pro, they're going to be looking for long-term team fights.
Yeah. With
the sustainability of the Chicha and also the control of the Zhongfei, Nui, looking to catch Team Buriram United off guard. But coming in with the Chano pick, I think they could play a little bit safe in the early game, open the vision with the Lupin Trap, and probably not worry about the farm laner. And as we said before, Nunu, as the mid laner, he likes to go to the clash lane to play the early game tempo.
Yeah, I absolutely love this. The fact that they both of Jai Bao's picks in the first series I've ever played against him, the Nerd set as well as the Jing, really shows that like Buriram United is not really risking anything here. They're like, right guys, we need to get at least one win on the board. Game 1 needs to be frightful for this team, right? Because they can't just let Virtus Pro just go for that 2-0
मेरे को लगा सेकंड या थर्ड मैप पे अगर थर्ड मैप तक तो गया सेकंड मैप पे ही गरुड़ा लेंगे अभी और गरुड़ा नहीं लेंगे
going for something a little bit more of a utility here.
I think it could be a Lianpo pick for Buriram United. Also a idea is a potential. Basically just anyone with the CC, but again considering like the ban, the idea has been closed out. Not a lot of options left. And again, speaking of the Jing that Blam said, it's the first ever pentakill to come into KWC, right? So again, of course, they're going to be wary of it. Buriram United, the second matchup with VP, they won't repeat the same mistake.
Yeah, no, you definitely don't want to give over the hero. This has got the first pentakill within KWC onto the player that has that first pentakill as well, right? But, I mean, if you look at, obviously, the early part of the banning phase, it really kind of shows that the Maya Shiranui is going to be considered because the idea is a great counter to the Maya Shiranui. But we're looking for more pouts. We get that with Jai Bao for the first time picking up the Zilong here.
Yeah, Jai Bao, looking at the Zilong pick, it's a very, very good sustained jungle coming into the new patch. And with the recent buff, making him deal damage, not only physical, but magical damage. So it's going to be very interesting coming into the late game. And we've seen a lot of great jungles playing Zilong just to control that amount of CC. Basically another CC hero with the Zhangfei and the Mai Shiranui. So potentially the last pick of VP is going to be a high output damage dealer.
Yeah, it could be. I feel like it kind of needs to be in a way, right? But at the same breath, we could look at obviously a little bit more frontline. But over to Buriram United, they go for the Byron as well as a Hue1 to get that sustainability as well. So that's going to be down to the bot side of the map here. A great way of means for Taos to get that information as well, right? Using that big AoE, check the brushes. If you get that stun, it's going to mean that you're able to kind of like try and get the follow-up with either Lorian's orbs or even get Jing in there.
Yeah, 100%. Like, we have seen the meta change a few times in HOK, but these roamers have been appearing couple of times in the international tournaments. Yuan, Zhangfei, a classic matchup coming in for these two roamers from Buriram and also VP. But again, we have already said before, Lorian, they need another CC hero. So Byron and Yuan is the complete package.
Ooh, 90 gets the Guan Yu. We haven't saw it in the last series. Obviously, Guan Yu did go over to the side of Buriram United last time, but this is scary, man. Like, if you get the pounds with Mai Shiranui so long, and then the Warhorse, Guan Yu comes out of nowhere, pushing you into Zhangfei, like, there's a lot of potential here just to completely compose the team fight completely in the favor of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Like, we have seen the first two picks coming in from VP. They wanted a long-term team fight pick with the Zhangfei, with the Mai Shiranui. It's all about the setup. And coming into the early game control, they are going to add a Guan Yu to the addition of the draft. It's going to be a very scary team fight if they drag this game to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, the last series we saw, right?
Obviously, both teams used
it very well. So today, we have elimination matches, decider matches, Guan Yu coming through. Is this going to be kind of transitioning into those longer best of sevens, right? Guan Yu is going to be something that's going to either close out the game or just secure you that first point in such a big marathon here. But it's game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Virtus Pro, Buriram United, decider match. That person, that team that loses, leaves the competition.
Yeah, we're all going to see who is going to go on again to the massive playoffs. But again, coming in for the highlight of the game, Nunu being the star of Buriram United, starting off pretty strong. And I like to say that I think even though Lorian is a pretty good hero on the late game, the early game phase of Lorian is not the best comparing to other mid laners.
He's not the best, but he's able to do a lot of damage, right? We've already seen that translate onto Highlang. Highlang played very aggressive onto the red side, trying to find out where Valdis is actually going to start. But if you look at both with the jungle's game state right now, none of them have yet to procure their first buff.
Yeah, it's still a pretty slow-paced gameplay, considering their mid laners are pretty weak in the early game for clearing the waves, and with them helping, it's a good lead and helping the mid laner rotate. And Taos getting pressured in the early game. Looking at T-Gold and Licky, two of the most disciplined farm laners coming into KWC, we're gonna see a couple of fights in the early game.
Yeah, it's very hard to find either one of these two farm laners, right, getting caught out into these team fights. So I feel like it's a really good point there to make out and a good comparison between these two players. But I feel like there's a lot of respect being given between the two teams within the early phase of the game. And to my surprise, Buriram United's actually got that goal lead so far.
Yeah, it's a fast-paced early game coming in from Buriram United, and we've seen a couple of AOV teams playing pretty fast under the 4th minute. They love their team fights. They love their clashes. So again, Buriram United still being the last representative coming in from AOV. It's going to be very interesting.
It puts a massive burden on their shoulders, definitely indeed there. Obviously level 4 is going to be Valdez. He's going to be able to get the proc of the ultimate. No, it's going to be Jabao into the back line, but the first blood goes over to Clue. That's going to be a trade for jungle.
Yeah, this is what we said. They love their early game team fights. We've seen a lot of pattern coming in from Buriram United. They love to start the fight under the 2nd minute, and that's what they did really well. Look at how they tried to control the tempo with the Yuhon and also the Ying ult, but again, not enough damage coming in from Nunu. And we know that Jabao coming in with the Zilong, it was very good coming in for the trade.
One-on-one trade.
One trade for each team.
I mean, you saw in that picture there, Virtus Pro almost lost their second life there. Obviously, using that space that towers can create from the Q1, almost got that extra bit of damage on the highline, almost fatal.
Damage का animation थोड़ा सा
Pro, but I feel like they've got to be a lot more careful there. Maybe that first battle there, first skirmish, was a bit of a litmus test here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I think they're just testing the waters here because they know that
बाइक लेके घूम रहा है भाई वो.
potential. But again, it's all about the 4th minute coming into
एक ऐसा कैरेक्टर बनाओ HOK वालों जो कार लेके घूमे.
Of how they can control the tempo of the game. We know that teams that like to fight in the early game, they would stay away from that Zhangfei ult. And the Zhangfei is going to bring so much threat at the level 4. So again, they need to be careful because right now Clue has the ult.
And I feel like they don't really have the means here onto the side of Buriram United to actually force that ultimate out from Clue, right? Obviously, it's going to take quite a while to actually run him down because in terms of damage right now, early game, it's not quite there to take down the beast himself. But priority has gone into the mid lane here.
Yeah, it has been that way, I think, if we're seeing at Buriram United for a couple of times. We love to see they help Nunu out a lot of team fights. But again, coming from VP, their mid laner is also insane.
Mid laner is insane. The unending sorrow has to be
Maro
there here as well as
Maro
the flash onto Towers.
Maro धोती खोलो.
Clue has to drive away the side of Buriram United.
90 जा रहा है. 90 बाबा. ओ भाई क्या बचा है 90.
As they are looking to get to that final moment of that neutral
टावर की वजह से बच गया वरना तो.
Yeah, it's crazy. That last pick coming in from VP, that Guan Yu controlling the tempo of the game, even making Little Boys unviable for the team fight. But again, it's still a good trade coming in from Buriram United, getting that Tyrant under the 4th minute. It's going to reward them with a pretty good gold lead, considering the gap is under 1,000 gold.
They made a very good play for it though, right? Obviously, if you are rewarding the enemy team here with that Tyrant, they are going to be needing it, because obviously after that last team fight there, it does put them behind the gold lead ever so slightly. So I feel like VP definitely have to kind of be a little bit more calculated, disciplined into these next team fights, unless there's going to be so much burst damage here. There's going to be too much here for Licky. He's not going to be saved by Towers. He gets taken down. They get a neutral point. Back to game state is Virtus Pro.
This is very interesting. Like, looking at this game, it's not like VP to engage as much as a team fight in the early game, but they know who's they're facing with. It's Buriram United, a team that loves their team fight, a team that has a really fast tempo. That's why they've been engaging again.
Oh, okay.
भाई सैंडविच होके मार रहे हैं भाई ये लोग तो.
Far away into the opposite side.
दौड़ा भागा लुंगी उठा के भागा है भाई Clue तो.
This Lorian, yes, he deals the damage. Yes, he can kind of be the center of a team fight, but he can also get himself out of there. He's quite a slippery hero for a mage.
Yeah, especially the one who's controlling it is Nunu.
Yeah.
With 10 years of experience with Lorient itself. It's going to be an interesting match coming in for Buriram United, getting that hero power.
Yeah, speaking of hero power, the 2v1 here is not going to be the favor of Little Boys, as he is Byron. Normally, sustainability is the aim of the game here, but now we have 3 members top side of the map. Virtus Pro get the takedown here. They're looking to create some pressure. Valdez knows he needs to clear this minion wave with the help of Nunu. It's going to be too much damage onto Kludge. The takedown is here, and they save the T1 top side.
Yeah, it's always about the trade coming in for Buriram United.
And speaking of it's literally brawl for brawl, isn't it? Top side of the map, bot side of the map. We don't know where this action's going to stop, but it's going to be Valdez here. T-Gold. He's too far away from Highlang. He gets taken down.
This is the team that was praised around by KSG being one of their threats in this tournament. But look at how they're engaging in early game team fights. They are hungry and they want to fight back. Looking at Buriram United with the very aggressive gameplay, they still get their trade. Like, it's amazing how we are seeing Nunu almost everywhere across the map. That ultimate, that Starry Knight gets one almost each time and making so much space for the team. And Valdez coming in with the Starburn is a very effective CC jungler for the long-term team fights.
Exactly. I feel like that's where Lorient's real mobility shines, right? Obviously, his real presence within these team fights is the active roaming from that mid of the map, but Little Boy is trying to get the catch-up here onto Jaibao. Jaibao is actually level 12, or one level ahead of top of them there. He's going to be forcing Clue out with the Unbridled Airburst just to kind of push them away from this team fight, because Virtus Pro don't want to be fighting on Buriram United's terms. They want to be the one to ignite the engage.
Yeah, it's a very good decision coming in for Buriram United to just kite out the outburst, making the skills of Team VP extorted before the team fight. And right now, without the Zhangfei ult, it's going to be very difficult for them to fight back.
They don't need to fight back, right? Obviously,
Maro,
VP,
Maro, बचा Clue का HP देखो भाई, Clue का HP देखो.
T1 territory, Valdez is able to just escape there thanks to the healing of Taos. The Kludge plays from the support. T-Gold into the backline, just drawing away.
T-Gold और Jaipang जो बचा है.
For themselves.
Yeah, I think I like how now VP
Clue
is
को जो
just
बचा है भाई ये
the
लोग.
tempo that Buriram stated in the early game. And we know that when Buriram controls the tempo in the early game, VP couldn't do much. Because right now, with so much control, bringing in the Lorient and also the Ying, it makes them very difficult to fight the long term. Even without the Zhangfei ult, VP wouldn't want to trigger any more team fights now. The late game is the key of VP.
Exactly. I mean, you pointed out there, obviously, Valdez, Nunu, a very good tempo slowers of the side of Virtus Pro, right? Like, when they go for the engage, they've got a lot of slow, they've got a lot of knockups from the Ying and the Lorient themselves. So it's almost like a counter-engage measurement here, but it's going to be the Buriram United going for the Tyrant into the bot side of the map. They do lose their Azure Golem here as well, so trading objective for objective. Is that going to be enough here for the side of Buriram United to keep putting these team fights into their favor?
Yeah, it's all about team fights here. It's all about the micro trades. Coming in from VP, they know they wouldn't be able to contest the Tyrant. That's where they're trying to turn their heads, getting as small objectives as they can. Getting that blue buff, meaning that they're getting 200
ability
which is very great coming in for VP.
Very brave, and I mean, very risky play there by Jaibao.
Detection
right?
He
was diving in with the Zalung. I thought he was going to get picked off, but no, he's able to escape there. He's just trying to kind of just create this pressure into the mid wave, and it's not quite gone into the results of VP just so far, but now that bot side of the map has really been opening up here, it means that the Crimson Golem is going to be a little bit more available here for the team.
I think it's just the play style of Zilong, being so aggressive but still managing to be sustainable in the front line. It's a very great jungle to kite team fights and apply CC.
Chat में कौन-कौन है भाई? Hello. कोई है chat में? थोड़ा बातचीत कर लो.
Being the tank killer without any anti-heal prospect, it's going to be very dangerous for Buriram United when they're going to be facing a lot of sustainable heroes such as Cha and also Zilong.
Exactly. 9 seconds left on this Tyrant buff as well, so really Virtus Pro just taking their time to make sure they're not taking these unnecessary team fights. But we have to look over to the KDA of Nunu, right? Everybody else, bar Nunu, bar Taos, have been actually caught off, so they're really struggling here on the side of Virtus Pro to actually close the distance to get the takedown onto the Lorient. But 10-minute mark Spark is an important part of this game.
Ooh, but 90 gets a choke point behind the tire. It's going to be a very dangerous play coming from VP.
Yes, but Lecky here, he's going to be the prime target. He gets set up for the first takedown of this brawl. Can they get a trade here onto the side of Birmingham United? They're looking for more here. Little boys trying to keep them away, but Towers is going to get taken down. It's going to be the sustainability of Birmingham United, but they might be able to get the claim here onto Jabao.
It's engaging another team fight, getting a Starry Night connecting to the jungle of Little Boys here. Jabao entering at the choke point of Team
तो भाई नहीं फाइट करना है, अब सोलो फाइट कर रहे हैं.
Coming in for the team fight. Clue trying to sustain Jabao, just disengaging for the long-term team fight. But look at Hylong initiating a good combo in the mid lane.
क्या आया वो आया पटक के.
That was an amazing
फिर चले भी क्या?
That seemed like a whole minute almost, right? The brawl started just as that tyrant was spawning there, the Shadow Overlord. Obviously, they had to use Clue's ultimate very early there just to kind of create that disengage, or at least move the tempo into their favor. But unfortunately, it means that Clue obviously got run down, burst down towards the end of that one, and that's going to be a real solid hit to the front line of VP.
Yeah, we said that VP is going to be a threat on the late game because they have so many sustainable heroes. They have the Chita, they have the Zilong. They could ask for long-term team fights and survive.
Yeah.
Because they have so many CC skills coming in with Hylong's knockup, with the Zhangfei ult. So Birmingham United late game is not going to be a good game for them. So they need to be a little bit more wary, kiting those resourceful skills such as the Zhangfei ult or the Hylong flash to get the advantage on the long-term team fights.
Yeah, I mean, the late game state of obviously Little Boys and Towers is going to be really kind of the front line, the sustainability of their team, right? And then Lecky is really where the damage has to kind of transition from Nunu into Lecky, but Lecky's been getting caught out too many times, man. He's 0-3. That's not what you want to be in if you are a late game marksman like the Chano.
Yeah, it's going to be very dangerous coming in from Birmingham United's side. Looking at the map control, VP is taking over the whole gorge, and they wanted a team fight here. The Zhangfei, the ult is ready, Clue is ready for some action, but 90 just waiting for the perfect moment. Because if we're talking about Guan Yu needs the flank. Because when he gets a choke point on Team Birmingham United, it's going to be a good game for them.
Yeah, exactly. We see, you kind of saw there, like the shift of both of those sides of the maps, right? You saw obviously 90 trying to stalk the top side, whereas Hylang was looking to trying to kind of like keep saying like, keep an eye on me. I'm going to be the one that's kind of trying to draw you into a team fight right now. And maybe this is going to be it. Maybe the takedown of the Shadow Overlord is going to be enough to be a bait here for the side of Birmingham United. But they can't find a way out of the base. It looks like it's going to be not contested.
Yeah, it's very interesting looking at the items. Considering the anti-heal items is only brought up by Valdez, it's going to be a very hard game. Considering that Valdez is going to be the main entry point of Team Birmingham United. And if Valdez gets picked off, there will be no more anti-heals. And you're facing a lot of strong heroes coming in from VP. There's Zilong and there's Chacha. We have said that before, that they need to counter that heal effect with some anti-heal items. Maybe Birmingham United is trying to get a more of an aggressive approach, but I don't think it's working right now.
This is a very interesting, obviously, damage graph as well, right? Nunu's all the way down at the bottom there. It's very interesting to see that that's where the damage is really going to be shown there. Top side is obviously for Jaibao as well as Valdez in that one. That was actually the gold one. Damage dealt, definitely where we thought Nunu was going to be, right? Get top up there. He needs to be. If you are a Lorien, that is your whole game. It's just throwing out those orbs, trying to get like triple man knockups with the levitation there, but also just dealing a lot of damage over time. But for Burn United, I feel like they are living on borrowed time for now. With the launch up into the air onto Clue, maybe a way in onto Virtus Pro, but they're playing very disciplined.
Yeah, they're trying to control the tempo of the game right now because they still have the outburst coming in.
Yeah, speaking of tempo, it's going to be the push and then the pull away from the Guan Yu.
This is a final push.
Highland gets taken down into the early part of the
मेरे को
team.
feeling आ रहा है final push है ये.
That's a 2-3 trade currently right now. Taos has to use the unending sorrow. He tries to keep this base alive, but now Virtus Pro have to play a little bit more careful. They have to retreat a little bit just before they wait for this Vanguard to come through. Clue90 Jaibao. They need to make the go. They need to go for the trigger pull right now. And there it is. Takedown as well. Ball, this is the last one alive.
Bye.
But can they keep the crystal alive? VP, game number 1.
मुझको लगा वो लोग रिट्रैक्ट कर रहे हैं.
Dominating victory against Buriram United secures the first.
वो रिट्रैक्ट कर रहे हैं, but again they change their minds. बोले कि नहीं भाई चलो, आज तो मार ही देते हैं.
Buriram United definitely had a better go within that series, right?
Honestly,
वो है confidence. That's a good confidence I see.
You could see like a lot of gold coming in from the Buriram side. But at the long-term game, on the late game, it makes it very difficult for Buriram to contest a lot of these team fights without any anti-heal items.
Any at all. It's very difficult here for the team, but they did give it their best shot. I feel like that performance from Buriram United
is a challenge for Deepak now. It takes a lot of damage, already receiving a few shots early on the roam clear, makes him extra vulnerable to the gas. As the Candela rings on out, Deepak manages to dodge the flash, looks for a peek, finds a second kill. Goodbye to DD. Chibisu will trade eventually, but the damage has been done by Fnatic.
Still got the tools though, and 3 attackers left alive. They got one more set of Heart Breach, of course, on Chibisu. They got the sense and the influence of Solid Snake. Now we see those score fires burning 20 seconds each, and a Rooney lasers on the hatch as well means that Fnatic, they have a very good idea of where that attack will be coming from, forcing CJ Bavaro, spending that final piece of util to burn the lasers. It's a must-do in this situation. They take a lot of damage, injured from the hatch below. That is not the way you want this to go if you're CAG.
Yeah, Shuri does have time to get recollected here. However, there are 2 nitro, or rather 1 nitro cell still available here for Fnatic on Wizard, the Wamai, one of the most powerful operators in the game right now with the recent buffs that have come through. Fnatic can sit back. They have plenty of plant denial. They have strong positions and the numbers advantage to boot. As I say that, Chibisu suddenly changes things. It flips on its head. That's the C4 goes down. Chibisu now has to look for the plant. The fire from the Tachanka cannot find it. It's Chibisu trying to force it down. Sharip and Zaka both find kills. It's up to Smith, the new addition for Fnatic. And he has been able to deny the plant, certainly not able to deny the rounds. An eruption from the Japanese as they steal the first round.
What did I say? They want to make a statement. How about that? 3v4. They lost the win condition, lost the shield. They can't go for a default plant. They are down numbers. They get injured on the hatch. And yet, it's a round victory from CAG by Varel. We had the last player, Smith, Tachanka, stuck between 2 different attackers. A very big moment for CAG. I mean, whoever's going to win that first round, that's confidence. That makes you feel, okay, guys, we got this. Big sigh of relief. So for Fnatic now, they're starting bank on the defensive side. It's going to be a much more challenging half, I would argue. And that right there, that should have been their round.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we've already talked about this, but this is an attacker-sided map. You don't expect the defense to get more than 2 to 3 rounds on their half. And for Fnatic, already looking so good in the first round, it's a very good sign for them. But the fact that Fnatic fumbled at the end of it, the fact that KAG grabbed that round,
the host has disconnected
and took it at the end of it, it's a missed opportunity for Fnatic that they may regret later on. And that's the thing we know about CAG, of course, for the longest time. They have been known to be the hyper-aggressive, the risk-takers, the innovators. They're going to really play a lot of cheesy strats that a lot of other teams won't do as much. They really lean into the shields. They love the Ying. They love shotguns on attack. And we've seen a maturity from them recently where they can still play that play style, but they do it with another level of understanding of the win conditions of the game. And that's what has made them so deadly, not just within the APAC region, but the potential for what they can do on the international stage has very much been talked about aplenty. They just haven't been able to prove it.
Another thing is, if you play, of course, domestically up against CAG in scrims and practice and whatnot, you kind of know how they play the game. But Fnatic, they play in Europe. They haven't played these guys in ages. As a matter of fact, went back and checked the organizations of CAG and Fnatic, and the last time that the organization played each other was 2023, when Fnatic had a team in the Japanese league. So there's no inside knowledge here. There's no play on the server that goes, you know what, I know how CAG they play. I've played them before. That's just not a thing. And they also don't just have, like you said, the fast, or the slow, the new look, the old look. They have so much more depth, and you cannot underestimate them. When you're up against a team where you gotta look online for the vaults to get some information, well, guess what? They play an APL. we do a bit of trolling sometimes in APL. People play Kavera on Bank for no reason. So you look at CAG and go, oh, what was the last 2 games that they had on Bank? Okay, against Scars, they won. Scars played Kavera twice. CAG played Tasha. Okay, that's not a real bot. What do you learn from that? You go into this completely blind if you're Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, the danger of going up against a team that perhaps you underestimate. And I have to admit, like, as a guy who's been following the APAC scene specifically, because I am from the APAC region.
That you are.
For the entirety of APAC's history in this game, like, we've always been the little brother region. And in fact, until recently when the CNL got added, APAC was always regarded as the worst region. And people just didn't, like, respect is not given, it's earned. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned, as we love to say here at the Esports World Cup. But it's very much true for the respective different regions. I mean, Brazil didn't have a lot of respect until they earned it by making it to grand finals and taking championships. APAC has never earned that same level of respect because no team from the Asia Pacific has ever won an international event. Now, we've had upsets here and there, but over the last, it's been 10 years almost, you would have expected to see a little bit more fruit born out of these APAC teams. And sometimes that does lead teams from other regions, even, 4th seed out of Europe, Fnatic, to look at APAC teams and think, I mean, we'll probably win that one. Obviously, we'll try hard, but it's going to be a very different story to when we start playing some Brazilian teams or some North American teams. And I think that it can be the enemy of many rosters and many teams' expectations going into it. You got to make sure you curb your enthusiasm. Don't let your understanding of a CAG from 5 years ago tarnish the opponent that you're playing against today.
Yeah, and just speaking to the history of APAC teams, right? I mean, Norengo, they had a moment. D+, they had a moment. Fnatic had a moment back in the day.
I mean, CAG have had 2 really notable moments as well. But, I mean, people often forget, yes, technically CAG were grouped at the event I'm speaking about, but the Mexico Major in 2021,
oh my God.
Even though they were grouped, it's the only time in Rainbow Six history we've ever had a tiebreaker so tight we actually had to play an entire tiebreaker match just to determine which of the 2 teams should progress into the playoffs from the groups. It was CAG and Team 1, featuring Alamau, of course.
Before the G2 days.
Yeah, before he was on G2. And Team 1 with Alamau went on to win that entire major.
Yeah.
And that team almost lost because of CAG. It was only just one tiebreaker match that allowed Team 1 to go through that.
So literally 1 round difference there. Had CAG won by 1 round more, lost
that
1 round less.
That history. Team 1 never won that major.
Exactly. And then maybe Alamau doesn't go G2. A lot of implications all of a sudden, right?
Of course.
So, now they've been here for a long time, the boys from CAG, and they've stocked most of the roster also very consistently. It's not often that you see a team go to event after event, fall short technically, and then stick the roster and get better and better and better, but they truly have. And if you're curious about the whole Saka name here from Dokkaebi, it's Arcoli.
Yes.
Arcoli, same player, but different name. That happened stage 1 in kickoff. Maybe, I think?
Yes.
So earlier this year.
The only player that's really changed for KWC by Varel for quite some time is DD moving in from that coaching position to be on the starting roster, which happened after they made it to the grand finals at Reload. It was halfway through the following stage that he jumped in.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, it's just been like a dream. It's been far better than anyone could have expected. Notably, if we do get to see some shield play later, DD is a very different kind of shield player to Anaton. Let's focus up on Fnatic. They're the ones that have a shield at the moment. It's Smith, the young gun, the shield in front of his face, trying to hold on to a very undefensible bomb site here on the top floor.
Yeah. Almost unplayable. I mean, with the Asami band here from CAG in particular, almost nothing is playable. And there's not even like a castle or a mirror in play right now from Fnatic. They're playing a much more, I'm going to say, proactive defense right now. They got DMR swing from Deadshot. They got the shield from Smith for information. They got Solus to give you a bit of verticality and plant denial later on, which is why we see Saka downstairs in Archives constantly holding on to the downstairs area beneath the site itself, because they can't go for a plant if Solus is going to be beneath them. So this is actually CG being tested now and problem solving at many different areas at the same time, and doing a great job so far. They get the walls popped, using Adela for a bit of coverage, and he's on the Thermite this time around, so a bit more free in the server, can become the entry, can become the planter. A lot of options here for CAG.
I like the way that KAG used that Dokkaebi as well to deal a little bit of damage. to the clash of Smiths.
HOK, whereas there's a lot of team fights happening in the late game. I think T-Gold needs to play close to his peers, making himself untargetable by the enemies. And again,
second map में देखते हैं होता है कि नहीं.
For the three on Nunu, the Hano pick, the Haye, and also the Maisher Nui. Maybe there's one option left for the Xiao Xiao, but again, it's also a dilemma coming in with these two good picks from VP. They have the Ukyo and they have the Shano. So again, Xiao Xiao is not going to be the answer for this match.
Yeah, let's see what they go for here. We were talking amongst ourselves, me and Rookie, before this game was like, hey, Burim United, that might get the Florentino here, but no, it's actually going to be Virtus Pro. It's actually going to be 90 coming out with this bad boy, so that's going to be an interesting one to see here. But what we have so far for Burim United, if they got any real stellar counters against this Florentino?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting coming into these drafts, because Florentino, as we know, is a leading monster. He could dominate the early game. He could dominate the team fights. We need a stopper coming in from Buram United, and a stopper we get the Xiao Xiao pick that Blam said before.
Yes, Nunu gets his Xiao Xiao pick here as well, and then Dharma going up to the top of the map here for Little Boys. Little Boys actually has only really played 4 heroes this entire tournament so far: Charlotte, Muet, Dharma, and Byron. So we haven't seen his Charlotte. We're seeing his Dharma for the second time. So maybe this is going to but it's going to be the Angela once again. I honestly thought pick 4 would have been the Angela, but then it would have meant the Florentino could have gone
ये ताचिबाना लापू लापू फिर वो लास्ट मैच जो फ्रिक्स खेल रहा था वो वाला ये लोग बहुत इसमें मेटा में.
Yeah, Angela has been a very favorable pick, especially coming into KWC by EWC 26, and we see the matchup here because Angela has an anti-CC ultimate. The Blazing Brilliant Shield gives you anti-CC for a certain amount of time, and looking at the drafts of Buram United, they have the Zhongfei, they have the Dharma, so a lot of CC coming in from their side. So again, just to be wary about the mid lane picks, we know that Nunu is very dominating. That's why they wanted to play a safer pick for the Angela.
Absolutely. I mean, we say a lot of CC, anti-CC coming through here as well for both of these two teams, but what there is a huge gravity, right? If Buram United goes through for this one, this is the first AOV team ever to get into the playoffs. But if VP do it, they're one step closer for players like Highland, players like 90 to retain that top 4 spot or get even closer for it. So game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, we are going head to head here. Is it going to be the match point that Virtus Pro set up from that win in game number 1? Or is Buram United going to be able to sully the scoreboard this time?
We're going to see how they turn out on this match. And again, the jungles are going to be meeting in the mid lane. Hailong getting help again from Jabao. And it's going to be very interesting. Buram United's early game tempo has to be good here because he's bringing 2 good heroes. They have the Xiao Xiao, they have the Pei. Dominating the early game would lead to a very successful late game gameplay for Buram United.
The thing we haven't seen with Virtus Pro with this entire series is what we saw when they last played it, right? They were heavily invaded into the enemy jungle, stealing neutral points in the beginning part of the game. It feels like they don't want to make that mistake. They don't want to kind of pay that disrespect over to Buram United because they've seen how they played already today. They've seen a different form from themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting coming into the early game. The first minute always has been the most favorable minute for Buram United. They love their early team fights. That's why they're trying to dominate so much, and they've been one of the faster teams to adapt to the HOK meta. Getting the teleportation sprite, getting the control on the river has been their utmost possibility on this game.
Let me say on the last hit onto the space right there. Little Boys gets the hit onto 90s. What is a knockup from Nunu?
भाई कभी-कभार इतना सीरियस हो जाता हूँ ना देखते-देखते मैं भूल ही जाता हूँ कि मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ.
On the pay here, can he clean the gap? But no, it's going
दोस्तों कि अभी next move क्या होगा?
T1 territory to get safe.
Of course, we've said this before that this early game has to go to Buram United. With those good starter heroes such as Pei and Xiao Xiao. And Xiaobao, he knows this very well. That's why we haven't seen him that much.
ओए stun दिया रे भाई उसको. Almost dead था भाई वो वहाँ पे.
Yeah, they wanted to get their lead over the Pei because we know that once the Pei gets started, it's very hard to stop him, especially with the Lapu and also the Ukyo combo being viable after the fourth level. So it's very difficult to control the early game.
Contribute to the prize pool and an exclusive EWC 26
I mean, we don't want to be seeing that for Virtus Pro, but for Burma United fans, they definitely want to see that Tiger come out, right? They want to see the unleashed beast here, and we're not talking about Tao's other Zhangfei, because we know that player as well. On this pick was denied in the last series they played against VP.
Yeah. Absolutely. And coming into HOK, coming into KWC by EWC, Taos has been amazing, right? We have seen a lot of his gameplay, especially like the Yuhan last match and also the gameplay of Lapu and Zhangfei. He has been very, very controlling the tempo of the game. He dictates so much around the game, making Nunu and Valdez comfortable, especially going into the big team fights.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest, he has obviously not only the game knowledge, but also maybe the mental of the coach as well, right? Just keeping people calm on the team of Burma United, just creating discipline on the spot, making sure the decisions are made correctly here for the team. But we are obviously 800 gold ahead here by Virtus Pro, so a little bit of a different change in the game state from last game that we saw here, where we saw Burma United try and take the charge there, take the lead, but that 1K is looking a little bit harder to kind of like try and curtail here if Burma United don't get a few pickups.
I think they don't need to hurry because it's not the 4th minute yet. It's all about the 4th minute in HOK. And I think that coming in with a Tyrant Overlord, they're going to have to choose which one they want to get. It's either the big team fights, the big rewards, or the big objectives.
Yeah, speaking of big objectives, big fights here, it's going to be 90. Going to be the first blood here for Burma United, but maybe overcommitted. The flash has had to be used. Whoa! Little boys, and Valdez has to pounce up.
Although Puriram को पहला first blood मिला, पहला first blood क्या होता है? First blood मिला.
This is probably the best early game state we've seen from Burma yet against Virtus Pro.
मुझको अभी भी क्यों लगता है Virtus Pro से
early game advantage coming into this game. Making Virtus Pro uncomfortable is their main purpose. Getting the team fights, the first 2 kills, and also a Tyrant. This is such a big bonus coming in for Team Burma United.
Very big. They now obviously 80 seconds on the board here. They're going to be enhanced within their damage, and their team fight's been fantastic so far. Like, they have been playing this one to a T. It's been very well played here from Burma United, but this pick up onto the replay here was a little bit of an overstated play by the side of Virtus Pro.
Honestly, they didn't predict that Taos would be there to stop them with the outburst. They predicted that Taos was in the backline of Team Burma United. That's why they were able to be overextending that much by the team fight. But once they saw Taos, everything was over. He outburst, he got that triple man knockback, and it was an amazing start coming into the Burma United game in the second phase. And looking at the item choice of the Florentino from 90, he's playing a bit safe. He wanted that long-term appearance for big fights, so the Pure Sky is going to help him getting that momentum.
Yeah, well, he was hoping for that, but he didn't quite get that, right? And this is going to be a 2-man dive, 3-man dive, top side of the map. They are punishing 90 for taking away that Florentino. It's like, this feels pretty personal for Burma United, right? They are going for 90. They're gunning him down. He had massive influence in that game number 1, so maybe this is where the pressure needs to be put for Virtus Pro, is focus that clash lane.
It's gonna be pretty personal coming into Burma United, like considering they've played this hero for over 8 years. That's why they're pretty possessive about this coming into this game. And look at how they punishes every team fight. VP getting cornered on their own jungle, making them very, very hard to release their aggressive gameplay in this early game. But again, no worries for VP fans, because we know that VP has a good game on the late game. It's not about the early game, but here is about control and tempo.
Oh no, the
Maro.
through here for the boys, but it's gonna be
Maro, इसको पकड़ो, पकड़ो, nice.
Last little bit of poke, finally Virtus Pro get that kill onto the board, but the cavalry needs to go down the bot side here. Clue Tigo was looking like in a bit of a scary situation, but everything's been forgotten in that top side. We see that 90's making a good play to try and just bring that game state into an equal guard.
ये टावर भी जा रहा है उसका, वो टावर भी छोड़ दिए ये लोग. फोकस इधर रह गया इनका. वो अकेले जाके फ्लोरेंटिनो
as a very, very aggressive roamer, trying to get the best out of each ultimate for the sake of his teammates. That's why he popped his ult, trying to guard the backline. Nunu and Licky, at least they're safe here.
Yeah, at least they're safe. But I think what's the one thing they're not really safe from here as well? Like, we were talking about maybe putting the pressure onto 19 to top side.
दूसरा टावर भी तोड़ दिया.
He lost that T1, just thinks, you know what, I've got no home to go to, so I'm just going to demolish the game state, demolish the structures here. He gets the T1 down to the
भागा 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 90 को देखो ना कैसे भाग रहा है. देखो 90 को देखो भाई कैसे भाग रहा है. कमर में हाथ रख के दौड़ रहा है. बाबा
play here by Virtus Pro is definitely the one that Burm United wasn't counting on.
Yeah, I got handed to them. Like VP, they've been controlling.
Mid game थोड़ा Virtus Pro का strong लग रहा है. देखो.
That they give, there's always a return. Whether there's like jungle camps or towers or even just big objectives. It's a very good gameplay coming in from VP. And again, representing their team, representing their club. Of course, pride is going to be on the line. That's why the utmost perfect gameplay is needed at this highest level.
I mean, not always the most perfect, right? Like, if you do make a mistake here, with Virtus Pro kind of showing the masterclass, right? Like, if the mistakes happen in the early game, is it something you can't come back from? No. Virtus Pro is just like, you know what, guys? Don't worry about it. We've made mistakes, but we're going to come back. We're going to make sure they take the team fights, but we're going to take something that doesn't respawn that
इसको दिख गया था वो हाई पंख पीछे से आ रहा है.
Coming into HOK, and whether you can get the most out of the risk you take, and coming in here with the 8-minute, this is going to be a very dangerous play for 90. Like, the vision, the dark map is going to be very dangerous here.
It's very dark and very dangerous, but it's going to be 3 men to take down 90. I mean, I feel like that's kind of like a homage, right? Like, if you need 3 players to take you down, that shows the strength of this player.
Honestly, if I was 90, I would be careful when I get back to my hotel, because I'll be wary about like the 3 people that are going to gank me after this. Like almost every team fight, almost every time that Little Boys has his flash, he always wanted to get 90. So it's going to be a big question mark. Will they be able to get this lead, protect it until the late game, or are they going to force that team fight?
Yeah, you think you get into the hotel elevator on your own and all of a sudden 3 members of VP just comes out of nowhere. You got to be careful, right? You've got to watch your back now, right? You definitely don't want to be on their wrong side. But if you look at the votes in the pit, obviously something we haven't pointed out yet, VP actually has a lot of votes, and Burm United has been one of those teams that's been hard to vote against because they have such a big fan base.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult coming in for the game here. But again, trying to open that ultimate from the mid laner VP.
Daibao, he's getting caught out there. He has to flip over the wall. Can the damage over time get him there? No, it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a takedown onto Highland though, and Clue soon follows suit. Burm United once again. They are the takedown kings. You can see they've got 7 kills to 1. They are just looking for blood.
Yeah, they just wanted the early game favor to go on their side until the late game here. But again, reminding the game about the 10th minute is going to be coming. The Shadow Overlord and the Shadow Tyrant is going to be their big objective, their big focus, their big highlighter of this match. And looking at the draft from VP, bringing the Ukyo Tachibana, it's going to be very hard to compete with a very, very well-fed Pei.
Yes, Pei here already starting the go on to the Shadow Tyrant with the help of Lecky. I feel like the Zhao Bao has to play a bit of a risky move here. He can get that smite through, but it's going to be onto the back line. It's going to be 90, but it's going to go over to Lecky as well. As Nunu into the back line may fall down to 90. It is going to be a dark night for him, but can Burm United look to take the back line of side of Virtus Pro? The answer is no. He falls down. Towers as well. That's a 1-3 trade here for Virtus Pro.
It's going to be very dangerous if Burm United keeps on initiating like unwary fights like this, because right now the power scaling of Team VP is available. Looking at 90 and also Hailong, their power spike is here with the outburst damage coming in for big team fights. Burm United, they need to follow the same pattern as game 1. They need to kite, they need to bait the gameplay. If not, VP is going to make the most out of those trades.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that they've got the Shadow Overlord here as well now, right? Obviously, the structural game is definitely going in favor of Virtus Pro, whereas we've seen here, like I've already pointed out, Burm United, they're looking for blood. So are they even looking for the victory at this point? Are they just looking to see how many kills they can take from Virtus Pro? Because they know the macro play here is not really going in their favor.
Yeah, they've been pushing a lot for VP. Like, they know that the weakness point of Team Burm is their macro play. They know which point to pressure, and right now they need to split their focus, not only for the big team fight, but also the laning phase that is coming for the top lane. So again, again, focusing on Buram United, they need to focus on their laning phase because right now, we've seen them before. They got beaten by the minion in the before game, so they need to be careful.
Yeah, that comes to something, right? When the minions macro is better than your
देखो और दो बुराम के पास ज़्यादा kills है, but Virtus Pro का वो देख रहे हो? कैसे धीरे-धीरे हावी हो रहे हैं बुराम पे? उन पे ज़्यादा gold है, उन पे ज़्यादा tower instructed है. ठीक है, 2000 plus gold है bro उन पे advantage. And इस point पे मेरे को नहीं लगता वो shadow overload को आराम से मार देंगे अभी. उससे और एक जो आएगा ये वाला जो push है ये तो रोक देंगे cause still वो base के 3 towers बचे हुए हैं.
He gets the takedown.
ये tower गया.
It's gonna be very dangerous coming in from Buram United here. Without any more resource skills, they need to defend. The Overlord Vanguard is aiming for the crystal.
Yeah, looking for the final frontier.
भाई ये खत्म इसी push में खत्म कर देंगे क्या? हेलो. भाई दो इनके दो नहीं है 3v5 है खत्म है. ले. Bro, pure dominance, bro. Pure dominance.
Top 8, Virtus Pro joining their colleagues in the Big 8 of KWC.
Absolutely, KML.
Congrats, yaar, Virtus Pro. Nice try, yaar, Buriram. Nice try, yaar. They fought well.
KWC top 4. The boys with Highland, they are happy with this victory. I mean, Buram United, through the play-ins, have been a stellar team, right? We've really been looking at these AOV teams thinking, wow, this is their first time onto the Gorge. What's the second time gonna look like?
It's an amazing underdog story, right? Coming in from Buram United, taking down so many teams, going in almost to the Big 8. But again, their performance in such a short time coming into HOK, they
well played, bhai.
They played really well. They gave their best, and fighting
nice
BG,
try.
the team that even gets applauded by KSG, is something for Buram United.
Yeah, I mean, at this part of the competition, is there an easy team to fight? The answer to that question is no. Like, there is no easy team. There was no way in. But if you look at the players' faces on stage, they were having fun, and that's what this is all about, right? Coming to KWC for the first time, representing your region from Arena of Valor, not quite getting into the playoffs, but you got as far as this. I feel like Buram United needs to be proud of that fact.
It's going to be an amazing story coming in as the invited teams, proving so many teams that is coming in and playing HOK for a long time that they could and they can. But again, I'm going to pass this on to our panelists.
Yes, my friends, VP have qualified on, and that's the question now to ask Mr. Kludge, merci beaucoup. Thank you for joining me here. I'm going to ask you first in English here. In both games, you're actively going around the map, securing kills for your team. You got the highest kill participation also. How does communication work between all of you on the team in these sorts of moments? Bien sûr, durant toute cette game ou les deux games, tu avais toujours le kill le plus haut, toujours en participation durant ces grands teamfights. Bah, en fait, ça ressemble à quoi la communication entre vous durant le match?
La communication est assez simple. Mon jungle s'occupe de toute la communication. Je lui fais la vision et on a tous les kills comme ça.
In fact, communication is pretty simple. My jungler is getting the kills, and I'm just here facilitating things, just making sure that it works out for us at the end of the day, which is exactly what happened through it all. This is your first time making playoffs here at KWC at EWC. What does this achievement mean to you and the team? Bien sûr, c'est votre première fois au KWC, EWC au playoff. Et c'est quoi pour toi comme joueur et pour ton équipe en total pour pouvoir se qualifier au playoff ici?
Le minimum pour nous c'était le top 8, donc ça fait sens qu'on soit là. On a tout donné pour, donc on est content.
For me and the team, our minimum was kind of just, hey, let's make it into the top 8, make it into playoffs, and we'll see from there. So already from that perspective, we've achieved the minimum that we wanted. From now on, it's all open. Now, on top of that, you're playing on home soil. You're in Paris, you're in France, home crowd, and all. Is there anything you'd like to say to them either here or watching at home will be joining us through playoffs. Bien sûr, tu joues ici à Paris, tu joues en France. Tu as soit les fans ici, soit ceux qui regardent chez eux ou qui seront là durant les playoffs. Est-ce qu'il y a un message que tu veux passer à tous les fans là-bas?
Ouais, je veux remercier tous ceux qui sont venus me supporter. Merci, ouais.
Of course, I want to thank all the fans that have joined us here to support us and in the future as well. As you heard it, ouais. It's part of it.
Oh, what did you say?
Oh, just the way. Ouais. How do you say it when you want to cheer on in French? You say ouais?
Ouais.
See? It's automatic. Then VP, come on over. Come on in, Clue. Thank you very much. Let's bring the rest of the team. Come on in from the front. We got a creek crushing to do, and you know that this is one of the best parts of things here at KWC.
ये कैसे बेस्ट पार्ट बोल रहे हो? बुरा भी लगता है जब किसी का टूटता है तो.
Joining us. Come on in. Come on, guys. Right here. Come. I know. See, when the big door opens, it's time to go in for the
बेचारे बुरीराम ब्रो, आज ही वो किसी और का की क्रश किए और आज ही उनका खुद का की क्रश हो रहा है ब्रो. Esports is cruel bro. Same day पे आप टॉप पे फिर कभी बॉटम पे.
To the playoffs of KWC and EWC 2026 for the first time. That's the achievement that we're looking for, and that's Buriram United Esports crushed to bits and sent packing home in a crusher live in Paris. Huge
bye bye bol rahe the.
That's the achievement that we're looking for. We have to get through all the details, and for that, it'll be the panel to break it all down.
Allez, as the French fans celebrate in style in Paris as they send one other home, a key being crushed, and it's unfortunate that it has to happen, but that's just the way it goes here at KWC at EWC 2026. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day, joined by Chantel and Ken. Guys, that was a great game, but it was also clear that Virtus Pro had something figured out from the very beginning. BRU made some good adjustments, but it was the same result, Chantel.
I kind of feel like for BRU, they mostly focused on stopping the Florentino that they tend to forget the other side. So there were a lot of opportunities for them to somehow convert those skills into having the objectives, but because of that, they gave a lot of space for Virtus Pro.
Ken, I feel like there was a good start for BRU, and you almost thought, well, after that first pick off and they grabbed 90 and they didn't trade out and they went up a couple of kills. They stayed up in kills the entire game. Did you feel there was hope? How did that get dashed? What did Virtus Pro do to turn that around?
It looked pretty good at the start, but then take a look at this concept of, example, they treated 90 like an ATM machine. They're drawing cash, right? Drawing EXP. But at some point in time, these resources will run out.
Yeah.
And this is actually how VP came back into the game. So instead of just, allowing the devs to be taken away from the Florentino pick, which also shows you the weakness of Florentino, they made sure that, okay, if someone's going to be putting pressure on the top side of the map, like Chantel was pointing out, let's figure how to do something else somewhere else on the map, all right? And that's exactly what they did. So they actually used 90 as the bait, and that was a very tasty bait because Florentino is pretty hard to catch.
And at the same time, I think the most crucial part of the game was around 8 minutes, wherein there was a shutdown against Nuno. If I'm not mistaken, it was 90 that got that kill, and that alone means that the difference in terms of gold because of those early kills against him was lessened at that point. And at that moment, majority of the sides or the towers on the sides was taken by Virtus Pro. So the story of the whole game was just about Virtus Pro having better trades around the map, as to why for Buriram United Esports, they had a hard time to even take down the tower at the middle lane.
Exactly, same formula, but two very different results. So, BRU couldn't get any value, no turrets, no gold. And at the end state, you can take a look at the gold of T-Gold as well as Licky. There was a big 2,000 gold difference throughout the entire game, simply because they made one simple decision and did not look the other way to check.
you know, a good compromise, people say, is when nobody feels happy. But it felt like maybe Virtus Pro felt a little happy on those compromises, unfortunately, is what you're saying to me, guys. I want to look at ahead how this works for this team because, you know, being here finally now making it into the knockout stages, what are our hopes? Because as even Blam and Rookie had mentioned, there is no easy team fight. There's no easy game from here on out.
Definitely for Virtus Pro, they are in a good position because they know how to adjust inside the game while the game is happening. And then if there is a huge lead, also for
भाई crazy match था ये वाला तो मतलब crazy मतलब vitality जितना crazy तो नहीं but चलेगा.
On to Citizen, can he go deep and deny the plant? Doesn't matter.
3-3 हो गया बे Varel versus Fnatic. Okay 1v3 का है.
To get into the bomb site, nor
4-3
get that diffuser
Varel.
planted. CAG will take the lead.
Really big risk they're going for a flame because if you just walk into a drone, they know what they turn around, you're free meat. Like you're gonna die and that's gonna probably be the round. But I was watching the players in the bottom layer. Smith was dead already, of course. He was watching a drone inside of server room right now when the plant is going down. And the only other drones upstairs were not main stairs. They were admin offices by lobby. They were somewhere else on the first floor, but they didn't have actual vision of that flank itself until it was too late. And I don't think they communicated that. You know, when you're there watching the cameras, it's very important to say it. And I'm not sure if Fnatic had that happen, but guys, there's no flank cam. All I see is server. I can see what you guys are doing, but that's it. Because at least then you're making your teammates aware that the flank is open. So that means when you're going for that plant in that 7-second gap of like we're very vulnerable, maybe they got an open area, has to turn around and watch his flank for 7 seconds in case it happens.
Once you lose that player on the hatch and the defenders have retaken that control, you can no longer safely plant in the default position. That's right. Technically, you can continue planting in the deep position, which was where they were planting, like on the single wall facing server. But in the end, if you're planting in that position without a shield on your back, you're vulnerable to getting peeked from the red hallway, which is what happened in the end.
Exactly.
I didn't manage to see how Anaton team killed, but I saw Shurip.
I didn't see it either.
Yeah, he team killed. But Shurip was having a laugh about it in the post-round cameras, so no sweat off his back.
I mean, that's one thing that we know about CAG. No sweat. They will lose a tournament and usually go out laughing and smiling. Not because they're happy with the result, but because like you can either be upset about it or you can have a good time with your friends.
Bunch of jovial lads they are. But of course, Sparky is quite the opposite. He's a very serious man.
He is. It's maybe a good mixture of he'll ease another bit and they'll tighten up a bit and they're going to meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, that tug of war. I think it's good for KAG. You need a balance. Now Fnatic on the attack as CAG go to that top floor bomb site. We saw this from Fnatic with the Clash playing in the hallway. Anaton, a very infamous Clash player. Oh, I like this. There's Zofia down below. CAG got to be careful with the new Zofia buff. We're seeing a little triple tap becoming extremely popular. If you know where an attack or
That's
defender
not what we call
is,
it.
what do you call it?
The three big booms.
The 3 big booms. I mean, if he knows where someone is standing, you're going to see 3 big booms and a free kill.
That's it. Thank you very much. But now, though, I think it's going to be more about Citizen on the glass. A classic pick of his. Can watch over the bomb site, grant a bit of protection.
Nice.
A bit of pre-fire going through. Damage back and forth. Saka injured and Smith's very low on HP. Fnatic still looking for their way in. Here comes the plant with that smoke cover. C4 ripped.
Faked out it does. Bait out that C4, I believe, successfully. Shurip does miss. Zaka and Anaton both go down. The Clash eliminated. Now coverage from Citizen looking very pretty here. Plant denied, and a second from Shurip. 1v3 now. A little bit of damage on a deep dead shot. But got to be careful, he falls on back. This will need to be a 1 versus 5. If CAG are to win it, it will be solely on the back of Shurip. Deadshot and Smith, both low HP, and Shurip knows exactly where that defuse is. The flash has come out. Does he know he's being flanked from the top of Elevator? I'm not sure he does. Doesn't matter. Deadshot lands the shot. Back tied for Fnatic again.
Good effort there from CAG though, but doesn't have the right ways to disrupt the plant from going down. It becomes a deep swing with gunfights. It doesn't go in their favor. Despite having a C4 in pocket, it was in the wrong location to be utilized. And I think just
लेकिन 2 कट crazy मार दिया भाई.
अगर
ये मर जाता
they just stop planting immediately. They're not wasting any time. They're not letting CAG figure out what they're trying to achieve themselves. And it's
Maybe.
also the beauty of the glass is
I don't
until
know.
you fire your primary weapon, no one knows what that smoke grenade is for. It could be cover, it could be a glass behind it, it could be nothing. And also, of course, with the sound being very good on land, because it is on the land build, it's amazing. You gotta try and disrupt the sounds as well. So you're shooting a bit, throwing a smoke grenade, throwing a flash grenade. Odds are CG had no idea the plan was going down until it was too late.
Yeah. I think the first rip of the plan prompted the C4 from Shuri, but you can
But
see
after
how
that,
quickly Deepak was away. He was baiting out that plant. The time was not a factor. He could afford to go for a fake plant and then go again and let that time whittle down. CAG were the ones under pressure. And so they remain. We're even again. And KAG decide to go to staff room open area. I think this is a better bomb site than that top floor. It was where Fnatic started to mount their comeback. Reloading. Let's see if CAG can do the same.
is it a comeback if you used to be in the lead, but now you're tied up behind?
I don't know. We can argue semantics all day.
I'm just curious, you know? I love a good comeback story, though. And right now, I'm supporting Anderton's comeback story because he is still yet to find his individual performance here against Fnatic. And it's not many players that I would point my finger and go, this guy just needs to get activated, but Anderton is that guy for CAG. We talk about how phenomenal Shuri has been, how good Saka can be, how good Chibi has been so far today, but usually in that middle pool of consistency, we find Annie, because so many of the plays in both attack and defense, it's built around him. He plays a shield, his team helps him. He plays an anchor position, his team plays around him. And when he's having a hard time, I do believe that it impacts the rest of his team. Oh my days.
Hey, good pre-fire from Citizen, good read. And now, repelling into upstairs, Fnatic have taken a lot of map control. Chibisu forced back, Zaka the same, and Annie will fall. He continues his rough goal of it today with another death and no impact in the round. I think Zaka might be about to get betrayed by his hollow housing here. Citizen, if you can check his gadget, he'll know exactly where Zaka is. Out goes a nade, as the Lamai looks to try and find another chance to look for a pick. Wizard is watching his retreat, however.
They've missed it. I think he's probably still around the main staircase, but Saka's found that tiny bit of gap towards the lobby double door, and the big question now is, do you stay in this corner? Do you try and flank in throughout lobby? Do you retake that main staircase? Because you're in this 3v5, you have to feel a little bit desperate, but the round is not over yet. If you make the wrong choice now as Saka and you go down to a 2v5, then the round will be over.
KAG just have to be patient here.
I like this flank though.
I think that DD and Chibisu have to just be so patient and wait for Fnatic to make the move, wait for Zaka to rotate into position. Problem is, he's got a long way to go, and I believe they're watching his hallway. It is Citizen. As he moves away, Citizen does go to the hatch. He's not checking his gadget right now, which means they don't know that Zaka is upstairs with him. Patience will be the virtue here for CAG, but Chibisu starts to feel the pressure. Big kill from Zaka, but now he's left all alone in a 1 versus 3. 20 seconds to play. And Fnatic still have that Blackbeard up and alive from Smiths. Rounded by the corner, it's Wizard to conjure up another round for Fnatic. And they're in the lead once again.
Beautiful. Again,
KPRX का open है hand sleeves.
Kind of half take there from Fnatic. They take top.
क्या बात है Fnatic होकर KPRX का hand sleeves.
Roam flank that effectively, right? We saw Saka go back up top floor and get a kill.
कर दिया ना मेरे favorite team ने दीवाना.
Now they're by the bomb side. So this Fnatic being good at surrendering map control when they no longer need it, but still take it initially to make CAG feel that pressure and get a couple of kills. It's a good way of simplifying what can be a very difficult map to navigate in Bangalore. A staircase, on a window repels, etc. CAG by Veral now call their own tactical timeout. We get to see Sparky get into action. And I guess the people back home are curious, how does that work? Sparky's Italian, he speaks English. You know, CAG are from Japan. How do they do it? Well, Sparky will say what he has to say in the way that he does. And then both DD and Saka can translate if anyone else doesn't understand it. So it happens in English, and then the players will figure out if they need to translate a bit of that. Right now it's DD he's talking to a lot.
Yeah. I had a little moment where I found Anaton yesterday, and we spoke, but when I say we spoke, like, hi, how are you? Yes, good, hi. You having fun? Yes, fun. My Japanese is
Jonathan
his English is only slightly better.
But he tries.
Oh, he does, and he's got the biggest smile on his dial.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the catering here. CAG, they are notoriously good at flaming the catering and international events. They are.
I didn't know
they
that.
pack a second suitcase with food from back home to consume while they're
Have you seen the ramen shelf here in the catering area?
First thing I saw was Annie in line for the ramen when I arrived yesterday. And he was so happy. And the whole team just had ramen together.
Yeah.
And so did you and I.
Yeah, good times. Look, that'll keep them very, very happy here.
Food's important.
Oh,
you travel away from home and everything's different. The bed, the table that you're playing at, the food that you're consuming, the weather.
It's the thing that people don't realize, you know, if you're used to playing even esports at home, maybe even if it's just ranked or whatever it is that you're playing, like, you're in your comfort zone, your setup.
You've built it for you.
Yeah, exactly. You know, your favorite monitor, mouse, keyboard, everything set up at the height of your desk, the chair that you're using. You get to bring your own mouse and keyboard and in-ear monitors, but aside from that, you know, you're at the mercy of what we have here. And look, I'll be real, like, we have the best equipment you could possibly buy. We have the best stuff you could buy, but it's still like we're in a
it's different.
We're in a massive expo hall right now. Like, I don't know if people get the scale of the Esports World Cup from watching on the stream right now, but this is a huge hall with so many events happening, so many people walking around, and you have to lock in. Shuri has struggled to do so, and while he did get a free kill before being traded back last time he roamed on the Vigil, he will not do so for a second time.
Deadshot has just been unleashed right now with those DMRs. I mean, he's there on the entry, on the attack. He's holding down air as a defender, and he has now found his stride 9 to 6 rather, being quite positive. With Smith being up in the fuse shield once again, can pressure open area, falls back on member, but Chibisu just sticks out. Gets another freebie. So Saka does take down Citizen on the Deimos, but let's be honest here, the roam game is no longer relevant. It's just Annie in the service there, so losing Deimos is probably the best person that could have died for the attacker Fnatic.
That said, I mean, Smith was the one who was killed last time on the roam game by Shuri. The fact that he's survived means that there are a lot more options in the late round for Fnatic for plants, because you'll have that shield on the back.
This is going to be the mini game that wins you or lose you the round passively if Fnatic wants to try and attempt it. It's going to be clearing server stairs.
Oh.
Interesting.
Wow, the Nitro Cell actually destroyed the breaching charge.
Did he throw it from... Yeah, okay.
Interesting. Oh, he threw it from the other hand.
Yeah. I was going to say, how else would you... that must be it.
Very clever there. I like the tech from Zaka.
They're gonna rotate though. The droning server stairs, they're watching the hatches, and no Annie's down there. Goyofire popped, so that's gonna, once that subsides, then you make the push forward. A C4 primed above the doorway is gonna limit how aggressive Smith can be on the shield, and it might make it a little bit tricky to deal with anything.
A shot from Annie. Now he's at the mercy of this fuse. Up in close range, he brings out the shotgun. The fuse should have the advantage if supported by another teammate. This engagement here could very well mean the difference between winning and losing the round for CAG. Can't go for a headshot when he's got the shotgun in hand. But Deepek, bought enough time by the bait from Smith, is allowed to get into position. Now Smith with low HP will be a very vulnerable planter. So Deepek has the diffuser for now. The gas babes will make short work of Smith if they are to land. There are 2 left in pocket.
Deepek bolta hai bhai, Deepak ko.
To go for kills here, honestly, because if you take 1 ticket damage here on Smith, you're gonna get injured and die shortly after. Only 10 seconds, last smoke popped.
And so they need to go deep here. No C4 for Zaka. Deepek is taking a hell of a lot of damage, but he finds his mark. It's up to Zaka now in the 1v3 to prevent Fnatic from claiming match points here on Bank.
So clutch, so close, and yet so precise. A battle there with Annie on the server staircase, taking Smith down to just 1 point of HP. Not to be Annie, again, his individual struggles continue. A great first but that doesn't win you the round. That second kill that just might have. And they find the one area that was safe. Right by the rotate, supported by a smoke, and supported by both Wizard and Deepek pushing in deep, taking a lot of attention and damage in the process.
Fnatic are looking so inspired so much better than what we saw from them for the majority of the EML. I mean, you and I casted a few of their games, BenQ. If I'm not wrong, we casted them getting absolutely thwacked. I can't remember who by.
It was a rough showing.
7-0'd by 7-0 or 7-1. I'm gonna have to go through the.
I think we saw 7-1, yeah, if I recall correctly, but
7-1 by VP. I believe that was the one that we casted.
On Clubhouse,
they got
the map.
Yeah, they got destroyed on Clubhouse by Virtus Pro.
We saw that.
They got destroyed by Rebels on Chalet 7-2. They also, of course, in the playoffs, got dumpstered by GK 7-0 on Chalet. So we've seen a Fnatic that has seriously high highs. I'm talking, knocking out G2. I'm talking about wins over Twisted Minds. And then
Falcons, I think, as well. Is it a little bit of fun?
I do have them losing to Falcons.
I need to
but some pretty low lows as well. And it looks like it comes down to whether Fnatic is on their game, and they are looking so ready today. This is a Fnatic that is very much inspired and looking like the better team in the server. CAG staring down 2 match points if they are not able to push overtime. That will mean going down to play an elimination bracket later today.
I want to see a wake-up call, but nobody wants a wake-up call first day of EWC. You wanna just win, do your thing, go forward.
I mean, what have we said? CAG has failed to win a map in the last year on the international stage. We thought this was their moment to change things. They're up against the lowest seeded team out of EML. CAG need this so badly, but Wizard is looming. He's cooking something up. Makes his way forward.
All the timing.
Waits for his teammate, finds the headshot. Goodbye to Shurip, and now the gates are open. It's a second kill. Chibisu finds one, but traded back. Wizard has made this round his own. Finally traded by Zaka, as DD decides to get aggressive as well. It's a retake here from CAG.
Different overheat there from Wizard, maybe. Teammates still on the outside window repels, outside lobby, so far away from him. And with him going down, they lose that top main stairs control as well. A lot of pressure that was applied towards the defenders of CAG. So now you kind of reset the round to the beginning again. Everyone's downstairs if you're the attacker, everyone's upstairs if you're the defender, and they have smokes to work with here from Fnatic. They have to enable Citizen. They got Cappy smokes, 2 in pocket on the Aero of Smith, and 1 in his own pocket of Citizen. If he can find that first kill, find the way in, that can change it all. But there's 60 seconds and a clash in their path.
But the util here from the Capital could be everything. The smoke comes through. It opens the gates for Citizen to peek through with the Glaz. How do CAG stop this? Fnatic desperately fishing for a kill. But CAG aren't giving them anything. He goes deep, doesn't realize DD is still tucked away. Out comes the shotgun, tries to escape, but Smith will take him down into the 2v2. Fnatic want to get it done here and now. Gun up for Allerton as he wants to go for a peek. Brings out the shield again. Info galore. The CAG by Varel as Deepek and Smith desperately look for that second player, but out comes the SMG. The guns come to life for CAG by Varel, and they stay alive.
A beautiful dance back and forth there, and Andy puts down the shield, hits the barricade wallbang, and gets that kill and puts his team into a 2 versus 1 position. And again, they counted the glass, they stayed in the corners, had a good crossfire, but it's a rough start to these rounds for CAG. It's more clutch than calculated, but that's the thing about them. They do have that clutch team when it matters the most. I love this pick here from Fnatic. They used the Capital Fire in the elevator to clear Wizard's right-hand side. Used a grenade into one of those 4 single windows to clear his left-hand side as well, giving him individual gunfights, not worrying about too many angles at the same time, and he could win his individual ones. So a lot of support went into Wizard. Then he got the adrenaline. I got 1 kill, I got 2, I'm gonna peek the 3rd, I'm dead. And that's where you overcook. And that's where you're a little bit lesser experienced maybe, and you make that play. Instincts take over, where maybe statistically on paper, if it was Deepek or Citizen, a more experienced player, even Death Shot, you get the 2 kills, now you hold the passive angle, you wait for backup to arrive so that you don't lose that ground. On the other side though, if you knew that Clash was coming, you're better off trying to go for a gunfight 50-50 than to get peeked by a Clash behind the shield while you got the other guys fighting it back as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you talk about Wizard, I mean, he is a relatively new player. I mean, he's only been in the professional scene for about a year.
Yeah. And how many lands?
I mean, what, 0 lands up until today. I mean, it wasn't very much of a known player before joining Fnatic. I mean, just a young gunner from the UK.
I think a console player originally, if I'm not mistaken, actually. A lot of current Tier 1 talent is actually former console players.
Yeah. of course. I mean, 11 kills in his debut on LAN is incredible.
It's pretty good.
Top fragging in the server. Chibisu chasing him. But like we said for K55, it's been players like Anderson that need to step up. Now, he had a big round there on the Clash. Even though he only found, what, 1 or 2 kills, they were monumental. They were instrumental. CAG on their defensive now, and you can see how much more passively they're playing, Nick. They do not want to give away an early numbers advantage like they have done so time and time again.
I love the Smith on the Fuse right now. It's a very underappreciated operator. You get hard destruction or soft destruction, smoke grenades. You get the primary gadget declares a bit of utility, which is great for BenQ for the Goyo canisters, for example. Even the
भाई वो वाले को तोड़ के he can.
And you get a shield in front of your face for good planting opportunities. Now though, I play an elevator on the pressure. Saka drops down. C4 rip. They peek the hashman back out. It doesn't connect, but that could have been the moment there where CET found their opening. Instead, Saka will tank the 40 damage from Dokebi's call going off. It's still a 5v5. Throws the gadget.
It's been 4 rounds in a row that Fnatic have found the opening kill. CAG do not want to let that happen. They play to fight and delay time. A C4 tossed out by Zaka and by Chibisu early in the rounds, but they don't want to overcook this. Big thing here for Anderson holding the blue stairs is he has DD's support, and there is no Thatcher this time from Fnatic to counter the Echo.
There isn't. So it's a play now supported by DD. They gotta work together. If the shield just gets too close to the door, you can 3-2-1, say stun it, go for a swing pre-fire, maybe get the kill right off the rip. It's all about synchronization.
Falls back, does find the kill. No, he doesn't. A lot of damage, but
Bro,
not
ये
enough.
कैसे नहीं मारा उधर?
Deimos fights Anderson's fire with fire. First kill found by Fnatic for a 5th round in a row. Now it's time to shape up for a plant.
We've seen this one before. Exact same story. Fuse canister on the wall to clear some of util. Breach both of the reinforced walls shortly after, and then set up for a plant. We know that there's gonna be Goyo on the board, but so does Fnatic. They're ready for it. They got Dokebi calls as well. Time that correctly, and Echo will be completely ineffective. Because they got a 5v4, they're also backstepping Garage.
This is it for Fnatic. Surely there's a backstab here from Wizard. He lands his shot against Shurib.
Okay,
DD Chibisu up against the wall, and Fnatic are hungry for their first win on LAN in years. The underdogs from Europe are here to make a statement.
First win.
To the upper bracket of the play-ins. They're gunning for so much more than an appearance here on their international stage. And look at what it means to this roster. Just a few months with 2 new players, and they've taken down the best team from Japan.
You say for a couple of years, for 6 years since last international team that they qualified for. I don't recall what happened in Rio. They probably had one victory there, right? So
no, not great.
But what if it didn't? But a great showcase here from Fnatic, and a slow start.
They came last in Reload, by the way.
But did they win?
They won a single.
Oh, they won a single. Okay, so then it's not too crazy of a stat line then. But they've
it's
done
still
it.
a pretty crazy stat line, man. Still very big for Fnatic to get this win today.
Couple of nerves in the beginning. I think first 3-4 rounds, you could see it, you could feel it. They were not really playing with confidence, and then it flipped. I think tactical timeout, halftime vibe check where they get to swap sides and talk to Tristan some more.
Good one, Fnatic, good one.
They hit the ground running on the more favorable side.
Finally seeing Fnatic win something at least in the LAN.
Was a miracle, especially after CAG coming up 3-1 at the start of this game. Fnatic to.
चलो ये अपना आज दिन का आखिरी मैच है अरे बाबा अरे मेरा अटक गया ये क्रोम भाई क्या ग्लिच होता है क्रोम भाई हेलो क्रोम गाइस मेरे हाथ में कुछ भी नहीं है मेरे दोनों ही क्रोम ग्लिच हो गए इस तरफ वाले का भी इस तरफ वाले का भी व्हाट शैल आई डू
fights and focusing on their main damage dealer, which is the farm lane. They have the Flowborn Marksman for Vitality, and they have the Chano for Blacklist International. Oh, sorry, they have the Long for Blacklist International. So both teams are going to be heavily focused on their farm lane.
सुट्टी बाबू घर जाके
Golden Kite and
क्या
also
समझा नहीं भाई
both of the best farm
क्या बोल रहे हो भाई समीर भाई
Absolutely, and at their own rights, right? Like they've definitely shown their colours and valor so far within every competition of HOK International they have participated in. But I do have to give obviously that lane v1 1-to-1 over the Lamfang, right? Obviously using that Arrow Storm is going to be a great means of driving out that ultimate of Golden Kite, right?
Agree, 100%, and we are going to see how they perform in this match. Blacklist International against Vitality, the last remaining dealers for Team Philippines. Are they gonna bring PKL to the world stage?
Yeah, I mean, my Tagalog is not that great, but PH Fighting will support you no matter what. Keep fighting, Blacklist. It's gonna be the hype here for this matchup. But like you were saying there, obviously both of these two teams really want to make out, and the history here for the side of Blacklist International is that there's been no PKL teams get into the playoffs. So again, another grandiose position for them to get if they win and take out another IKL team.
Again,
अबे घर जाके सो जाओ किसको बोल रहे हो मेरे को ये क्या
in the Big 8. So it's going to be very interesting coming into this match, and look at how we said before. They're going to focus on their farm lane, and that is what they did. Look at the aggressivity coming in. Golden Kite is on half HP, and Vitality being more aggressive as ever to get that Firehawk.
Exactly, yeah. The aggression just means that it's going to be easy control over that neutral objective down bot side of the map here. And you feel like you're seeing this buddying system happening with Lamfang, as well as Myth, because the thing about the Zia as well, right? Like, he levels up naturally faster than any other hero on the Gorge, thanks to that passive. So when you start to look at these head-to-heads in the graphs here, don't think it's because Myth's playing ever so better than Dragon. It's just because the kit of the
यहाँ पर है कौन और जिसको हम बोलेंगे तो मैं घर जाके मैं कहाँ पे हूँ फिर मैं ये रंडी खाना में बैठा हूँ थोड़ा सा ब्रेन लैग करता है तुम्हारा ब्रेन फॉग होता है क्या ये जिम वाले ऐसे दिमाग से पैदल होते हैं
is on half HP, putting in the ultimate, trying to show that he's sustainability to go against Chatme1. Chatme1 gets knocked back now. Joshi has the ultimate. Will he?
क्या लग रहा है कौन जीतेगा? मेरा तो vitality पे बैठा है.
Waiting for the right moment.
Oh, speaking of waiting for the right moment, Chatme1 there has to post a flash. I mean, maybe he didn't have to commit that, right? Obviously, I feel like a bit of discipline would have.
जिस तरीके से vitality ने comeback किया है, मैंने मुझे नहीं लगता blacklist जीत पाएगी vitality के आगे. जीत गए तो that's a miracle.
Is engaging. Look at that Moonscape Mirage coming in and getting the jungle for Vitality. ZonQ getting picked off at the start of the team fight, getting the first blood for Blacklist International.
Oh my gosh, there. We still haven't done quite yet. Rookie Ball is looking to take a few more blows there. The highest pushing them away right now. Great play by Blacklist International. Very big scrap top side of the map. A lot of low health bars.
लाल लाइट देख के तो वैसे ही लग रहा है कि तू वहाँ है. मुझे कैसे पता वहाँ लाल लाइट जलता है? इसलिए बोलता हूँ मत जाया कर. इसलिए वो छोड़ के चली गई ना. चली गई बैंगलोर. बोली कि मेरा रंडवा तो रंडी है. मैं चली जाती हूँ बैंगलोर अपना करियर बनाने. ठंडे दो ऐसे जमशेदपुर में. अबे हम तुमको समीर कुछ बोले तुम सुनेगा वीडियो के रिलेटेड.
Potential engaged top side of the map as well, creating more pressure onto the side of Team Vitality.
And that's what matters, right? Vitality, they need their elite game potential. They're going to try to drag the game on the early game, and look at how they control their tempo. Vitality has lost the early game stage, and right now they're going to be playing safe to drag it to the late game.
Yeah, they need to wipe out this minion wave, obviously, in the middle wave before we get that 4-minute mark here. You can see Just Chi as well as Golden Kite. They are rotating around here as well. You do have Dragon into that long brush as well.
थोड़ा कर देना दीपांशु और रुद्र को ही बोल देना याद से.
Goes over to the side of Blacklist International. So what we've already been seeing is a very dominant PKL third seed right now, going up against the first seed of the IKL. I mean, this is quite a predicament here for Team Vitality.
रुद्र को ही भेज देना.
PH and ID clash, right? It's
उसे ही बोलना कि जो मैं बोला हूँ.
Against me. So it's going to be very interesting coming into KWC. Which team will come out out as the winner. And speaking of early game, the first 4 minutes, Blacklist has been so dominating the whole game. They know their tempo and they know that their teamfight capabilities of their early game is amazing. Bringing in the monkey and also the the Tremor Smash coming in from Chaz. So much threat coming in from the Philippine team.
Yeah, I thought we was on murky waters there. I thought that Rookie was going to make me an honorary Filipino there. I mean, I do love my fair share of Cine Gang, so I feel like it's in my blood sometimes. But at this moment in time, I am definitely just non-biased in this one. I just want to see an amazing series between these two teams, just because of what's at stake, right? Obviously, we want both of these teams to go through. Team Vitality made it into the playoffs last year, but now they could be at the chance of being eliminated. I mean, that's definitely an early exit, just not only for Team Vitality, but the club membership as well, being in France.
Agree. This is going to be their region, and this is going to be their representative for France. Team Vitality has so much pressure on their backs, but they're going to try to defend here on the first 6 minutes of the game. Looking at ZonQ, the
कमीशन देगा प्रोटीन तो दिया नहीं.
So I think he's going to play pretty
अबे
safe.
पहले आए तो जितना बोला जितना चाहिए उतना पहले आ तो जाए फिर देखेंगे.
This is the whole point of Monkey, right? This pick is just naturally sustaining, using that passive to stack that shield.
ये तो वही बात हो गई, रिजल्ट आए नहीं, अभी से नाचने लग गया कि भाई मेरा 90% आ जाएगा, फोन ले लेता हूँ.
Universal law just clears waves so quickly.
Yeah, and this is what Chami does really good on big tournaments. He performs. He knows how to control the laning phase. He knows how to drag the team to his side. And it's going to be very dangerous here. Ball is going to go on a 1v4 here, getting abducted by that Moonscape Mirage. But again, they're just going to wait. Chaz still has his ultimate, guiding Dragon, trying to pop into the backline. ZonQ just waiting for the right moment to come. Team Vitality just playing a little bit of defense here.
I mean, the natural progression there is the fact that Val survived that one, right? Like, he was able to get out there. They had to kind of force the flash out from Dragon. Dragon was like, okay, I know that Gem Myth's waiting for me. That's a bit of a troublemaker. But we're starting to see the itemization here come through for Just Chi. The Dragon Rage comes through now, boosting that basic attack damage for him. He's going to start to get more tankier and a little bit more deadly into these team fights.
Yeah, the Dragon's Rage is amazing because it helps you not only to jungle faster, but to clear wave, which is very important, especially for this role-playing jungles. These utility jungles could help the team gain more gold because of the gold sharing mechanic in HOK. That's why each team could usually rotate with 3
हम भी नाच रहे थे 80% अब आएगा बस आ गया पर किस्मत में कुछ और लिखा था पता है ना इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ पहले हो जाए जितना नंबर दिया गया है उसके बाद देखा जाएगा.
What's a good way to actually put pressure onto Team Vitality? We have a late game marksman taking his lane away, making it a little bit more uncomfortable for him to get a comeback or any kind of scaling right now to an easy extent. Is definitely taking away that T1, but top side of the map as well. Just Chi is looking to put the pressure.
This is different from Vitality's game before against MIB or Loose. They're playing a little bit more safe here, trying to test the waters, test the limit of Blacklist International. And right now, Blacklist is dominating the early game without any more kills, more than one. They're already leading 1,000 gold to none from Vitality.
Yeah, but this is just another important lesson to those that have like either just started at HOK or have been here for quite some time and wondering like, why is the low kill games kind of like still a thing? It's like because kills naturally only translate into things when you're looking for, and when there's an objective coming through here, forcing the flash out from Val, there may be a team fight brewing up. Obviously, Azure Golem here could be contested.
Ooh, look at it, Just Chi coming in with that green room, knocking 3 people here. Raging C from F1, getting fight back by that Tremor Smash. Coming in from Chaz. Vitality trying to defend from the Moonscape Mirage. Coming in from Dragon. Lodfang is in danger, but they survive.
भाई क्या 1 HP 10 HP में बच रहे हैं भाई.
Beautiful play there. I mean, to be honest, I've never seen Dragon perform this well on higher. Like, where's this performance come from? This is a really good play here from Blacklist International. They dive in.
क्या हो रहा है भाई Vitality के साथ? हेलो मेरा Vitality पे बैठा ऐसा मत करो. Vitality हेलो.
Exactly what you just saw there.
Yeah, I think I like how Dragon used his ultimate just to zone out the important role players of Team Vitality and making them unviable for those long-term team fights. But sometimes I could see Dragon go a little bit too aggressive. For example, when he tried to ultimate ball on that bottom side, it was a bit too
आधा
risky
टाइम
for
तो
Team
शॉप ही खुला रहता है इनका खरीदते ही रहते हैं लोग कुछ ना कुछ भाईगन बिजनेसमैन है कि स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर
It's here once again, just as they both go in. Tremor Smash separates the team fight, enables Dragon just to make sure the battle's within safe distance. He's the snake charmer in that team fight, right? He's like, hey, come over here, I want to take you home with me, baby. And then that's it, it's the end of the night, end of the day.
Yeah, this is going to be very dangerous coming in from Team Vitality, living on knife's edge. Because look at the goal gap, 3,000. It's enough for Blacklist to hold on that lead. And coming in, Jackie, getting that triple man knockback with that universal law. Coming in, the Moonscape Mirage coming for Lanfeng. Chamiwan gets that solo kill. Golden Kite is open and nobody's taking them down. Ball is in danger. Joshi just trying to zone him out.
मार उसको भाई एकदम F1 को भगा रहे भाई F1 को गाड़ी जैसा भगा रहे भाई लापू लापू लेके दौड़ रहा है
I feel so bad for Ball. It's like he's in an episode of Dandadan. He's just getting abducted by aliens, but it's not aliens, it's a dragon into the Moonscape Mirage.
Don't tell me Vitality हार रही है.
Oh, ZonQ, he needs to defend with that Sunbird coming in, almost getting 2 kills, but just as the timer about to stop, ZonQ gets the double and defended the
भाई यहाँ पे बाल को मारना पड़ेगा bro.
Gonna be 1v1 against Ball. They're trying to survive, but no anti-heal items
भाई
coming
14 और 11 का फाइट हो रहा है impossible क्यों हो भाई.
surviving just bit by bit, and Just winning that 1v1.
Wins the 1v1, looks to go towards the Overlord pit, but they're like, you know what, we don't need this. The macro is not our weak point here. They're only laterally losing that T1 to the minions top side of the map, so there's no real pressure onto the side of Blacklist, so they go for the Tyrant, so they can make a more aggressive push onto the Crystal this time around.
Yeah, they need to be careful of that Dream Realm coming in from Just because they've caught Just off guard a couple of times.
Yeah.
Just got that triple knockup, not only once, but twice in the big team fights. Vitality, they need to be careful because if they repeat those mistakes, the end game may be near because their high ground is gone, and right now they're a bit struggling to defend this push.
Yeah, and this 12-minute mark's definitely kind of like not nearing the end here in terms of game state for Team Vitality as they find themselves 5k goal behind. That's nowhere near in terms of your scaling where you really want to be, right? Obviously, we know Golden Kite, he's going to have the itemization. He has both Crimson and Azure Golem in his utility now, just making every means of Team Vitality to clear out this minion wave. But sorry, boys, there's another one coming through.
Oh, it's going to be a 3-lane push coming in the high ground. The Aerostorm connects to one of the players from Blacklist International. Chami1 dives in with that power gradation. The Sunbird connects. Genman get the Slender just in the nick of time. Blacklist International dominating this team fight. Ball is in danger, getting poked back. Golden Kite on half HP. Near death situation coming in from Team Vitality. But what did they do? They adapt.
My gosh, you have to give props over to the aggression there. It was an offensive defense from Team Vitality. The arrow stones and
the Dream Roam connects Joshi. Tries to get one more, but look at Ball taking so much damage. ZonQ just splitting the focus here. Ball getting knocked back, shut down, coming in to Golden Kite, trades himself for Landfall. The Crystal is open. Team Vitality get defeated by Blacklist.
Yeah, सच्ची में
I don't know what's worse, obviously not being able to defend yourself or hearing just the barrage.
Blacklist इतना अच्छा खेलती है.
Coming through there towards the end
Bro,
from
don't tell
Blacklist
me,
International, but woo, I mean the stats are definitely speaking for themselves, right?
कोई ना.
Blacklist International game number 1, very dominant performance here.
Insane control at the start of the game. Blacklist means business. They got a lot of the choke point potential coming into this match, making Team Vitality's draft unviable for their long-term game plan.
Yeah, I feel like watching VP on stage just gave them all the influence they need within Blacklist International, because that was a clean game, man. There was not a single point where we saw Blacklist looking like they were struggling. It was all about Dragon's impact on this hire. He must have been practicing this pick for this moment within KWC 2026, because it was phenomenal.
100%. He gets so much much out of that ultimate. He took on ball on every team fight, making Team Vitality don't
Chess
have
का
their
है क्या?
front
Start
line.
हुआ
And
क्या
without
कुछ?
their tank, they can't do much against those output damage coming in from Golden Kite and also Chami1. So just defining those team fights, dissecting those players, making Team Vitality uncomfortable in those big important team fights.
Yeah, you make a good point there. Obviously, if you're kind of like contesting a huge team fight there, you've got to contest the Liepo, Monkey, but what we're going to be contesting is the points over to the desk. So let's see what Rain Day and Kin and Chantel have to say about Blacklist winning that game #1.
Thank you, Blam. You tried to remember everybody's name up here. I saw that. That was close, but you survived, my friend. You passed the test, and we are happy to be back here thanks to those STC highlights. We get to see exactly how Haya was so impactful against that character, that ball, ball. That was
there is still
really running the show or attempting
the
to.
decider
Of
match.
course, the domain expansion, one of my new favorite
मतलब
ultimates there.
for
that we get to
Vitality
see,
decider है.
taking him out of the fight almost completely and turning things around. The Philippines, last hope to make it to the playoffs at KWC 2026. Well, it's looking pretty hopeful from here. Chantel, Ken joining me, Rain Day back on the panel as we get ready for game #2. What's the impression, Chantel? Pretty good game from Blacklist, but overall, you feeling confident that they know what they need to do it one more time?
Yeah, of course, definitely for Blacklist International, they have the game plan, and it goes to show that when Chami1 said that they are a very decisive team, then they just proved on that game. I mean, specifically for Dragon, he knows who to target for every team fight. There were a lot of moments that for Ball, he didn't really had a great time because he was meant to be the frontliner for Team Vitality. But at the end of every team fight, he's the one being taken out. So if you're Ball, it's not really a good experience for you.
It's not. I mean, I did a lot of homework today for this match, but it's...
Where?
Yeah, okay. It's not because... They said 99-po, and it's 99-po to my notes. That was not the kind of game I was expecting from Blacklist as well as Vitality. I thought it's going to be a lot more tight-knit.
Yeah.
But this was a complete full figure out from the side of Blacklist International.
It is nice to see teams surprise the panel. It's always great. I see it every time that we have the ability to host these moments because it means that they're innovating. It means that they're adjusting. It means that they're living in this tournament. And as a viewer, you get to see, okay, Blacklist International, Team Vitality, we're expecting a fast, aggressive style play, and it doesn't show up that way. The patience starts to show up. Chantel, what did you see that was most impressive to you and how Blacklist International made this one theirs?
Definitely, it all boils down to the draft. I mean, if you look at Blacklist International, they have the clear vision whether how to stop a Team Vitality for every team fight. And at the same time, we have to take note that this type of hero composition is heavy on the layering of skills. There were a lot of moments that every time Chaz enters and goes for the initiation, you have a Just Chi on the follow-up right after the ultimate of the Haya has been procced already.
Exactly, there's too much control. Every single fight, Vitality was up in the air for like at least 2 seconds. And 2 seconds is a long time.
That's a long
in
time.
honor of Kings. Life gone, no more resources, no more turrets. What do you do from that point? You are on the blacklist now.
You're on the blacklist now. Charlotte and Chami, that two in the Clash lane were really successful. Why did that work so well? What is going on with that? And does that need to be something that's considered coming forward in these upcoming games against Blacklist International?
Okay, normally we talk about the rotations, the wave clears, but this was just a masterclass from Chami1 in terms of team fight setup. You're right. Let's leave it even. I want the 1v1s. Who cares about whatever happens in the lane? That was the formula of success. Chami1 was really good at getting the players of Vitality to commit to a 1v1. And once that attention was pulled away,
हो गया chat में.
domain and
4-0-3, I think contributed about 20% of the damage dealt there in that game. Obviously, global pick and bans for those just joining us at KWC means that we won't be able to see any of those heroes picked up yet again for Blacklist International, but it doesn't mean they haven't found the edge over Vitality. When it comes to our IKL representatives in Vitality, Chantal, I'd like to talk about what they can do better. What can we see from them? What went wrong? How do they approach this next draft and this next game?
I kind of feel like for Team Vitality, when they chose the Zia, they wanted to have that edge in terms
आजकल कौन सा गेम खेलते हो?
I mean, because of the passives of the hero.
कोई
It's
गेम
just
खेल रहे हो?
that it's hard for you to pick up on that whenever Zia is behind. So as much as possible, if you get that hero, you need to win the early game. So for Team Vitality, if they want to go on that route again, again. And then most definitely they want to focus on winning the laning phase because they need a lot of space for it to be effective.
Definitely needs to be, right? So yeah, as we know, it's a double-edged sword, right? If you get ahead, you get very far ahead. If you are going, playing from behind, he's pretty hard to catch up with because he's not tanky, he's not having a lot of damage, especially in this particular roster. He needs to be the utility for the game. And unfortunately, once again, Vitality, they don't get to play the game. So I would think that the solution now is, let's give the signature heroes to Vitality. I want to see the Zhang Qiujing come out one more time.
Is it about execution, getting a draft that's a little bit easier to execute without too
ना
many
कोई गेम नहीं खेल रहे हैं और लैपटॉप मिल रहा है या क्या सीन कॉलेज के लिए लैपटॉप तो खरीद ही रहे होगे आप
Play your cards really well. I mean, we don't really see Zia that much at KWC. It's more of a risk onto it. So definitely just play what's effective for your team.
At this point, so many teams talk to us in the pre-interviews. They talk to us afterwards as well, and they say they're happy if they played their game. And coming into it, they want to play their game. Will they be able to say that after 2? Because Blacklist International on the verge of moving forward. Vitality yet to find the draft that would get them in motion. Will this be the one as we head over to Game 2? It's Blam and RyuK. I'd love your thoughts on how Vitality can climb back.
Thank you, Rain Day, for remembering our names as well. I mean, definitely a nod of honorability there. But I mean, I think the important topic that we've just missed there within that panel is, depending on who you ask, 2 seconds is long enough. But RyuK here, what do you think after that game number 1, right? Obviously, what does Vitality need to draft in this game number 2?
I think after game 1, Chantal is smiling a little bit too wide. That's one.
अगले साल देखते हैं.
Vitality needs to step up their game. They're playing so good.
और आपका जो लैपटॉप था अभी जिसमें आप खेलते थे
a bit too passive, making Blacklist too comfortable in their own draft picks. And after getting so much momentum, Blacklist is like a freight train. He can't be stopped.
Exactly. He cannot be stopped in that one. I mean, you was even saying, like, you were propping up Just Chi, but at the same time, you're thinking, I'm going up against my own team. Like, what's going on here? You find yourself right in the Blacklist train, like the rest of the PKL region here as well. But for me, obviously, we've seen a very dominant Blacklist on this game number 1. So in this draft, Team Vitality needs to play all the ranks, right? Is even going for, like, I don't know, a first pick Jing on blue side, right?
तो उसमें गेम वेम्स खेलते हो क्या समीर भाई?
International stage and looking at the first ban and picks, they are all about respect. The Zhangfei pick from F1, the Lapu just to deny that combo, and the Pei Florentino. Both teams respectfully could play Florentino really well. Ball and also Chami1 is one of the best players coming into KWC. And looking at the first pick here, the flex pick from Vitality.
Yeah, I like this because Team Vitality kind of like, we're not too sure what Blacklist's identity is going to be in this game number 2. What's the one way around that to get a kind of like just an easy reaction straight away is getting that Chicha flex.
Chicha ले लिए हैं Chicha.
In there, either into Clash, into
बाल भाई ने Chicha ले लिए हैं. अब Chicha एकदम पकड़ के पेलेंगे. हाँ जो तुम लोग खेले हैं वही बस अच्छा.
International like playing the Aaron here. They probably got a win every time they picked up the Aaron because it was one game against Los Hernandez. They got that pickup, but here as well,
एक गेम बोलूँगा खेलोगे?
Dragon over Lorien, so we're not going to get the abduction, but we're still going to get that airtime.
Yeah, they need a setup for the Lorien here because Lorien, as an individual hero, he's good, but he's not great because of the early game advantage of Lorien not being so well. But look at ZonQ here with his signature pick, the Jing, and also the Guan Yu coming in from Ball.
Oh my goodness! I mean, Blacklist is like, okay, just try your best, okay, just pick up whatever you want to go for, and we'll try and beat you with it. I mean, that's a statement, right? If Blacklist International is able to beat Team Vitality with these 2 picks, that to me signs the strength and the improvement of Blacklist International.
But look at how Blacklist
क्या बताओ? एक गेम है बताऊंगा. नई गेम आई है. Will give you the link. ठीक है. वो वाला साथ में खेल सकते हैं हम. ठीक है. टैंक वाली टाइप गेम है. टैंक वाली टाइप. लिंक से आप लॉग इन करना मतलब लिंक से करोगे तो मेरे को बेनिफिट तो होगा ही होगा एंड प्लस इट्स अ मल्टीप्लेयर गेम तो साथ में खेलेंगे तो मस्ती भी होगा.
Clash lane, Cheech down farm lane, so that anti-tank has to probably potentially come into the mid lane, you know? Maybe Angela here for Gem Myth. We know Gem Myth has picked up that pick before, but they're looking to go against the delivery system, the Lu Bang. They're looking to go against any kind of road in the bump that's going to kind of stop the freight train, which is Flowborn Tank, right? Like you said there, Rookie, a good point was the fact that it's a great counter against the Jing.
Yeah, again, we said on the draft before, it's all about respect. And that is what Blacklist has given Vitality from time to time. Meeting them in many of the international tournaments and now meeting them at the world stage.
Yes.
The only ticket left to the playoffs of KWC by EWC 26. So again, it's going to be an interesting pick coming from Blacklist's side. The Motor, all about control.
I like it. I want Chaz to channel Draw from yesterday. Draw's Motsu was incredible. Like, flash it in, think inside the box. 3 members of your enemy team, and then that's it. The burst damage from Aaron, Lorian follows up here. But the more important part is, what's going to be the round off here for the side of Blacklist International? Are they going to go for something like the Byron here? Obviously, just give Chami one of his massive picks. Oh, wow. And we're going to see a little bit of a pizzazz here. But speaking of pizzazz, we get the Hue1 into the mid lane, Dolia into the support role here as well. So we're going to get double unending sorrows.
Yeah, this is going to be a ZonQ special coming into this game here. Looking for the setup from the Yuhuan and also the double ultimate from that Dolia. ZonQ is going to be very, very respected on this match. And looking at the counter picks coming in from Blacklist, they need a very tanky clash lane. As Blam said before, I think Byron is a great pick coming into this draft.
Yeah, we don't want to see Abaichi. I think Isaac may have an aneurysm at that point. He doesn't really like that pick, you know? He doesn't really like that one. But no, they're going to give all over the tank ability and soak in all that damage. It's going to be onto the Just Chi on the Flowborn tank right, and now Chami's going to go for a bit more carry, a little bit more burst. If you're looking at all the damage dealers on the side of Blacklist International, that's a lot of burst if you're onto a single target.
But again, if we're talking about Chami,
his
signature hero wasn't really about Fatih. It's all about the single target control heroes. It's about Charlotte, the Guan Yu, and also the Mayin. So again, coming in with Fatih, he's already said it to me before. It's not his confident hero, but he is going in with the much of a setup coming in from that Motor and also Flowborn tank. Maybe this pick could be viable for the longer, later game.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for the pickoffs for the squishy heroes onto the side of Team Vitality. Game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be going down. Potential match point here for Blacklist International. Can they be the first PKL representative to make their way into KWC's playoffs? This is only time can tell now. With Team Vitality, with the signature picks from Bao, with the signature picks from John Q, it's going to be a brawl.
It's going to be a brawl indeed. Coming in for the last PKL representative, Blacklist International going up against IKL champion. Who would pull through to the top 8 in this tournament?
Absolutely. I mean, you've already seen a lot of damage being dealt here onto Gem Myth, because obviously it's a lot harder to kind of navigate and get the full potential of the Hue1 at such an early level. So I feel like
पूरा heavy farming चल रही है बे.
really want to be putting the pressure
Farming पर कितना focus दे रहे देख रहे हो?
It's going to be hard if they let
Later stages में दिक्कत ना आए बोल रहे.
Because especially if you're talking about that Jane pick, ZonQ has always been so reliable on the solo jungle carry pick. So Blacklist, they need to be wary of it, especially coming in the 4th minute after the Tyrant. Team Vitality would want to engage in a lot of team fights.
Yeah, just to kind of got hot back onto the point of the John Q pick, right? Oh, he's already into the enemy jungle here, looking to try and contest that one. He smites away the Azure Golem.
That's a good trade coming in from Vitality, and that's what we said before. They need to control the tempo in the early game, making ZonQ dominant, making ZonQ the main star of the show, and that's what Vitality did. Getting that blue buff coming to Justy, just shutting down that Flowborn tank in the early game. And look at Ball, it's going to be a 1v1 against Chami1 here. Ball getting poked bit by bit, but the Razor cover is here. Chami gets the flash in the nick of time. Such a good trade.
You saw the mechanical like prowess of Chami there, right? The knowledge coming through. He's like, right, he's going to be level 4 any moment. We know that ultimate from the Guan Yu's going to come through, but there it is, the Murder Mate.
He's going to go in. ZonQ getting chance again, getting that first blood, getting that headshot. Lanfeng starting off strong for Team Vitality.
Chaz being taken down there means that the setup's not quite going to be just there for Blacklist International. The cannon blast, the phase check potential here from the boys on Blacklist. He's going to take a little bit of a slow turn here, but we're going to see that replay, right? Tries to force the flash off the wall there, but it's going to be the poke coming from Lamfang. This is the beautiful pickup of the Cheetah, right? Homing missiles when you have the right amount of stacks.
Yeah, they need the damage coming in from that Jing pick, and the finisher is going to be Lamfang.
Yep.
And getting shot at slow motion is another level.
Imagine being so possessive of the Spike Tail Beast that you push him into lane just so you secure him. I mean, that's definitely something here for Team Vitality, maybe getting a catch off here at the Chami.
Chami getting poked back again. Genmit is just assisting now. Chami 1 gets poked, and Chami 1 gets taken down. The second kill coming to Team Vitality.
That's definitely what you want to do, right? You want to put the pressure on the Chami here. It definitely was one of the stars of last game. I feel like Just Chi needs to get online. The problem with the Flowborn tank, he scales very slowly. He farms up very slowly as well. So we're going to have to wait for that pinnacle moment of a team fight, right? You're not going to be seeing Just Chi going in with no follow-up.
100%. Like, they need those farming capabilities of Blacklist, but right now Golden Kite's going to be 1v1. Lanfeng getting that freshly forged and armored master coming and trying to still poke back Golden Kite here, getting a bit trade coming from those two farm leaders.
But not only did he burst the ultimate, he's burnt his frenzy as well, right? Didn't quite get the kill that he wanted. It does mean he bursts out the flash here of Golden Kite. So it's those little minor trades, that little detail there that you have for
starting
the rest of the team.
मतलब
Say,
compared
Aero could be a
to
sit-in duck next time we see her.
Yeah, it's going to be very dangerous. Joshi coming in, looking for the power within, but Joshi almost getting bait to a big team fights coming into the 4th minute.
अगर ब्लैकलिस्ट वाइटलिटी को इस मेटा मतलब इस वाले जो लाइनअप पे हरा दी ना, then blacklist can do good in the playoffs because ये पूरा उनका डिफॉल्ट जो एजेंट जिसमें वो अच्छे हैं, जैसे BenQ यंग में अच्छा है, बाल अपने एजेंट में अच्छा है, तो they are it's like विराट कोहली को जिस पिच पे खेलना पसंद है उस पिच पे अगर उसको आउट कर रहे हो सेम वैसा
Yeah, they're going to try to engage a fight here. Dragon
लेकिन देखा नहीं यार समीर भाई,
poking Lanfeng, going at him for half HP, and Team Vitality just taking control of the game. But right now, Blacklist is trying to drag the game as long as possible because late game is going to be their power spike.
Yes, exactly. I think Blacklist in this moment in time are just looking to kind of maintain any kind of jungle, right? They don't want to lose their Azure Golem just yet. They've already done one so far within this one, but the stun onto Genmip is not going to be enough. The unending sorrow coming through with a teleport here from Ball.
Oh, look at Ball
hopping in for the ठीक है नहीं बॉल फिर से बाल बचे हैं, टावर डैम में 3 बंदे साथ घेर लिए थे.
It's going to be the best of the best. The FMVP against the FMVP. ZonQ getting that kill. 3-0 to Blacklist International.
Definitely not what the MVP clash if you wanted. If you are a Blacklist International fan, but the
टाइम नहीं मिला यार अभी, ये सब देखने का इतना टाइम नहीं है अभी. समझ रहे हो? थोड़ा अभी पता चलेगा कि क्या कर रहा हूँ क्या नहीं कर रहा हूँ. बहुत कुछ लाइफ में भी ongoing चल रही है, ongoing. Grateful for all those things, as well as काम भी करना पड़ेगा ताकि ऐसे ही चलता रहे. Good thing. अभी हम थोड़ा सा भी leverage नहीं दे सकते, ये leniency नहीं दे सकते अपने काम को.
And I think Lanfeng going in and focusing on the team fights without any help coming in from Vitality and even putting up on the frenzy is a very big trade coming in for Blacklist.
Yeah, speaking of people scratching their heads, it was definitely Chami after that 1v1 in the mid lane there. You saw it from the cannons. I thought I had him. I really thought I had him. But you have to give props to Blacklist International here. They are trying to make a bit of a redeemer in terms of the resource deficit they are facing right now. You can just constantly see in Ball, he is looking for any kind of means of creating that control top side of the map, but also to try and find a gank of those low only stranglers here onto the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, Chami1 has been so great at controlling those laning phases and playing the macro game, making every opponent clash laner in a difficult position, but Golden Kite pops his ultimate. The L'Oreal Bloom is gone, coming in from Blacklist, and they're gonna try to just hover over the Overlord, but right now Blacklist, they won this team fight.
Yeah, I mean, he got what he came for, right? He burnt out the ultimate of Lanfang as well. Does trade in ult for ult at this moment in time, but they do obviously get the presence on both sides of the map here as well. Team Vitality kind of paying back dues here for Blacklist, how they changed their game state in game number 1.
Yeah, they're gonna try to pressure out Blacklist. They're gonna make them uncomfortable in their own jungle. Ball gets pulled back by the Cannabis. Joshi diving.
Chami अगर अकेले वहाँ पे जाकर
hovering, pops the ultimate just to
नहीं
take
पीछे
that
से आ रहा है
person
Chami.
golem. Those micro trades coming in from Team Vitality.
Yeah, just not enough obviously leeway there.
तुम साला कुछ बताते भी तो नहीं है, बता नहीं सकते ना भाई, बताएंगे तो
Quite a lot of health bars as well, right? So there's no point diving in. I feel like that 1v1
फिर सरप्राइज कैसे लगेगा?
and with the rotation that
कुछ में बताना अलाउड नहीं रहता है, कुछ में बता सकते हैं बट बताएंगे नहीं क्योंकि
it would have been just a
सरप्राइज.
This Vitality team is just playing like Blacklist in the first game. They're trying to get as much as resources as they can and making Blacklist stick together, making them uncomfortable, and Chami putting him in a very difficult position where he wants to push or not, but look at ZonQ! ZonQ Airlines coming in to fly, but Ball poking in the backline. Golden Kite is in danger, and Golden Kite is down.
क्रेजी मारा भाई, घुस के मारा भाई, बता के घुस के मारा भाई, इनको भी घुस के मार रहे थे. चैज को देखो भाई, क्या बच्चा, वो भाई ड्रैगन एचपी चैज गया, थोड़ा नहीं भाई. ZonQ बोला कि भाई जाने नहीं देंगे तुम्हें ऐसा.
From Blacklist International.
Absolutely beautiful aggression there from Team Vitality. Not only did they get that mid lane priority that they were really hoping for, but top side. But we
भाग रहे थे, बोला कहाँ भाग रहा है साले, इधर आ.
It's the positioning from Bal, really putting the access onto the back line there and just giving free reign for Lanfang to get the positioning, get his stacks up, use that ultimate and get that potential takedown there with the boom boom pow.
It's crazy how he utilized his ultimate not only once but twice, and with the Celestial Melody, making him so strong against long-term team fights. And right now, Joshi isn't in the best position as the jungle of Blacklist, because right now the gold gap is 4,000 coming into Team Vitality's pockets.
Yeah, it's like we're just watching a different scenario of game number 1 where we saw Blacklist at this kind of lead for that time, but now in game number 2, it's definitely going over to Team Vitality here. But Blacklist find themselves in a sticky situation. Obviously, they still have the T2s at this point. Top side of the map looks like that one could get written off at any moment, but the pressure is going to be enough to make sure that 5 members aren't going to be down in time to contest this Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, they're going to try to contest here. Dragon still has the Starry Night. He wants this. Joshi just hovering over the Shadow Tyrant. Lanfang waiting for the time to go in. The Cannon Blast just stops F1 on his track, but look at the stun coming in from Gen Myth. It's gonna be that red flag coming to Blacklist International, forcing them to back off.
They force them to back off. They get what they came for, right? Shadow Tyrant there. Just too much scariness. He is the boogeyman on this Jing. ZonQ is just enough of a driving force, a wedge between the
like कर देना chat जो भी नए हैं please stream को.
Minion wave down bottom side of the map here means that Vitality is going to open up even more of the base. Structural damage is going to be
Vitality
Team Vitality.
almost जीत गई.
Is doing such a great job at controlling those lane phase, but right now Team Vitality is everywhere. Basically, ZonQ just appearing in the nick of time.
ZonQ भाई वो goat है भाई, young goat है वो.
They need to be prepared for that because right now Chaz and also Joshi focusing as their main stopper is not doing the best on their game.
क्या खेल रहा है भाई, खुलकर खेल रहा है भाई. ZonQ को देख रहे हो, डर ही नहीं है भाई, घुस-घुस के मार रहा है भाई.
When you're ahead of the early game, having that position of strength, but now you're just throwing orbs just to try and clear out the minion wave, just to hold on to those T3s.
Yeah, he's gonna be dangerous in the late game phase of the game, but right now Blacklist, just playing a bit more safe, trying to gain control of the waves, playing as much as they can to get their gold gain from those minions. But F1 shadowing over Joshi, pushing him a bit back. Genmit gets the flag, gets the quad knock here. Joshi going back, Golden Kite triggering his ultimate, just giving threat after threat to Team Blacklist International.
Yeah, just look how cheeky Genmit is in those team fights, right? He goes in, he looks like to set himself as the target for Just Chi, but he's like, denied, using that unending sorrow, and then he just uses that ultimate for nothing on the side of Blacklist International. I feel like that is a really good pick to kind of counter the Flowborn tank, especially when you're trying to like make sure you're burning out that ultimate, those knockups, so that JeonQ has an easier time to navigate on this Jing.
100%. ZonQ is going to be their main focus from Blacklist, but look at the item choosing of ZonQ. He built a little bit of defense here, coming in for the Blazing Cape, trying to open the Gorge with the passive of his skills.
Yeah, opening the passive with a Gorge here as well.
Ooh, ZonQ!
A lot of damage.
Diving in with that Mirror Domain, he's in danger, but ZonQ gets flashed out. Golden Kite takes that kill, but look at Ball! Initiating a good initiation on the backline of Blacklist International. 2 players trade to 1. Team Vitality getting more out of that team fight.
That was beautiful though. Like honestly, I thought that maybe Chaz would have had the turning tide there with that think inside the box, but Val was like, no, hold my beer. We're going in, we're going from behind. We're just creating and bringing that team fight back into our favor. The game state here for Blacklist is not looking too good. The aggression here from Team Vitality.
Lanfeng is starting to top up those defenses. Ball opening the
अगर ये रोक लिए ना 3v5
Arsenal Tammy 1 gets pulled back. Tammy gets taken down in the Crystal. It's open for Team Vitality. Team Vitality takes game
Decider.
2.
That's a beautiful way
Decider
to end
match.
this decider match. We're going the full best of 3 here. Neither of these teams want to go out with a wounded dog style. They want to go out brave, chest held high, head held high, and Team Vitality with that Jing pick, with Bal on the Guan Yu. And I have to say, Genmit on this U1
Decider match जाएगा.
This game was an amazing game for these 2 teams. Like the first game, Blacklist held so much pressure on the first 10 minutes of the game, and Vitality, they returned the favor on the second game, making Joshi's counter pick so unviable and Chaz so uncomfortable in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about obviously JeonQ now having to use that signature pick and just seeing those 1v1s between the FMVPs, right? It's going to be a hard third game in terms of that draft, because not only do they lose Guan Yu and obviously JeonQ's Jing, we lose the Lorien as well as Chami's Vati. So there's still quite a big expensive draft on both of these, considering the counters evolve.
Yeah, it's going to be hard because, again, saying for Tammy to be in such an uncomfortable position, playing his not the best game that he had along the tournament. So, again, it was a very, very hard game for Blacklist. But we would want to hear it more from our panelists.
Thank you, Rookie and Blam, on the great cast. It was Chammy who got the better end of Ball, but that turns right back around as the Guan Yu goes the way of Vitality, and so does the victory. Champions of the PKL and the IKL did not disappoint in giving us a showcase that goes down to our first best of 3 and could potentially show the hope of the Philippines into the knockout stages or back home with a little bit of sadness on their face.
I love that you're looking at me while saying that.
That would be devastating.
Yeah,
and
definitely
hard to
devastating.
go through. Yeah.
But yeah, I kind of feel like for the side of Team Vitality, right after they got the blue buff, we know that there's no
Venom bhai, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है? कैसे हो?
Night night.
We got it, right? So I
like
requested
me put my daughter to bed, man.
Yeah.
क्या हाल चाल Venom bhai?
Time to go to bed. Night night.
And they gave us a great present, right? This is a dream scenario for the side of Vitality. You get all the good picks, and then, you know, they made life so difficult for Blacklist International. One of the main things they did was, like you said, that first initial blue buff steal. Now, that was not the only pain point. The reason why you want to do that is because
क्या language है? क्या language है
a
गोटा?
lot of mana points. So this game was already a difficult start for the side of Joshi.
एक बार स्टोरी देखो आपके भाई की, रुको अभी देखते हैं.
Genmith, let's be clear about this. Game number 1, he was kind of non-existent. Game number 2, he was showing up, using the you want to go in, soak the damage, take the skills, and then you have the Dolia refresh. This is why you want to pick Dolia as a soft support. A soft support does work.
Yeah, given that also there are a lot of entry points on the side of Team Vitality because of the reset or because of the Dolia and U1 combo. It kind of feels like for Team Vitality, they're really good with a hero comp that actually jumps in right through the players of the other team because for Zanki was having the time of his life with that Jing. And I remember during the discussion
Crazy है कि नहीं हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल है ना भाई crazy
We leave it for
crazy
the
Venom
last
भाई
portion because we don't want to open space for the fight. We have Gen Myth as well as F1 going in, you know, and sometimes you need a hero. And once the theme song plays, who shows up? Bao on his horse, coming in, swooping, pushing everyone from the side of Blacklist, and this opens up so much space. ZhangQ, his special pick on the Jing, and you have Lanfeng with the Flow-born Marksman as well. What a beautiful game. Oh, sorry, it's a Chicha.
As you see here, 13 minutes, so it didn't take too long for Team Vitality to even things out. But you pointed out very appropriately when I was kind of questioning, what do they have in this draft? What do they need on the other side for Blacklist? You mentioned the sustain.
अब मेटा निंजा का एडिटर बनने की देरी है
Four different elements to
फिर
sustain.
ऐसे
And it didn't seem like Blacklist had a good answer in that fifth.
बनोगे यार मेटा निंजा के क्रिएटर के आप एडिटर हो
International is more on the scaling side.
SITL के ही बनोगे बहुत जल्द
that is brought to them on the early game, then definitely it's
for
going to be a hard
sure
time
for
for them
sure
to keep up for the remaining of the game. So for Team Vitality,
by the way Venom भाई एक मल्टीप्लेयर पीसी गेम है तुम्हारे भाई का भी एक वो हुआ है बोल सकते हो कोलैब हुआ है समझ रहे हो तो वो I'll be sharing you a link ठीक है तो उसमें मल्टीप्लेयर गेम है हम साथ खेल सकते हैं वैसा तो मतलब फायदा ये है कि गिवअवेज भी हैं जो आप लोगों के लिए है हमारे लिए तो आप हमारे लिंक से करोगे तो हमें उसमें फ़ायदा है बट आप लोगों का फ़ायदा ये है कि आप लोगों गिवअवेज में आपको मिल सकता है more than 30 people can win Steam codes and other community rewards समझ रहे हो so अगर आप if you're interested let me know I'll send you a link जिससे आपको डाउनलोड आपको करना है बस गेम मतलब ऐसा बैटल वाला ही गेम है एक क्रिएटर का एडिटर होके क्या फायदा पूरी और क्या बनना है अब अरे वेनम भाई अगर खुलता है तो मैं आपको फॉर श्योर बताऊंगा यार फॉर श्योर बताऊंगा फॉर श्योर कौन सा गेम है मैं आपको बताऊंगा वेनम भाई विल शेयर यू ऑल द डिटेल्स आपको मैं बता दूंगा एक बार डीसी बुलाऊंगा आपको मैं बता दूंगा कैसे क्या करना है एंड क्या करना है फिर साथ में ऐसा ऑन स्ट्रीम या ऑफ स्ट्रीम ऐसा कभी भी ऐसा खेल सकते हैं समझ रहे हो आपको मैं बता दूंगा कौन सा डिस्कॉर्ड पे बस यू हैव टू टेक अ स्क्रीनशॉट एंड जस्ट अपलोड इट एंड देन यू विल बी एलिजिबल फॉर द गिवअवे एंड स्टीम कोड्स भी मिलेंगे आपको समझ रहे हो तो वहाँ पे आपको एज लाइक आप RyuK टोटल जो भी क्रिएटर्स इन्फ्लुएंसर्स होंगे वहाँ पे लिस्ट आउट होंगे वहाँ पे सब मैं बता दूंगा कि वहाँ पे आपको बोलना है आप RyuK के कम्युनिटी के अंडर आओगे एंड फिर एक कम्युनिटी रिवॉर्ड भी मिलेगा एंड प्लस इंडिविजुअल जो व्यूअर खेल रहा है उसका भी रिवॉर्ड है ठीक है लाडले कल परसों तक मैं आपको बता दूंगा क्या सीन है
So is there an element of teams figuring out, okay, wait a second, let's ban some of these early game or pick some of these early game heroes and leave open some of the more scaly ones because scaling
और पीसी गेम है तो आपके पास पीसी तो है ही तो कोई दिक्कत तो होगी नहीं समझ रहे हो
Get the level 1 invade. I don't think many teams have tried this strat in the tournament for KWC yet, but simply because they have been punished really hard for trying. But I feel like this is your last chance. This is the final slot of top 8. You have to take a risk. No risk, no reward.
All right, well, it's the final slot here. Of course, if you want to be involved in the conversation like we are here on the panel, make sure to join the creator program. You can stream and not only build a community, which you may already be doing, but if you're watching, join because you'll earn free prizes. You'll have a chance to earn your share of all of these goodies that you see on the side of the screen and participate again in those viral moments, those glorious moments that Chantel mentioned happen in Game 2. Who knows? Maybe there'll be a big upset, big surprise in Game 3. We certainly know Vitality has already given us one of those resilient.
अभी एडिटर कौन है मेटा निंजा में? एडिटर एज एन एक क्रिएट मतलब हम तो एजेंसी रखे हैं, वहाँ वो एजेंसी के थ्रू ही डायरेक्ट काम हो रहा है. पहले इंडिविजुअल रखे हुए थे. तो व्हाट हैपेंड वाज कि वो इंडिविजुअल का कोई वो नहीं है, हायरार्की नहीं है, या कोई इसको देखने वाला नहीं है. सो कभी वो टाइम पे काम देता था, नहीं देता था, तो वो दिक्कत हम पे आती थी एट द एंड. तो द थिंग विद एजेंसीज की एजेंसी में एजेंसी हायर कर लिए तो हम बता देते हैं हमें ये चाहिए, एंड अगर वो एडिटर्स फिर नहीं देते हैं तो फिर उनके जो हायरार्की में जो सीनियर्स हैं वो उनकी गाफ मारेंगे. समझ रहे हो? So
have another one of those in the tank, or if Blacklist International will be able to await their competitors and then kick them down and move themselves up into the quarter-final ladder. Let's send it over to our casters, Blam and RyuK, for one more cast today as we close out our quarter-final matchups.
Thank you very much, Evan. I didn't know it was on first.
मेरी बात करवाओ ना, मैं कर सकता हूँ इंडिविजुअल काम अगर हो सके तो. यार वेनम भाई, मैं तब जब खाली था ना, पोस्ट जब निकला था, आपको याद है मैं एक बार बताया था कि अभी आपको है, अभी मेरी और देख रही है, तब उस टाइम पे खाली था. उसके बाद से डिसीजन ले लिया गया कि हम एजेंसी को देंगे. तो फर्स्ट वीक हम किसी और एक एजेंसी के साथ काम करते थे, फिर वो एजेंसी को स्विच करके अभी एक दूसरे एक एजेंसी में है. समझ रहे हो? वैसा सीन है. अब इंडिविजुअल तो वो लेंगे नहीं, बट देखता हूँ मैं, बिकॉज इंडिविजुअल अभी नहीं ले रहे क्योंकि अभी अपने एक तो पहले हम लोग का अभी लाइनअप वाइनअप का भी सीन चल रहा है, कौन सा लाइनअप क्या उठाएंगे क्या नहीं, तो वो अभी कोई श्योरिटी नहीं है. तो इतना थंबनेल वंबनेल का सीन किसी से बन नहीं रहा है. मतलब आधे क्रिएटर स्ट्रीम करते नहीं है, ठीक है, आधे क्रिएटर जो स्ट्रीम करते हैं उनमें 2-3 तो ऐसे हैं जो खुद से ही बनाते हैं. मेरे को चाहिए रहता है तो मैं आपसे बनवाता हूँ. समझ रहे हो? तो वैसा सीन है. अब उनको ऐसा कोई डिमांड आया नहीं है. जब डिमांड होगा तो सप्लाई में अगर लेस होगा तब उनको चाहिए होगा, तब मैं बोलूँगा इनपुट दे सकता हूँ. बट अभी तो ऐसा कुछ ऐसा सच है नहीं. वही दिक्कत है. हाँ, एजेंसी से अगर वो बात करवाना होगा तो वो मैं आपको नंबर दे सकता हूँ जिसमें यू कैन आस्क कि वेदर देयर इज एनी वैकेंसी और नॉट. बट वैसा सीन है अभी फिलहाल के लिए. समझ रहे हो? अगर हाँ, अगर वैसा बोलोगे, अगर और को अभी क्या चाहिए, और को भी एक डीओपी चाहिए. ठीक है, अभी अगर मैं से खोलने अगर पोजीशन ओपन का बोलोगे तो और कोई डीओपी चाहिए जो फोटोग्राफी, वीडियोग्राफी, कंटेंट जो शूट हो रहा हो उसका, जो शूट में हेल्प करना क्रिएटर्स को, उसका समझ रहे हो, वो एक चाहिए और को अभी के लिए.
I think there's a possible pick because he's shutting down one of the 2 counters of Luna.
वैसा है,
It's gonna
समझ
be
रहे हो?
Musashi and also an Ukyo ban for Vitality side. Luna is still possible, but if he wants to play a little bit more passive, maybe he's gonna save this pick for the
भेज देना नंबर. हाँ, मैं आपको भेज दूंगा.
Sustainability so far, right? With the Diadea and then obviously Ball on the party has kind of like his home kind of self-sustain.
आप अगर तब आ जाते ना, अभी तक हो जाता आपका सीन पूरा परमानेंट शॉट. अब तब आए नहीं, या तब आप कंफ्यूज थे कि करना है कि नहीं करना है, इसलिए.
BenQ, and it may never come through if they don't win this game.
It's going to be an interesting pick coming into this tournament because look at the picks of Blacklist. It's a direct counter to Kaiser. You have the CC coming in from the Zhangfei pick and also the Xiao Qiao. And again, not only that, but the setup coming in for the Dharma. So it's going to be a big question mark for Team Vitality. How will they get this win on the last map?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Team Vitality's draft, right, that's very Team Fight orientated. You are looking for Kaiser and the party to just dive in, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Just she's like, okay, it may be my last game, or it may be the thing that gets us through to the playoffs, where we have never seen before. Chano as well here for Golden Kite.
It's gonna be a game changer here, coming in looking at the hero power picks. Coming for Blacklist, you have the Jing for Josh Chi, you have the Dragon coming in getting Xiao Xiao, and the Lorion as the equalizer, the finalizer of the pick from Team Vitality. It's going to be an interesting match.
Very interesting. I think this is probably going to be one of the closest matches here as well, right? Obviously, we got
Insta तो अपना GFX__ yes.
Blacklist International have enough damage to get that all taken away from the side of Team Vitality.
देखो W डॉन से आया होगा. अरे यार इसका मत करो वेनम भाई, ये नाम हम एकदम ये लोग फेक चैनल बनाता है. हाँ, कल को कुछ होगा फिर आपके ऊपर आएगा, हमारे ऊपर आएगा. हम अपना रियल पर्सनल ये सब रियलिस्टिक अकाउंट हम थोड़े से, हमारा भी एक है कि नहीं बेंचमार्क. ये अभी आटू झाटू अकाउंट्स को हम फॉलो करने बैठे. बोलो मत करना यार, ये सब मत करो. डब्लू डॉन ये कोई है, नाम क्या है इसका? समीर मुठ हमारे नाम है इसका. क्या इंस्टाग्राम पे क्या है? डब्लू डॉन. एक इंस्टाग्राम में अकाउंट है इसका पीरो पिलियर. अपना असली नाम रखने में इनको शर्म आती है. समीर मुठ मारे. प्रमोशन कर रहे हैं फ्री में. एकदम दो रिपोर्ट मारो इस आईडी को. बोलो कि साला आई डोंट लाइक इट वाला रिपोर्ट मारो. बोलो कि क्या अब्यूजिंग ग्लिचेस, नहीं तो अपलोडिंग समवन एल्सेस कंटेंट बोल के एकदम रिपोर्ट मारो साले का पेज को. सतीश मुठ मारे. अरे नहीं यार, ये समीर मुठ मारे है. डब्लू डॉन.
You really want to be seen here, Blacklist, to try and get
Dilip loved it.
here. But you are seeing a very good setup here into the early part.
Crazy
of the game. Able to steal away one of the points
Dilip loved it
for the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, I think this has been one of like the strongest tournaments with new heroes coming into the patch, especially Lorion and Florentino. And also yesterday we did an interview with Ball, and he said that Florentino was one of his most favorite clans.
और क्या भाई समीर भाई, तुम्हें एक बात बता. तुम अभी कल को कॉलेज जाएगा, तुम्हें कोई पूछेगा, कोई लड़की लड़का के पूछेगा कि हे कैन वी शेयर आवर इंस्टाग्राम आईडीज, तो तुम क्या बोलेगा? यस सर्च डब्लू डॉन. तुम ये बोलेगा. हाँ, ये सब अगर कोई प्राइवेट आईडीज है तब समझ में आता है. मेन आईडी डब्लू डॉन. नाम रखने के टाइम में अपना लंच सूंघ लिया था क्या? हैं? बोलता है अच्छा नाम तो है.
Blacklist get it in game number 3, whereas Team Vitality kind of did the same kind of things to them in game number 2, right? So I feel like there's a lot of revenge, a lot of personality, a lot of personal.
वेनम भाई आपने जो भेजा है वो सच में है या ऐसे मस्ती में? है वेनम भाई? सच में है या मस्ती में भेजा है? वो बताओ. ठीक है भाई, नहीं करना तो मत करो. रिपोर्ट तो मत करो यार. रिपोर्ट ही करेंगे यार. रिपोर्ट करेंगे. क्या नाम है? डब्लू डॉन. What is this name, W Don?
Yeah, it has been a great match so far coming in for Blacklist. Looking at their second game, they haven't been performing the best.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, ये ब्लू साइड में कुछ जादू है. पहला मैप ब्लू साइड में ब्लैकलिस्ट था, तो ब्लैक लिस्ट जीत गया। सेकंड मैप वाइटैलिटी था ब्लू में, ब्लू वाइटैलिटी जीत गया। अब थर्ड मैप ब्लैक लिस्ट है, फिर से देखो ब्लैक लिस्ट कितना मेजोरिटी अब मैं गुड स्टार्ट के साथ अभी खेल रहा है, समझ रहे हो। ये है, ये ब्लू साइड में ही कुछ है, जादू है। मजाक कर रहा, वो कहा मैं कहा, अरे नहीं मेरे को लगा वेनम भाई हो गई, मतलब ऐसे स्कूल में फ्रेंड वेंड या कॉलेज में फ्रेंड वेंड, कॉज मेरे कॉलेज की वो रेबल किड है ना, मेरे कॉलेज की है, तो अगर मैं भी किसी को ऐसे बोलने जाऊंगा तो कोई मानेगा नहीं अनटिल एंड अनलेस मैं फोटो दिखा दूं। तो देखो वैसे क्या पता आपके कॉलेज की हो, दोस्त हो, बड़ी हो गई जैसे रेबल किड बड़ी हो गई ऐसा टाइप, समझ रहे हो। अभी कल को ऐसे मैं बड़ा हो गया तो ऐसे मेरे कॉलेज वाले ही बोलेंगे, जैसे मेरी सीनियर है अपनी एसएटीएल शर्लॉक, मेरे ही कॉलेज में थी, तो अभी मेरे से जूनियर वाले ऐसे बोलेंगे कि RyuK को जानते हो, एसएटीएल RyuK, सॉरी मेटा निंजा RyuK मेरा ही सीनियर है, ऐसे बोलेंगे लोग। गलती से एसएटीएल निकल गया रे बाबा।
Obviously, just G on the Jing. They have a lot of damage here with Dragon as well as Golden Kite, so they have to kind of just play a little bit coy, just make sure they're just not seeing that gold go into the favor of Blacklist too far.
It's very hard looking at Team Vitality.
हो जाए तो 4 चांद लग जाए, हाँ ना, हो जाए तो 4 चांद क्या 8 चांद लग जाए भाई। अबे मैं बोला कौन है BKL, अच्छा तो है नाम। अच्छा कहाँ नाम है बे, तुम गांडू है बे, तुमको फिर सोशल मीडिया यूज करना नहीं आ रहा। तुम एक काम कर, फोन वापस पापा को दे दे, बोल दे मैं डिजर्व नहीं करता। अबे अपना एक प्रेजेंस बनाओ भाई भोसड़ी के, भले ही प्राइवेट रखो पब्लिक रखो, एक अपना एक खुद का प्रेजेंस रखो। व्हाट इज दिस डब्ल्यू डॉन? हाँ ये तो वही बात हो गई, एंजल प्रिया, तुम जेनजी एंजल प्रिया वाला ही हरकत कर रहा और कुछ नहीं। क्या मतलब क्या बोलेगा अपने बेटे को? जब पूछेगा जब पापा आप 11-12 में क्या करते थे या उसके बाद क्या किए, तो तुम ये बोलेगा कुछ नहीं बेटा 70% लाके डब्ल्यू डाउन करने लग गया, ये बोलेगा। तुम ये बोलेगा समीर? देख मेरे को पूछेगा तो मैं तो बोलूंगा, समझ रहे? मेरे को अगर आके पूछा चाचा पापा का थोड़ा सा कहानी बताओ ना, मैं तो बोलूंगा तुम्हारा बाप सबसे बड़ा अनपढ़ गवार था, ठीक है, अपने आप को बहुत बड़ा तीरबाज समझता था, जमशेदपुर आना करता था और खुद ही नहीं निकल पाया जमशेदपुर से, ऐसे ही बोल दूंगा। एसएटीएल RyuK मेटा निंजा को पर्सनल भेजना पड़ेगा। अरे बाबा गलती हो गई री बाबा, मत करो।
I think Blacklist have to count their lucky stars in that one, right? Like we saw so many ultimates being burnt. Only really getting
अभी रिसेंटली वो काव्या गई ना RNTX में, वैसे तुम्हारा भाई भी एक दिन जाएगा RNTX में, नहीं एसएटीएल में।
We see BenQ, he's looking for the takedown, the 1v1 onto that backline.
Yeah, they want more here. BenQ opening the vision up for Team Vitality, looking to close in as much space as possible. And Team Vitality's winning condition right now is just to drag this game as long as possible, getting those power spikes for Ball, and also BenQ being the punching bag for Team Vitality, giving space to Lanfeng to get that lead and then damage output that Team Vitality wants.
Yeah, it's very rare that you see this in the game, right?
मार साला, पीछे से वार करता है, मार पीछे से वार करता है साला। जय बात।
I was gonna say, like, literally no other marksmen have no kills or no deaths. They're either being positioned very well or
नहीं बोलेंगे, एक सीसी था उसके साथ टेम पास।
The gold share is literally a knife edge between these two teams. Chami won.
Ooh, look at Chami getting popped back, playing
भाई
the trampoline here from
सीसी के साथ टाइम पास किया, वो तो अच्छी बात है।
Look at Ball coming and Golden Kite is in danger. Opens up the dash
बट सीसी तो सिर्फ 4-5 घंटे के लिए आता था. बाकी टाइम क्या करता था?
Looking cool and all. I mean, he's just doing what he needs to do, right? That macro play, making sure that Bal goes back to his home.
सीसी तो 4-5 घंटे के लिए आता है.
So it doesn't mean that 5 members of the side of Team Vitality are going to either try
हूँ मैं तीरबाज बस, इसलिए उसके अंदर कोई और ही तीर छोड़ रहा है.
So team fight potential is definitely a wary situation here for Black.
कोई और ही अपने बाण चला रहा है.
With that goal lead.
I think it's all about the setup.
चलाओ ना नैनो से बाण रे, चलाओ ना नीचे से बाण रे, जान ले लो ना स्टैमिना रे.
Control the emotions, control the recall, right? Like that's definitely what they've been doing here as well.
स्टैमिना को क्या बोलते हैं वेनम भाई यार हिंदी में?
Mid lane also, obviously Vanguard got wiped out pretty clearly.
Hey Siri.
It's not the 10-minute mark Vanguard that you really want to
Hey
be
Siri.
for to get that siege into the mid
What?
lane, but it's
अरे
going to buy
मानो
enough
मेरा
time
Siri
here for
खुल के बंद क्यों जा रहा है? Hey Siri.
that extra 35
What is stamina in Hindi?
They just wanted more time here for Team Vitality, but look at Chami popping off SONY, just appearing into team fight. Just
Dum kham.
waiting for the right time. Chat, get that fly coming
Dum
in.
kham.
Genmith is in danger, but look at the escape coming from Team Vitality. Ball opening the ultimate, but right now Jachi
चलाओ ना नीचे से बाण रे, दम खम ले लो ना प्राण रे.
Any other team probably would thought, you know what, the mid lane kind of overextended. It's their problem. Has to force the flash there from Dragon, but now
मारो यार धोती लुंगी सब खोल दो.
special coming into Team Vitality, and Ball gets taken down. Zotac is going to be 1v1 coming in to Joshi, just poking and testing those junglers. And right now, Lotfum is in danger. Chami one being.
भाई ये ब्लैकलिस्ट पिछले मैच में ऐसा नहीं खेल पा रही थी.
using that Dharma to perfection there, picking up the kill, driving out the infinite bastards there from Lamfang. He's going to be a sitting duck as well for quite some time. T1 takedown into the mid lane, but this replay was so scary. That flash from Dragon at the right time drew Bal, drew Genmith into that right space there, as well as Bal. He kind of flew a little bit too close to the sun. He got burnt down, and now they get the Shadow Tyrant for themselves.
Yeah, we'll see how they dictate the gameplay of the game, because right now Blacklist is ahead 3,000 gold, getting so much out of those team fights, getting those map controls that they wanted. And right now Team Vitality, their last hope is to try to take the game as long as possible. And right now they're just trying to defend, same as game 1.
कहाँ गया यार समीर? हेलो समीर.
Kind of state of scariness. They're trying to play at that ultimate defense that we know that they can play, right? They can play very offensive from that moment state. But right now, Blacklist International are the only team with any kills on the board. That goal lead is definitely shying away from the side of Team
भाई मेरे को देखना है कि किसका लास्ट की क्रश हो रहा है.
Takedown to the T2 top side of the map. So teams like Vitality
Before the
they
playoffs.
have to say, guys, we have to let this go, or if we commit, we may lose.
It's a race of time coming in from Team Vitality here, trying to drag the game again. But right now, Blacklist, they don't want to hand it to them, because right now the pressure coming in from the mid lane, a potential big team fight is coming.
It is, but at the same time, you saw there, Just Chi, he's stalking that Azure Golem. He's taken that away from John Q. That's one of the big things that you need to make Kaiser ultimately work better for your team, right? Those engages are going to be a little bit harder. The cooldown reduction, not quite there. And that mana, you're not going to be able to spam those skills.
Yeah, it's going to be very dangerous coming from Just Chi, just opening the map, widening the vision for Team Blacklist International. And right now, Team Vitality is near their power spike. Cass getting pulled back by those invisible warriors here, and Genmith just trying to set up as much as he can, but looking at the gap damage coming in from Blacklist, it's a dangerous situation here.
Very dangerous. Maybe they're just trying to bait them into this Overlord, right? You just saw there the suspense being built by the spectator. What is Team Vitality actually seeing? John Fei is probably not the best position to be in when you're all squished together.
And again, like, we're seeing Blacklist just delivering the same treatment that Vitality gave to them in Game 2, making the map as small as possible, no more vision, because they're carrying a squishy roamer. F1 hasn't been able to do so much in this game.
Yeah, you saw the Iron Phoenix being built there for Chami as well, right? That's lifesteal. He's going to get back. It's going to be a little bit more of an intensity here for Team Vitality. They're struggling to keep the minions at bay. They're able to do it just for now. Obviously, Vanguard's been put down bot side of the map to create that pressure here for even more chance of securing Azure Golem once again away from BenQ.
It's going to be the fight of life and death. The ticket to top 8 is in the front of Blacklist International. Their eyes set straight into the playoff, but BenQ getting poked back here, opening the ultimate from Ball, trying to poke the Dragon back into the Dragon's Den. Chaz just opening the vision again, and Team Vitality losing a high ground tower.
Yeah, using the Vanguard, using Chaz as the battering ram. He has the ultimate available, right? The Unbridled Outburst is available here for Blacklist International. They just have to make sure they make the ultimate moment for this one now. We see Lorian being used to chip down the Vanguard bot side of the map here. BenQ trying to encroach on the side of Blacklist International. They have to be disciplined and decisive here.
Yeah, they're just going to test the waters from Blacklist, getting the high ground tower again and again.
बस एक ही high ground tower बचा है
Right now
इनका.
they have one middle tower left. Looking at Blacklist controlling the tempo of the game, letting Chaz breathe a little, and getting another big objectives on their arsenal. The Shadow Tyrant is going to help them to gain more advantages on the big team fights, and right now Team Vitality is struggling to hold their tempo.
Yeah, hold tempo, hold ground, hold their own jungle. As you see, Just Jesus ushered a wave down to the bot side of the map there as well. Means that they know the rotation of Team Vitality. They have to go down there, they have to defend it. Now they can try and get this minion wave through here into the mid lane potentially. Lorian just throwing those orbs around. BenQ forced himself into the front line of this team fight, but is it going to be enough to protect these minion waves coming to the top side very, very soon?
Well, I'm not a player on this game, but my hands are sweating, Blam. I'm sweating and looking at Indonesian team, the last one to qualify to the playoffs. But look at them trying to defend.
They are trying to defend. We just see pretty much a ship match there, top side of the map. We see BenQ, everyone going at it for one.
बुरा लग रहा है यार VIT के लिए.
Minion wave, top side of the
इतना
map.
deadly comeback वहाँ पे करके.
Let's see what happens here, rookie.
यहाँ पे भी give up नहीं कर रही है bro.
Chami one gets an enlightenment mantra, trying to open up the map.
अरे क्या हो रहा है?
Opening the vision for Team Vitality. Blacklist International wondering where the entry point is, because BenQ is just closing every door behind him.
To the point of Team Vitality, right? They're defending so long, they're amassing gold. Is it going to be enough here? Obviously, we are seeing another full frontal attack. We see Just in the backline!
Flying into the backline, but look at the outburst BenQ! Eating up so much damage. Just poking in the crystal, but nobody's going to enter the domain of Team Vitality!
This is what I was talking about literally moments ago. Team Vitality have one of the best offensive defense mechanics here. Thanks to their draft, thanks to BenQ, and thanks to Genmif. He's able to sit back and throw orbs days and night.
Yeah, they're trying to engage here again without Just. They don't have a smite, they don't have to contest this Overlord, and they are trying to push them back. Chaz doesn't still have the outburst. F1 going back, Chami one is in danger, pops his flash.
He's definitely
going back and pushing back the players of Blacklist International.
This may buy them enough time here on the side of Team Vitality. It's looking pretty low, they secure it, but at what cost? Ball! It's going to be a beautiful Unbridled Outburst into the back line, but he's going to keep him alive. The Stampede, but Dolan's kite is down. We see Chami right in the wind. This is potential comeback potential here for Team Vitality.
Nobody tries to enter the Wasp Den, because right now Team Vitality controlling the tempo of the game.
Don't tell me ये फिर से अनहोनी को होनी कर रहे हैं.
They forced that contest to the Overlord, making them lose 2 more players. Right now Blacklist is in danger.
A very well-timed infinite Vastus there you saw from the replay, right?
Will not
if
jinx
he
it,
landed
will not
any
jinx
sooner,
it.
he would have been hit by that Unbridled Outburst, but now, complete game say in mid.
They try to defend here, but look at BenQ being so dominant. The minion waves are coming, and the Overlord Vanguard are pushing through the mid lane. BenQ popping up his ultimate, but look at the outburst. Genmif coming into the backline. Dragon is out of the picture. Team Vitality is painting history. Just gets taken down. Chaz is gone. The mid lane is
क्या
open.
बात कर रहे हो
The
भाई?
pathway is ready. Team Vitality ready to end the game. Chaz waiting in for the moment here. Golden Kite pops the ultimate. Jet mid against SONY and that far laner. Champion one holding on one by one. But look at the crystal. Lonfum pushing back. Chaz is in danger. The crystal is exposed. Miracles.
Bro, Vitality. Why?
Well played there, Team Vitality. When it looked like it was on tournament life, they held it back. They held down the fortress. Mom came home.
भाई ये Vitality का क्रिस्टल को टच करने से कुछ उनका अंदर का आत्मा जाग जाता है क्या?
Just a display for these teams watching, right? When you are down
Bro,
and out,
2 back-to-back matches.
You need to keep going.
There was saying that in history,
Do or die matches में how can a team perform like this, bro? Bro, ये तो चलो 50% हुआ, वो 10% में.
An amazing run.
Yes,
how can they win this again?
International almost made history, but the remake is being happened here. Team Vitality once again find themselves into the playoffs, and we're gonna see here from these replays here. Such a dominant performance from Blacklist, early game to mid game. It looked like it was going to be
Vitality को GG बोल रहा था, nice try बोल रहा था.
Decisiveness. It was that lack of discipline. It was the just pixel perfect opportunities and decisions that just completely drove that one all the way into their favor.
And at the end of the game, control and discipline leads the way to the gorge. And Blacklist, they wanted that last team fight to go their way. But again, without Joshi, the Overlord is gonna be able to be taken, and Vitality, they got the advantage, they got the lead, they turned the tables around, and they got the ticket to go through.
Yeah, I mean, what they really weren't counting on is obviously the efficiency of Lorian. When you're in that neutral objective pit, is that sort of denial with the launch up into the air, but we are going to be launching over to an ecstatic interview on
Reverse
stage.
sweep
Take it away.
Reverse sweep.
He is ecstatic right now. Congratulations. First of all, game 2, your Jing, incredible, especially with the Dolia. The combo is just so dangerous. But I have to know, how are you able to manage this reverse sweep 2 matches in a row? You're able to turn the game around even though your opponent was already by your base.
Oh. Can you more simple the English? I do not understand.
How are you able to have this magic that you're able to turn the game around?
Teamwork.
Teamwork, what else?
5 teamwork.
5-man teamwork, that's amazing. Now you've made it to the playoffs. You're part of the top 8. Can you describe in 5 words how you're feeling right now? What you're thinking right now?
I'm feeling excited, and I can stay Paris more longer. Paris more longer, right?
You can stay in Paris longer, yes?
Yeah.
That's 2?
Yes.
1, 3 more.
No more.
No more. How about we want more from you? We want you to send a message to IKL and all the fans of Team Vitality.
I love you.
Thank you, loves you. And you know what? You're gonna love this one. Once again, Team Vitality, come with me. This is your moment. Once again, we're gonna walk all this way for your right to end your opponent's journey. As one battle ends, another team's journey will end right here. Bal, do the honors. Team Vitality, the champions of Indonesia, are now here to destroy the 3rd placer.
God of comebacks, bro. God of comebacks.
Blacklist International. And just like that, Blacklist is eliminated. Their journey is over, and Team Vitality keeps their championship dream alive. Now we'll head back to the panel. Lead the gorge.
Well, no hesitation there. Bal able to
भाई
take down the chosen
कैसे
one.
पॉसिबल है ब्रो,
Jamie,
कैसे?
as we thought. Now no longer in this tournament.
एक
He
ही
crushed,
दिन में
and it was
दो
all because
डू और
of that
डाई
fatigue and
मैचेस
also
में
the
आप
resilience
ऐसे
of
कमबैक,
vitality. It shows up
इलीगल
again
ब्रो,
and again and
इलीगल,
again, and we just keep saying they have 9
इम्पॉसिबल तो
lives.
दूर का बात
Maybe
है,
they have 7 now.
इलीगल।
I don't know. Maybe this entire tournament we're going to see
भाई
these
the
moments from them. But
moment
definitely for me,
the opposing team is touching their crystal, everybody, every fucking one in the stadium is thinking that Vitality will lose this.
They're now used to having
But
longer
in the
games.
very
They're now
next
used to
2
being the
minutes,
comeback
Vitality
lords in
won
our
the
game
match.
because, they faced against a team earlier when
एक बार नहीं हुआ, दूसरी बार भी हो गया। My God,
and it
bro.
feels like for Team Vitality, they're loving every experience that they get in this
कसम भाई।
It is. I think at this
Thank
point,
you
the
be
recovery
like,
that we saw from Vitality, this has to be commended.
एक बार करा मजा नहीं आया, चलो दूसरी बार कर लेते हैं।
Before this as well. So with the style of play that we have seen from Vitality, this was just a game of patience. They waited for that one mistake. It literally was just one mistake from Joshi.
Yeah.
And that is the beauty of our game. Despite you having a very huge lead, one
एक
error
बार
can cost
करूँ
you the
तो
entire
बोले
game.
ये
It
लग
could
वो
really
गाना है
cost
ना
this game, but at the end of
कृष्णा
the
का
day, it was
भाई
just Team
थैंक यू भाई
Vitality
वही
was
गा
more
रहे होंगे, मेरे को
focused
फीलिंग आ
on
रहा है।
defending their base, punishing the errors, and exploiting
Hello,
every
bro.
mistake that the other team has.
वही गाना गा रहे हैं, मैं डेफिनेटली लिख के दे सकता हूँ। थैंक यू भाई, ये गाना आपके लिए डेडिकेटेड है। रुको।
Team comes into it with a different approach, a different style. Ken, now that we look towards Vitality getting into those knockouts, we haven't yet seen who they're going to be playing. That draw show coming up in
ये गाना आपके लिए है। भाई क्या मोमेंट था भाई, जैसे गाना बजा जो एग्जैक्ट टाइटल उस पे थैंक यू आया भाई स्क्रीन पे, क्रेजी क्रेजी मोमेंट भाई। मैं बता रहा हूँ एवरीथिंग इज स्क्रिप्टेड ब्रो। क्रेजी भाई सच्ची में, मतलब ऐसा कमबैक तो मेरे को विराट कोहली का वो 8 बॉल 28 के बाद पाकिस्तान के आगे, उसके बाद मैं इधर का कमबैक बोलूंगा भाई। माँ कसम भाई, ऐसा कमबैक मैंने ई स्पोर्ट्स में आज तक नहीं देखा भाई। ना ना आज मतलब ऐसा है, डिफाइंग द गॉड ऐसा वाला सीन हो गया भाई। भगवान आज बोल के रखे थे कि विटालिटी आज घर जाएगी, समझ रहे हो? विटालिटी का थैंक यू बोला ना भगवान, नॉट टुडे, वी आर गोइंग इनटू द प्लेऑफ्स। क्रेजी भाई, आज विटालिटी का ओनर एकदम मतलब थैंक यू को बोलेगा, हबीबी तुम आज कुछ भी मांगती हम तुम्हें दिला देती है। आज तो थैंक यू अगर रोल्स रॉयस भी मांगा तो विटालिटी का ओनर दे देगा भाई उसको, मेरे को ऐसा फीलिंग आ रहा है भाई। हेल्ला ब्रो हेल्ला। ना ब्रो, चलो गाइस अपन चलेंगे, अपना स्ट्रीम तो यहाँ पे खत्म हुआ। मैं रेनबो 6 चल रही है, वेट लेट मी चेक। हाँ रेनबो 6 चल रही है, इसको मैं ऑफ स्ट्रीम ही देखूंगा। अभी किसका मैच है फॉर नाउ, रुको एक बार मैं चेक कर लेता हूँ शेड्यूल। हाँ MIBR जीत गई, किंग 0 इज ओके। अभी मैच है शॉपिफाई रेबेलियन और युवा क्लब, ठीक है। तो ये तो हो जाएगा। क्रेजी चलो चलता हूँ मैं चैट। ठीक है, आज के स्ट्रीम के लिए इतना ही। आज बस हम वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं। स्टोरी मोड हम लोग स्पाइडरमैन फिर कंटिन्यू करेंगे। नेक्स्ट हम कब करेंगे? इस वीक में तो नहीं हो पाएगा इस वीक में, क्योंकि परसों से PMWC शुरू हो रहा है और कल टेकन है। सो ये पूरा वॉच पार्टी जाएगा ये वाला वीक, मे बी मंडे। ठीक है, as always you guys are always OP, you know the drill. Like, share and subscribe। चैनल पे अभी भी नए हो तो सब्सक्राइब कर लेना, सब्सक्राइब कर चुके हो तो शेयर कर लेना। हम मिलेंगे आपसे अगली स्ट्रीम पे जो कि होगा कल हम वापस से 3 बजे के आसपास आ जाएंगे और 4:30 अपने EWC वॉच पार्टीज के साथ। तब तक के लिए ऐसे ही प्यार करते रहो, सपोर्ट करते रहो। एक दिन हम जरूर से आसमान छुएंगे और अपने 5 मेजर रूल्स कभी मत भूलना। अपना ख्याल रखो, अपने पेरेंट्स का ख्याल रखो, अच्छे काम करते रहो, पानी पीते रहो एंड सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट, सबसे ज़्यादा गेम्स खेलते रहो, कॉज गेम्स आर द इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ। सो इसी के साथ हम आज की स्ट्रीम यहीं पे एंड करते हैं। उम्मीद है स्ट्रीम को पसंद आई होगी। नहीं पसंद आई कोई बात नहीं, कल इसी चैनल पर आ जाइएगा, हम आपको एंटरटेन करने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे। तब तक के लिए बाय बाय गाइस, लव यू, टेक केयर, सी यू टुमारो। आ जाना।
You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden throne, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now, a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to